don't believe in shooting stars, but she believe in shoes and cars. Wood floors in the new apartment, couture from the store's departments. You more like love to start shit. I'm more of the trips to Florida, order the hors d'oeuvres, views of the water, straight from a page of your favorite author. And the weather's so breezy, man, why can't life always be this easy? She in the mirror dancing so sleazy. I get a call like, where are you, Yeezy? And try to hit you with the old wacky, till I got flashed by the paparazzi. Damn, these niggas got me. I hate these niggas more than a Nazi.
Call, I know you love to show off, but I never thought that you would take it this far. What do I know?
Flashing light.
What do I know?
Flashing light.
I know it's been a while, sweetheart, we hardly talk. I was doing my thing. I know what was fair, baby, hey, babe, lately you've been all on my brain. And if somebody would've told me a month ago, front and oh, yo, I wouldn't wanna know. If somebody would've told me a year ago, it'd go get this difficult. Feeling like Katrina with no FEMA, like Martin with no Gina, like a flight with no visa, first class with the seat back, I still see ya. In my past, you on the other side of the glass of my memories museum. I'm just saying, hey Mona Lisa, come home. You know you can't roam without Caesar.
Recall, I know you love to show off, but I never thought that you would take it this far. What do I know?
Flashing light.
What do I know?
Flashing light.
As you recall, you know I love to show off, but you never thought that I would take it this far. What do you know?
Flashing light.
What do you know?
Flashing
No.
flashing light. Flashing light.
It's coming. Ladies and gentlemen, this time around, the revolution will not be televised. Woo! As we proceed to give you what you need. Oh, 9 brother. Get it live, brother. Ladies and gentlemen of the court. And the hearing against State of Hip Hop versus Electronic. I present Exhibit C.
When I was sleeping on the train, sleeping on Mesereau Lab out in the rain, without even a single slice of pizza to my name. Too proud to beg for change, mastering the pain. When New York niggas was calling Southern rappers lame, but then Jack and I slang. I used to get dizzy spells, hear a little ring, the voice of an angel telling me my name, telling me that one day I'ma be a great man, transforming with the Megatron dawn, spitting out flames, eating whack rappers alive, shitting out chains. I ain't believe it then, nigga, I was homeless, fighting, shooting dice, smoking weed on the corners, trying to find the meaning of life in the corona, till the 5%ers rolled up on the nigga and informed them. You either build or destroy. Where you come from? The Magnolia Projects in the Third Ward slum. It's quite amazing that you rhyme how you do and that you shine like you grew up in a shrine in Peru. Question 14, Muslim lesson 2. Dip diver, civilizer 85er. I make the devil hit his knees and say to our Father, abracadabra. You rockin' with the true and living. Shout out the Lights Out, Joseph I, Chewy Bivens. Shout out to Baltimore, Baton Rouge, my crew in Richmond. While y'all debated who the truth was, like Jews and Christians, I was on Cecil B, Broad Street, Master, North Philly, South Philly, 23rd, Tasker, 6 Mile, 7 Mile, Hartwell, Gratiot. When niggas really would pack a U-Haul truck up. Put the high beams on, drive up on the curb at a barbecue and hop up out the back like what's up? Kill a nigga, rob a nigga, take a nigga, bust up. That's why when you talk that tough talk, I never feel you. You sound real good and you play the part well, but the energy you giving off is so unfamiliar. I don't feel you.
We need something realer.
Nas hit me up on the phone, said what you waiting on. Tip hit me up with a twit, said what you waiting on. Diddy send a text every hour on the dot saying when you gon' drop that first nigga you taking long. So now I'm back spitting that he could pass a polygraph. That Reverend Run rockin' Adidas out on Hollis Ave. That FOI Marcus Garvey, Nicky Tesla. I shock you like an ill electric field, J Electra.
Oh my God! Keep going!
They call me J Electronica. Fuck that. Call me J-Elect Hanukkah, J-Elect Yarmulke, J-Elect Tramadan, Muhammad Assalamaka, Rasulullah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala through your monitor. My Uzi still weigh a ton, check the barometer. I'm hotter than the motherfucking sun, check the thermometer. I'm bringing ancient mathematics back to modern man. My mama told me never throw a stone and hide your hand. I got a lot of family, you got a lot of fans. That's why the people got my back like the Verizon man. I play the back and fade the black and then devise a plan. Out in London, smoking, vibing while I ride the tram. Giving out that raw food to lions disguised as lambs. And by the time they get their seat top and deploy all their henchmen to come at me from the treetops, I'm chilling out at Tweet Stock, building by the millions. My light is brilliant.
I rest my case. 09, Act 3, first chapter of the end. The last chapter of the new beginning. Ain't this something? The things we do without even trying. Be better than a lot of y'all records. Don't get mad. Morning after, world premiere. Me. For real though? I ain't even gonna say nothing. Matter of fact, I ain't saying. I don't even know why I'm saying this. Jay, you should get Puff to do this over. We moving out. On to the next record. And I'm gonna let this just ride.
Welcome to Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and tonight we are taking over Cuba. Right, it's ours now. That wasn't the plan until someone's live stream started and heard something interesting, and I'm like, hey, we should cover that first. But first, please remember to share, support, and hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping survivors of Africom, and me, aka Redneck Economics. All links are in the description box. Please, guys, if you can't donate, like if you don't have money laying around or whatever, fucking share it. Doesn't hurt to share. You got Twitter, you got Instagram, you got whatever shit where you can share content at. Do it. Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping survivors of Africom, and Redneck Economics. Do it now. I command it. All right, who's here? What's up, Anthony? I'll get those links open. What's up, Opeth? Yeah, I knew about Kyle leaving. Or was it him leaving or them leaving him? I don't think it really matters at this point. But yeah, I heard of it. Duck, Quack. Ed, what's up? Had a good show on Monday. Go check out DJL7. Who else we got here? Uncle Drew, what's up, Uncle Drew? Nude for nudes? I don't even know. Matt Hunter, what's up? I'll get to the links, guys. I'll get to the links. Don't worry. I know what I'm starting with. Yeah. You hear that noise? You know who it is. Just JC, what's up? My music is awesome, isn't it? It's wonderful. I stole it from my friends. Actually, all right, I have a core set of music that I'll listen to that I've just found on my own. And then there's these like orbiting things that I'll just hear walking into a store one day. I'm like, okay, I wanted that song. Okay, it's mine now. Or my friend will be playing it in his car or something like that. So don't give me too much credit. What's up, Dubster Brian? The duck says hi. To me. Hey, duck. Hold on.
Hi.
The puss says, freak you. I don't know if we're going to need that other mic or not. I have no idea. But if you want to talk, need it. Especially with this first topic. First video. What do I got here?
The animals all gathered. Now,
If you look at people, you can tell their faces harden. Pause. What's this?
What just happened here?
Oh, it's 9/11 boy. Now works with Tim Pool. Brilliant. Not exactly like the same case with Trump supporters. They were 9/11 guys, and now they're just like jobs. Ah, word. You guys got fucking played. There's one of your thought leaders helping with it. Either he got played or he's playing you. Either way, it's nothing to follow, in my opinion. What else we got here? Uncle Drew.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, well, I heard this over here. Ball sack prank. Oh my god. Oh shit, what's up? Thank you, Ed. Ed be donating exactly $7 every time. Not exactly $7, but like it's always $7. Yo, DJL7. I gotta get that 7, bruh. Thanks, Ed. Tim Pool told me to make it rain, baby. Ah. We gotta make that shit go viral at some point. It's gotta happen, guys. It's already clipped, so I do share it. But I'm gonna go in this order because Ant's video actually might line up with what we're about to fucking witness. Yeah, let me see. Let me turn the screen on. Bam. Oh, yes, that's right. Fucking Tim Pool. The fuckboy himself. Normally I make jokes and call whack people like kings and king swag and all that shit. He gets nothing. He's trash. He's super trash, bro. Troll. Bring back the old Four Loko recipe. Oh, you guys, I peeped like, we were watching like 5 minutes of this. About 5 minutes of this, and it's like, oh boy, I'm leading with this video. Because not only is it Tim Pool selling a narrative, it's our favorite, what is he? What do we call him? Just a normal conservative, right? He's not a neocon. He's not, there's nothing wrong with him. Not former naval intelligence. He's not that. He didn't work at Guantanamo Bay at all. And he's smart. And he's smart. Yeah. And he's friends with Nika. Yeah. He's just your everyday conservative. No. He's not selling anything. What's up, Tony? Quit watching, bro. Yeah, damn. What's up, Tony? El Padrino? El Padrino. Este patron. I was in advanced Spanish and I don't remember anything from that class. Not one fucking thing. I think one of the final questions, like you have to sit down. I was absolutely nervous. Sitting down one-on-one with your teacher and have a conversation in Spanish. He's like, "Oh, what might I find at the zoo?" I'm like, "Oh, el gato, grande gato, big cat." Yo soy hungry-o, thirsty-o. Oh, that was hilarious. Just me. Imagine me sitting in front of a teacher just sweating bullets. Just, yo soy. Oh. Erotic Jordan. So, good times. Good times, guys. All right. Let's just go into this. Pause. This is quite interesting. Quite interesting. At least the parts I heard so far. So, they're going to be talking about the, if you can see the title, the communists opened fire on peaceful protesters. Now, how many, like, narratives have you seen start with that? Syrian government, the chemical gas perpetrators, dictators, gas their own people. Please, go ahead. Any? Ah, okay. Babies in incubators. This has been done over and over and over again. So let's just go into it. Here we go.
Censorship. Unless or until they ban us. So, sure, whatever. But let's jump into this first story talking about communist Cuba.
All right, like, 4 words in. At least until they ban us. Like, they're not banning you. They make money off of you. See all the fucking super chats? You guys can't even see it. See that? See all the goddamn super chats? Those are just constantly rolling in. You make YouTube money. If they ban Temple, I would suspect that it's a some sort of calculated fucking to boost his numbers even more. But here we go.
This is where it's getting dark, man. Daily Mail reports, quote, the communists have
Daily
lost
Mail.
control. First Cuban demonstrator is killed after police, quote,
They're
opened
protected by
fire
News
on
Guard.
peaceful protest, while anti-government reporter is arrested live on TV as unrest continues. Diubis Laurencio Tejeda, 36, died Monday in a suburb of Havana during a clash between protesters and police. Witnesses claim security forces had responded to demonstrators with gunfire after they threw rocks. Social media activist Dina Stars was arrested live on TV by Cuban security forces on Tuesday. Cuban government launched crackdown on protest after large-scale demonstrations erupted on Sunday.
I'll give anybody
Seems to be getting
squirrel
worse,
jobs,
man.
bro.
I don't know. You seem to know a lot
dare
about
you.
communists, though, Jack. What's happening in Cuba?
Yeah, so I funny enough is I always joke about this. So I spent almost a year in Cuba when I was at Guantanamo, but because when I was there under the Obama administration, we didn't have a status forces agreement. We still don't have a status force agreement between the U.S. and Cuba in terms of that. So we were not allowed actually out into the island, right? So we used to have these T-shirts that we would sell on base that said, "You're here in Cuba, close but no cigar." Hey.
Clever.
And so I've always kind of wanted to actually visit the rest of the island, but I got really into just how Cuba works when I was there studying it because.
No idea what you're
Needless
laughing
to say, let's just say that while I was there for the detainee operations, we also had people who were there from an intel side that were not paying attention to them. They were paying attention to the broader, Cuba, the landscape there, the military, the politics, and of course we actually had some communication with them. We would say across the fence, just in terms of hey, if there's because it's very arid there on that part of Cuba because of the mountains. So, wildfires was a big issue, just like in California. So that's something obviously would affect both sides. So it just makes sense to kind of have a monthly meeting where we sit down and talk. Yeah. And so what you're seeing now basically is, look, the Castros are essentially over, right? Raul Castro has, he's on his last legs. He's kind of cut ties.
He abdicated the throne.
Right. He's gone. He's gone. And so they know that the new leadership, who, by the way, who is still on Twitter, verified and able to tweet, right, throughout everything you just
Jackie
said.
Chan is
cracking down on protesters,
Killing
killing them, arresting journalists in the middle of the street. He is allowed to tweet, but Donald Trump, of course, is banned.
Who is it? This is a Cuban leader you're saying? The leader of Cuba right now?
What's his name?
I trust and believe this guy, whoever the fuck he
forgot his
is.
Let's find out. The man of the hour. You said a status of force agreement, Jack. Is that something that the government will officially do with another government when they are going to have military that is going to be
so Jack is
out and
pro
about?
Cuba intervention.
Right. So
and
so you need some
Nico
kind
is
of legal.
and Nico is anti-Cuba intervention, but Jack is his friend. Do we tell our friends when we think they are wrong? I fucking hope so. I hope that happens. Now, here's the thing. He's going to be sold, Jack Puss is going to be sold as not being for intervention, but he's going to sell all the narratives for it without directly saying we should go in there, like Tim Pool does. And somehow people fell for that. But he didn't say we should go in, but he laid out every reason to go in. Maybe not, because I haven't watched all of this. Maybe there's more to this. Let's see.
You need essentially a legal purpose for being there. So you look at a country where the U.S. has overseas bases on a more normal, with a country where we have more normalized relations. So talk about South Korea, Germany, Japan. Those are kind of like the three big ones. Also UK, we have some people there and on a few bases. And so you would have an essential agreement where, okay, we are not immigrating. We don't need visas, right? We don't need any specific documentation other than the orders, right? And that's all covered under that status of forces agreement. So, of course, and the sort of cynical view of that is like, this is U.S. imperialism, right? Why does the U.S. need all of these bases around the world? Why are they providing this blanket of international security? This is the way that Russia would describe it. This is the way that China certainly describes it, especially when it comes to East Asia and that sphere. But that's the basic idea, that status of force agreement. And you'll also see this in terms of like, if you're going over somewhere for an exercise, like we do exercises with tons of militaries, and so the idea, or tons of countries around the world, Thailand, Australia, etc. And so the idea is that you wouldn't necessarily need a visa to go because you're going on orders, going on mission.
Is it the end of the world? we got
I think
China
you'll know.
warplanes in Taiwan. We got South Africa's collapsing. You got the revolt in Cuba. Then you've got in the U.S. Haiti as well. I mean, the dude gets assassinated.
It's like we actually kind of drove past that. It's like it's funny. Right? The president of Haiti is assassinated, and everyone just kind of says, it's Haiti.
Well, actually, no. What happened was the president of Haiti gets assassinated, and everyone's like, "Whoa, what's happening?" And then all of a sudden, everyone turns because South Africa lights up, Cuba lights up. So look, man, fourth turning. It might not be a world war. What if it's a global economic collapse?
Oh, speaking of Miguel Diaz-Canel, by the way.
Miguel I pulled him up. Yeah.
I have a BlackRock right here.
Imagine saying that with a grin on your face.
What you're seeing now is, by the way, this is a reformation of the global order, right? This is a reformation because, for a variety of reasons, America, which as I delineated before, which had maintained that system, and you can see the military power, but also the economic power and the cultural power of the United States. All of those have become diminished over the past decade and really over the past couple of years. Now, in the Trump years, diminished, and the cultural power of the United States. All of those have become diminished over the past decade and really over the past couple of years. Now, in the Trump years, there was this sort of like sudden resurgence. People were saying, "Hey, is the U.S. going to go back to that position?" But then that was basically usurped by Biden, and so that path seems to be closed. And now people are realizing they are going back into.
It's funny. It's kind of weird when people say these things like, you only had 4 years, or presidents don't have that much power. They gave Obama that excuse. They obviously give Trump that excuse. And it's like, but all these great things happened with this guy in as the president. So it's like, it's very weird. If it's something they fuck up on, it's, he couldn't do anything. He only had 4 years, and Democrats were fighting him, and blah, blah, blah. If he does something they consider positive, it's like, yeah, he did it. Like the logic of it weirds me out.
What the status quo pro ante was prior to Trump, and the phrase, I'm going to say it and you'll all remember it, this was managed decline.
God damn it.
We were told this again and again throughout the Obama years. The U.S. is headed toward a managed decline. And we were told, they used all these technocratic
managed
phrases
decline.
to sort of explain, well, this is just the way, things are going, and countries, they rise and they fall, and this is normal. And, I believe in American exceptionalism the same way Greeks believe in Greek exceptionalism, et cetera, right? That was the famous quote from Barack Obama. So this is the idea. And I want people to understand that this is being done by policy. This is being done by decisions, right? Human decisions, human agency that's made on behalf of the people in power that have made this decision. They've made the decision to outsource, right, U.S. jobs, which is outsourcing our manufacturing base, which is outsourcing our wealth, all of the secondary and tertiary industries and businesses and communities that would have thrived off of that. I was actually just up in Maine. We went up for the 4th of July, and it's great because you can go on the coast and there's all these sort of like old money cities and old money like beach towns, and you go 30 minutes away and it's all this post-industrial, just bleak societies where, former factory towns with the factories gone, and the workers, the families of the workers are all still there wondering, hey, what do we do now, right? We're still here, and we'd like to stay in our towns, but we're just stuck.
It's all done through. That's the interesting thing about policy. You can be an industrialist, you can run a factory, and through no fault of your own, the government decides they're going to put pressure on your business that forces it to leave the country. So of course it still comes down to the conscious decisions of a lot of these people who run these companies. But when they say something like, we're going to increase the minimum wage, we're going to increase the corporate tax, then we're going to do a free trade agreement for factories outside.
Yep.
It's impossible to compete. Let's say you make Ian.
But that didn't happen, did it? Am I tripping? Whatever.
And you gave me this little, was it obsidian?
That is obsidian, is volcanic glass.
This is obsidian?
I thought those were
and how did they
Bernie's ideas that didn't really happen.
Polish it.
Let's say, Ian, you have an obsidian factory, and you make these fancy little obsidian stones.
Now we're talking, all right.
And you operate in
Hawaii.
New Jersey.
New Jersey, okay.
New Jersey. And
left's
then they
fault.
announced
They don't
Volcanic
understand
areas.
economics like I do.
well, they import all the volcanic rocks.
Naturally.
So they announced
Even
they're
though
going to be
Jimmy
raising
direct me.
the minimum wage, raising the corporate taxes, and at the same
What's up,
time,
Alice?
free trade agreements with manufacturing from
That's
China.
too much for my company
And
to
you
handle.
and you say, you know what? My workers deserve $15 an hour.
Well, I do
so
believe that.
I gladly accept the cost increase, and I should pay my fair share in taxes. All right, so you go over the numbers and you say to pay everyone $15 an hour and to pay a 20% tax,
Did Al
we're going to have
Avila
to
get
charge
hit in the head
$5
with
for
a foul
every
ball, or is
beautiful
someone
obsidian
paying
stone.
the
No problem,
Tigers to
right?
set a record
Then all of a
for
sudden you go to
drafting the
Walmart
most
and
ready
there's
pitchers in
China
one
stone
draft?
for $3.
I didn't even see the draft, so
And you
I don't
say
know.
there's literally no way we can make the obsidian stone
the
for
Tigers
$3.
anyways.
Well, China has slaves,
Wow.
and they can import these products for free with no charge. So your company goes out of business because it's impossible to compete with the slave labor that China uses.
And understand, right?
Now, when people make the argument that there's slave wages here, these guys never say anything. Like, they don't back that up. They don't say, yeah. You have one person working 3 jobs just to get by. Like, and they're still in financial trouble. Not really opening their fucking mouths about it. If it makes China look bad, we'll scream it to the fucking high heavens.
Right. This was the idea. This was actually the plan all the way back before when, and funny enough, right, prior to Occupy Wall Street, what was the big, I talk about Antifa a lot. I wrote the whole book about Antifa. What was the big sort of Antifa moment, right? It was the Battle of Seattle, 1999.
WTO.
And the WTO.
The big Antifa moment. Big Antifa moment was the WTO protest in '99. The battle in Seattle.
Look, they're Antifa.
As soon as you see, I said this as I was watching this, it's like, depending on who they want to favor, they will just pick sides willy-nilly. Doesn't even matter the context of it. They'll pick sides of protesters or government. In Cuba, they're going to pick the protesters. Right? In Israel, they're going to pick the government. Here, they're going to pick the government. Unless the protesters are Antifa. Or unless the protesters are, more Trump-leaning or something. A Tea Party or something. Or, they'll pick the government in favor of Antifa. And then this whole Antifa narrative where you saw 20 people, right? Like one of those videos you watch, you see 20, 30 people running around in the street.
Antifa, look, they're everywhere. Yeah. Scared. Run.
And they'll take that and they'll place it on the WTO protest, which was a mass amount of people. A mass amount of people protesting that shit. Those are all Antifa? Where'd they all go? Whatever. Here's more.
Big, I talk about Antifa a lot. I wrote the whole book about Antifa. What was the big sort of Antifa moment?
They made a
It was the
fucking
Battle
movie out of it.
Seattle, 1999.
Yep.
Fucking
WTO.
Charlize Theron.
WTO, and it was all about who getting into the WTO. It was all about China getting into the WTO over slave labor. And that was Antifa, right, protesting against China and violently, very violently
was
rioting
Antifa.
against China getting into WTO.
Those were Gen Xers. So a big thing at play here is Gen X was protesting at the battle in Seattle in '99.
What's up,
and
Brian?
they were flying Tibetan flags.
That was second wave Antifa.
Then
yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't call them Antifa. They were anti-free trade. Like it was more classically liberal in a lot of ways, but they were leftist.
Anti-free trade. That's the notion they put it under. Protesting the WTO was like protesting the TPP. Like a very similar thing. And Trump fans were screaming,
Yeah, he protested. Yeah, he didn't sign TPP. Yeah, look how good he's doing. Come on, left, join us.
right? It was essentially protesting globalization. Right? Because Bill Clinton already got through NAFTA in like the mid-90s. Mid-early 90s. So, this might be like one more step towards it, right? First you take care of North America, and you start trying to make it even more global. Bless you. think even David Icke called it. They're going to try to take Africa and make it one thing. Africom. Europe. EU. United States. Or, North America. And you probably take care of South America, but you got all these pesky communist nations you got to get rid of first. You got to get rid of them first. That was always the conspiracy theory. What's up, cannabis? All right, here we go.
And then 10 years goes by, and you get a little bit more than 10 years, 12 years, you get Occupy Wall Street. What's that? Millennials, with some Gen Xers who were at the WTO, but many of those Gen Xers, the WTO, moved on, had families, got jobs, and they're gone. Now the millennials come in. It's been 10 years since Occupy Wall Street. 10 years, isn't that crazy? It'll be 10 years in 2 months.
This is hogwash analysis, by the way.
That was nice.
Now it's
what
Gen
he's saying.
Z. People who are
Now
10
look at
years
it.
old during Occupy who have
Look at it. 20 years went by, and it's a new generation. Like, what? Maybe he's doing an archetypal analysis of people born in whatever year. Very confident about it.
no idea what it was about, are now in their 20s.
For me, I'd call that a problem.
And they're voting for people, and they
people
know nothing
born in
about
the
the
same
Obama
time period
administration.
behave
That's why I talk about the Federal
exact
Reserve,
same.
like a chicken with
That'd be
my
a problem
head cut
for
off on
me.
the show, because we got to teach these people about what is at least part of the root cause of social disorder right now, and I think it's the privatization of our monetary supply.
Bro, look, Jack talks about the plan, the WTO in '99.
Again,
right?
this all goes back to it, man.
So, but it's as I explained. How you think that Joe Biden doesn't know what he's doing? He's called for those three things specifically. We're going to raise the minimum wage, and we're going to increase corporate tax so they pay their fair share, and then free trade agreements. And you wonder why all those things come together. It's to make sure you can't run your business. Now, here's the thing.
or to pander to the Bernie crowd because they don't like Joe Biden, and you can see them growing en masse. You notice the donation records Bernie was breaking with small dollar donations, like, oh, fuck, there's a storm coming. We must pander to them. In fact, is he even, like, did Biden even say that after he got elected? Has he really actually mentioned that? Or was that during the run to where he has to try to win these guys over? I don't think I've heard him. Maybe he has. But for me, it's just only in words and tone, not actuality. Unless there's some sort of creepy agenda behind it. Exactly, Winky Dinks. What's up, by the way? And Ben, what's up? Big Ben. That's required for Ben Shapiro. Yes, big. Prop, what's up? But, well, Tim has to sell you on the narrative that Biden is a far leftist. Secretly a far leftist. And he's going to secretly try to get the leftist agenda achieved. Which is why he'll title his video saying, just like Cuba, like, oh, the communists did this. Right? Instead of pointing out particular names that have done particular things, it's all about selling the narrative of team playing because he wants his audience to be stuck in the narrative of team playing, just like Jack Puss does. Let's be real. Puss. Super Puss. Like, I could pick him up and body slam him, Puss. I hope not. I fucking hope not. I'm capped at 20 viewers forever. Hey, it is what it is. I'll talk to you same 20 motherfuckers over and over and over again. What's up, Jesse? Oh, Jesse. Jesse's girl. I know. All right, here we go.
These people who were 10 years old during Occupy Wall Street weren't even alive during the battle in Seattle during the WTO stuff.
Right, they don't know any of this.
Now all they know is they're
9/11
growing
guy
up,
tried
and
to
the
say the
system is
Biden
broken,
administration
and the
is
government can give them free
socialist.
stuff.
Oh,
we
yeah, I
try
got
to
it. I got it up
explain to
next,
them,
man. I got it up
dude,
next.
It's Biden. He's been doing this for 50 years. They go, shut up, fascist.
Did you see that they're going to...
Biden's been selling the... Did you say that? That Biden's been selling the left-wing socialist agenda the whole time? For 40 years, whatever you just said?
Thing. These people who were 10 years old during Occupy Wall Street weren't even alive during the battle in Seattle during the WTO stuff.
Right. They don't know any of this.
Now all they know is they're growing up and the system is broken and the government should give them free stuff. And when you try to explain to them, dude, it's Biden. He's been doing this for 50 years. They go, shut up, fascist.
Did you see that they're going to be giving families $300 per kid?
These young kids,
until they're 18 years old.
I don't see them saying,
how we afford
Biden,
this?
yeah.
We can't.
I don't fucking
So they're
see
just going to
that.
print more money.
Bro, have you seen the consumer price index? What was the percentage it said? It's like 5 point something.
Shut
It's
up
going
and give me free stuff.
Gas is up
Tell me that's not
45.
Tell me that's not a 50-year-old fucking tagline. They just want free stuff. Tell me that's not from fucking what's his name, William Buckley. Tell me it's not like some shit he would say in the fucking 40s or whatever. Come on, bro. This is a repeat. This is a repeat, but he's going to tell you, I'm new. I'm different. People are going to tell me that Tim Pool's new and different. Right, Burmis? Here we go.
Percent.
It's sad, bro.
Biden
How do you not
inflation.
see this?
Biden inflation.
Biden inflation. We're gonna. It's.
Let me pause this. Please say something. God. Whoa, whoa. Put that smoke away, bro.
Elevate our platform.
I'm sorry, but like, if that's not obvious, if these characters are not obvious to you, I'm gonna question your intelligence. Just gonna do it. Here we go.
You know, they call it, what do they call it? Massive monetary theory and
Modern
Hold up.
monetary.
modern monetary theory.
Hold up. What do you got, Prop? What's up, Muay Thai? He does not suck at playing guitar, trust me. I'll probably tell you he sucks. Probably lying. Being humble. He's eating humble pie when he says that. Yeah, guys. It's easier for me if you tag me. It's easier to read comments. Alright, I'll play that, and after we get through some videos, I'll play it. You gotta get here earlier when you put your video down, so that I try to go in order the best I can. Alright, here we go. I do have some
modern monetary theory, but
Discord
it's not modern monetary theory
request
anymore. Now
videos
it's
too.
modern monetary practice, right? It's
Fucking
we can spend
things already full.
forever. We can
My
spend
browser's
indefinitely.
already full of
we can,
fucking
and
videos.
when you hear the Fed say, "Oh, we're adding to our balance sheet. We're adding to the Fed balance sheet," right? Right. Well, that means you are taking on debt, which means when you're taking on the debt, you're issuing what? You're issuing loans to banks at the highest level, right? The reason that they are doing this is because they want all of you. They want millennials. They want Gen Z to become a renter class. Right, They
will
want
own
you.
nothing.
You'll own nothing. You will live in the pod. You will eat the bugs. Right. You will own nothing, and you'll be happy. Right. That doesn't mean that no one owns everything. Right. Someone is going to own something. Someone, and that someone, as we're finding out now, is going to be Wall Street. That's going to be BlackRock. It's going to be Blackstone. It's going to be these massive companies
China.
that are coming in now and purchasing what? Real estate. So your landlord, right? We know how much Antifa loves landlords.
Corporanism.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So you have corporatism, where these corporations from Wall Street are now controlling the land. They're controlling your real estate. If you want to go out, and this is the amazing part of it, because rent's just going to go up. And so who's paying for those loans? The renter is. You are. You are going to be a
agree
Russian
with,
serf.
but
Look how
already
brilliant the
been
whole college
happening.
plan was.
I would say
Everybody
it's already
must
been
go
happening.
to college. Two things happened when they went to college. They took on massive debt they can't pay back, and they can't declare bankruptcy
Caitlin?
on. And they got indoctrinated with psychotic, cult BS. They told everybody to take it on. At the very least, if they don't indoctrinate you, they make you an indentured servant. Now they're buying up all the houses. So if you want to live somewhere, they're going to say, but you got to pay us rent. Hey, we're a private
left in
company.
China.
If you want to live in my
I'll
house,
freak you.
got to pay the rent. And then when you give them problems, they'll say, we're raising your rent. Oh, no. And you get kicked out. It is.
So where
I
we're
see
going to
you.
go, how are you going to have any type of wealth formation?
I see
If you
you.
don't have wealth formation, how are you going to support a family? God forbid. And if you do somehow manage to be able to get married,
I'm
to have
late
a
on
couple of
purpose
kids,
to outlay
how
you.
are you
Freak
even
you.
going to be able to generate enough wealth to pass something on to them? So you create, and this is something the left used to talk about all
going
the
to
time,
detention for
generational
being
wealth,
late.
right?
Dude, this
You're not going to be able to do that with the negative interest rates the way they are now. This is all done by design. And the manufacturing, where does it go? It goes to Asia. Why? Because they don't have our labor laws. You have slaves, essentially slave labor in China, in Xinjiang with the Uyghurs that are building all of this stuff. So they don't have to worry about them. They're not getting the wealth. The wealth is going into the 1% of China. And who is that? That's the CCP. And this gets back to my earlier point before. When we talked about the Battle of
obviously
Seattle,
they turn it back to China, obviously.
And this was Clinton, right? This was Clinton putting China into the WTO, and then later Bush 43, Bush 41 talked about this. Of course, the response to Tiananmen Square, he said, well, we just need to bring China into the global order. That was what was said again and again and again. People were saying Tiananmen Square, they're crushing students.
So the WTO was about China, and Antifa was upset about China being whatever brought in or controlled or whatever by the WTO. I mean, the narrative is brilliant, bro. Oh my God. He's gonna go, yeah, and then slavery happened, controlled by the CCP. Like, it kind of seems like that, right? Am I tripping? What do you got, Opet? Oh, you guys have so many videos. There's no way. There's no way, Jordan. Do it all. Oh, you got that's the aircraft thing. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Like, he would go back to the Revolutionary War and be like,
oh, it was the great American patriots against the British Empire, along with the CCP, Communist Chinese Party.
It's like, what?
And the first caveman to kill someone with a stone, the Communist Chinese Party. And it was Joe Biden that helped him do it.
My God.
Please. We're totally not selling you war. We're not doing it.
Oh my God. Here we go. See how you can mix in information that's like I put it in terms of semi-correct. Correct is a whole different thing than me. I'll say like information that's semi-correct about, BlackRock, all these fucking companies buying up housing and then wanting to keep a certain class of people in permanent renting status where they don't own things. That's like semi-correct, but then you tie it into good. This is all happening under Joe Biden. Oh shit. It just looks. It is. What's up, Oz? What's up, Steven? Our prison system was modeled by the CCP. Jack Puss. My God, bro. No, right? The fucking revisionist.
The corrupt money from the Communist Party of China offered the lightning money to strike people. Back in the Boston Tea Party, where Antifa was created.
Like, my God, bro. And people eat this shit up. Oh, fuck. It's like, all right, at this point, guys, I'm at the point where I'm like, you guys want to believe that, so you just go with it. Like, the people that buy that shit, like, you guys want to buy it. Not that you really think that's the case, you just want to. And you go with it. Here we go. Here we go.
The same way that people are being crushed, the protesters in Cuba right now. Bring them into the global order. Bring them into the global order. And they'll become more open. They'll become more socially liberal. They'll become more transparent. No, it was the exact
doing good. All right, that's what I want to hear.
That happened.
But I think
we became more authoritarian.
But I think we were always more authoritarian. I think you just can't do it instantly. So look at what's happening now with what Joe Biden's saying about Civil War stuff. I mean, the way he's described
Joe more opposite or socially liberal. They'll become more transparent. No, it was the exact opposite that happened.
But I think
we became more authoritarian.
But I think we were always more authoritarian. I think you just can't do it instantly. So look at what's happening now with what Joe Biden's saying about Civil War stuff. I mean,
not gonna explain
the
that
way
one?
he's describing people on 1/6, the insurrectionists, the Confederates never breached our capital. Come on, man. And then you hear what he talks about, the FBI saying snitch on your neighbors. We're hearing that more and more.
Joe
and more.
Biden wouldn't have to. So there's that refrain too that I believe people will say that, you know, if the situation were hopeless, the propaganda would be unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden's not going to Philadelphia,
door.
not going to, you know, where I'm from, and giving a massive speech, standing across the Constitution Center is down across Independence Mall from the actual site of the signing of the Declaration and the Constitution. He's not going to give a speech like that from a position of strength. That was done from a position of weakness. That's because the contradictions are accelerating too fast right now. The Hegelian dialectic, which the left used to move forward, they used to progress with, is happening too
Hegelian
fast.
dialectic.
And not enough.
The Hegelian dialectic that the left uses is moving too fast. What the fuck? Like, use the debate. Use Trump versus Clinton versus Trump versus Biden. And you tell me if the rhetoric changed at all. Unreal. Take what he said in the campaign and compare it to his actual presidency. You're telling me he wasn't like playing a game with you guys? I'm gonna look that up. Hegelian dialectic. I've heard of it, but never really like sat down and studied it. Like, you don't even need some sort of special magic woo-woo from some philosopher. You don't even need it. Just fucking talk blatantly to people, then lie to them, and it works over and over and over and over again. You don't need any fucking Hegelian shit going on. You don't need Hegel. Just fucking say some shit. People will buy it because they're already on the team. They already bought it. They just got to sell it. I know. Here we go.
People are able to keep up with it. That's why they realize that their critical mass is falling apart.
You mentioned on Twitter
Fucking
that
9/11 guys
I don't know
tapped out.
how much
Unreal.
you've confirmed this or not, but that there was a plan to put.
You guys said Bush did 9/11 or the U.S. government did 9/11 and you tapped out. That's unreal. Not everybody, but let's just say some of the thought leaders tapped out. Unreal. How did that happen?
Why they realize that their critical mass is falling apart.
You mentioned on Twitter that I don't know how much you've confirmed this or not, but that there was a plan to put together a list of extremists, that the insurrectionists followed on social media.
What that is?
Can you tell us like what is that all about?
So the reporting that I've got on that so far, it comes from
It's like
a high-level
problem
White
reaction
House
solution.
official who's sending me this stuff and is saying that it's actually being driven by three people right now: Chris Wray, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer. And
who hired Chris Wray? I'll bite my nail while you guys think. All right, let's go back to the video. He was pretending to be a patriot, but he turned on us.
people right now: Chris Wray, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer. And
the leftists?
Ron Klain in the White House is going along with it. Jill Biden is going along with it. And for the time being, Joe Biden is going along with it. I haven't actually been able to confirm whether or not Kamala is for or against this. But what it is they're going through the Jan 6 defendants, and they're trying to cross-reference everybody from that in terms of their social media and come up with kind of like a top 10 or I haven't been able to confirm how many it is or how far it's going, but find who the top people they were following on social media was, and then those people. And I said, well, what is it? Are you going for the actual people who are saying storm the Capitol or commit some act of violence? No. They're going for the people who were trying to just say, hey, show up on January 6th because the president is going to give a speech on the South Lawn, at the Oval,
They're specifically putting a list of people who said, come to D.C.
Come to D.C.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if you promoted that event, which of course was a speech from the president of the United States, right? This was not the thing that happened afterwards. then
you think these
you are
guys would
essentially going to be
ever
put on this
have the
thing.
guts to go to China and spew
then
the
you are
same
gonna- This is
BS?
going to be said now, and go
I don't
with
need
the
them to.
report in
I just need them
Bloomberg.
to do
Like,
that in front of
Bloomberg
a
is
credible,
saying that
someone who
Mike
can
Lindell,
actually
of all
debate them
people,
on this
because he had
topic.
that comment.
That's
about
where I want to see
August
that.
and
I don't care
everything,
where that happens.
they're
at.
saying we're now tracking to see whether or not people commit violence. This is the FBI in Bloomberg
But
saying
China-
we need to be careful about August because we think that there will be extremist attacks because
Communist
Mike
China.
Lindell, who sells pillows, right, is talking about August, and so August might be a key date for the extremists.
I got to tell you, man, there's a lot of people who want to show optimism. We got Steve Bannon and Michael Malice who have both said they've been very optimistic. But what we're watching,
Those are
it
credible
tracks
credible
very similarly
sources?
to the rise of any authoritarian regime of the past several hundred years, and it doesn't look like we're gonna walk out of this one. It looks like we're gonna be underneath the boot on this one.
So the question always comes down to that critical mass, right? It will there be some kind of conflict? Probably. Hopefully that it will be a political conflict in terms of it's done through words, it's done through elections, and we can steer.
There will probably be a conflict.
Like 10 minutes earlier.
And this was perpetrated by the Communist Chinese Party.
I hope people see the like, come on, but just logically. Is that Hegelian dialectic right there? Is that part of it? Where you sell a narrative of these guys are bad and then say, conflict's probably going to happen.
There's not 32,000 people watching me right now. That's not happening.
Clear of anything beyond that.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I do think there's a reason that Joe Biden keeps
Caleb
talking
would drag
about
these
civil
people?
war. Again, there
Probably.
is not a day that goes by that you do not hear someone from the White House
Temple
saying the
claimed to
phrase
believe-
"civil war" or making some kind of
Bigger
reference
be
to
it.
it.
Yes,
I
he has.
go back all the way through
That's
why?
from
They-
9
they
to
want it to
January
happen,
20th.
or what?
He's
I believe
sold,
they're trying to
bought,
call their
and
punch.
sold.
I
I don't even want to
believe
say
they're trying to call
bought.
their
I just
punch.
want to say
What do you mean
sold.
call their punch?
They want. This is what
The
I'm saying
bought
before.
part is
they
like-
want to be in a position.
Like, do
where
you
they
actually
can
believe in
crack
any of this, or
They
you
want
just
to be in a
you know the
position where
narratives
they
to go with
have
and just
some
repeat them
kind
over and
of
over and over again?
Inciting event, right? In narrative fiction, they
Shot
talk
heard
about
around
the
the world.
inciting event, right? They want a shot heard around the world. They want something terrible like this. And you can go, by the way.
So they can stop Trump. They can stop the
so
midterms.
they can stop
They
all
can
of it.
stop 2024.
And beyond that, they want to stop the populist movement.
Have we noticed like a cooling down? I just want to say this. Have we noticed a cooling down in regards to like? Remember when people were like putting pressure on Temple? It was like,
I'm just commentating. I'm not calling myself a journalist.
all that like type shit, right? Has that cooled down? And maybe the focus has turned somewhere else? It seems like it, right? I haven't watched them that often, really. But okay. What's up, Jason? Because it's like, so there was a reason to pay attention to this guy. Gotcha. And 32,000 people later. This is probably a slow day. Now you can't talk to him. Conflict?
Avoiding conflict.
That's so funny, bro. I would have paid, like, sorry to bring up Jimmy Dore, but Jimmy had this guy on, and he said some bogus bullshit answer about single-payer healthcare. Jimmy checked him on it in a very nice way. I don't mind that being in it. But then Jimmy didn't follow up. Okay, bye. Right? Okay, see you later. Never follows up like, I wonder if he's going to talk about healthcare again. See if like, hey, did you bullshit us? Did you say you were going to look into it or that you weren't an expert, but then go on your own show when no one's watching and rant about it to your fans? What was it? You don't deserve the air you breathe? You don't have a right to the air you breathe. Yeah. That was his argument about healthcare.
Healthcare? It's a human right? What? How dare you?
Yeah, The lady who had to eat bugs.
The left wouldn't eat bugs. They're too privileged.
Unreal. So you let that slide. That's not only is it like I would consider like something like legitimate to do. It's also like let's be real. That's gonna generate content. If you're strictly in it for money, that would generate content. If you heard him say that after you schooled him already on it, then it's like, how are we gonna do? In fact, I'm a bigger platform than you right now. At that time, Jimmy's a bigger platform than Tim Bull is at that point in time. But nope, just rise and rise and rise. He took the Steven Crowder saying all that bullshit about the Vox guy. He took all that and ignored Crowder to focus on the Vox guy. Now where's Crowder? They're both sitting above Jimmy Dore now. Well, Crowder was already higher than him. What's up, Occupy? Once again, that's just dumb guy logic. You don't call out the serial killer when he's your next door neighbor. You wait till he's the president. And then you don't even call him out then.
They're too focused on taking down a channel that has 5,000 viewers as opposed to 30,000. Unreal. Fucking brilliant. Win. All I do is win. Win.
I need autotune.
Win.
Sorry, T-Pain, for ruining your song. Here we go.
They want to shut, like, ever since the internet really kind of came out, and then Internet 2.0 with the rise of social media came out, it became a very big problem for the people who used to be able to just control the narrative, right? None of this could have happened in the 90s, by the way. And so for the the Gen Z types out there who are watching this saying, oh, well.
Now, they will say that there's a narrative being controlled, like they'll push up mainstream media and all that shit, but it's like you guys are that. They are that. They're a part of the new wave that gets propped up and pushed up. Let's be real. Like, I saw Prop and who else was it? Probably someone else talking about Hinkle. Like, I'm not even subscribed to this guy. I don't watch his videos really, and yet he's at the top of my fucking list, like, over and over again. That's the same thing that happened to me as well. After he was on Franco's with Glory and Alley, and that shit happened, I'm like, okay, let me look into this guy. I think I played one video after that. Next day, he's at the top of my fucking feed. Meanwhile, I've been watching all these other fucking videos. Corbett or whoever the fuck. But these guys are the new mainstream. They're going to be the mainstream without being the mainstream, which allows them to sell narratives that the mainstream can't get away with because people lost trust in them. And they're for, like, 65-plus-year-old people. Like, on their average viewer age. Right, the younger people are coming here on the internets, and clearly certain people are stepping up, like, growing and standing out as opposed to others.
Pop YouTube, yay!
I want to be in Pop YouTube. I do, actually. I want 30,000 people watching. I'm gonna show you how to fucking do this. I want to show them how to fucking do this. But yo, this is how you handle this. A couple of lessons, you know? And then I can call them out openly. They can't do anything about it. Oh, fuck. Everyone knows this guy called me out. Now I can't do anything. Here we go.
Well, I don't remember any of that battle.
That would be unfair. Don't let me get famous.
In the 90s, there were like
It'd be unfair.
5 TV channels.
I'm talking everybody's going down.
And if you wanted to control the narrative, it's very easy. That's why, I think for a lot of people who are younger, Iraq WMDs, that was kind of like the last, the last sort of.
It actually made me
time
macaroni salad.
Where just a lot of people said,
well, I can't wait to eat it.
The government says there's WMDs in Iraq, and I guess we gotta.
But everybody was saying it.
Everybody's saying it. There's no right because those other you might be able to find.
I missed the WMDs.
That's why. I think for a lot of people who are younger, Iraq WMDs, that was kind of like the last, the last sort of time where it worked, where just a lot of people said, well, if the government says there's WMDs in Iraq, I guess we gotta.
But everybody was saying it.
Everybody's saying it. There's no right because those other
That's the last time it worked.
Find like a certain AM radio host who was around at the time, who would probably be speaking out against that. But that was probably it, right? There was no other form of mass media. We don't even use that phrase anymore, by the way, mass media, because everybody through social media has the capacity to be mass media. Think about that. That's interesting.
Iraq WMDs was the last time that worked like that. I don't think I understood what he was. Whatever. I'll just keep going.
Time, who would probably be speaking out against that, but that was probably it, right? There was no other form of mass media. We don't even use that phrase anymore, by the way, mass media.
Maybe I'll chop this up too. I didn't hit record, but
has the capacity
I might chop this up, put it out as a video.
That. That's an interesting point.
Yeah.
Everybody,
I think it's worth paying attention to.
You know, we do that new vlog. We use a lot of our phones.
Right?
To film.
I'm not a fucking foreign policy expert. I'm not a journalist. I'm not an economist. I'm not any of these fucking things. But the human problem, the human question is the thing I always talk about. And yes, I'm sorry, the pop YouTuber guys are going to be paid attention to quite a bit for my type of ideas, the type of thing that, like, to be able to sell a narrative, to be able to sell flip-floppy type logic and get away with it. It's like, huh? Like, I'm looking at Tim here and his audience is behind me. I go, so what's your fucking problem?
Well, what, me?
Not you. I know what you're about. These guys back here. What's your fucking problem, guys? So, yeah.
Just saying, guys. Just saying.
Here we go.
People probably don't realize we have good cameras and then we just use phones.
I always say the greatest journalist of 2016.
I'm struggling
was,
for money.
I can't wait for those videos.
The guy who was a firefighter on his day off on 9/11, who decided to go to the memorial and then got that video of Hillary passing out when everybody in the world said that it wasn't happening. But what did he do? He had the wherewithal and he had the mental preparedness to say, I'm going to turn my camera, I'm going to film this, and then, right? Of
course.
And this is the spark.
They do that too, where they perpetuate each other.
The spark of the turn of history. I'm going to upload it.
Here we have an article from the Daily Mail.
Where they perpetuate each other. They're all full of shit, but they perpetuate each other. Yeah.
Antifa is on the rise. Today we have a tweet from Andy No.
There it is.
I'm not mainstream. See, look, I'm independent. And I cover independent journalists. Andy No, independent journalists.
Go on, bro. Like, use your human senses. You tell me nothing's wrong. Tell me that's fucking normal. There we go. Say the least.
Happening, but what did he do? He had the wherewithal and he had the mental preparedness to say, I'm going to turn my camera, I'm going to film this, and then, right? And this is the spark of just history. This is the spark of the turn of history. I'm going to upload it to my Twitter account, and then somehow, and you only had a couple thousand followers, but it was enough that it generated more and more, and then it became. I really do think that was the day she lost the election.
You're saying that they want to call their punch and think about everything Biden.
That was the day she lost the election? The video when she fell down while going into a van? Puss. I mean, that could be just a cheeky statement. I'll give him that. That could just be a cheeky statement. Like, this sounds smooth when I said it, when I think about it in my head, even though it sounds absolutely incorrect. Yeah, here we go.
I'm going to
Puss me
upload it
up.
to my Twitter account.
Puss in Boots.
And then somehow, and you only had a couple thousand followers, but it was enough that it generated more and more, and then it became. I really do think that was the day she lost the election.
You're saying that they want to call their punch and think about everything Biden's been doing. It's not just saying civil war over and over again. It's that, you know,
You've been
FBI
doing
comes
that.
out and says you're in a position, catch the extremists and your family and your friends.
Yeah.
We've got the FBI saying white supremacists are the biggest threat.
You respond
They're
to it,
saying
but
these
without
things
saying
over and over and
names.
over again, even
But
though it's
without
not backed up
saying
by any
names,
real
without saying
data
there's
or
no
any real
repercussions.
news. Because you
You know,
repeat the
some
lie
people
enough, people
say-
start to believe it's true. But they're planting the seeds.
Right, and
So
then
if-
you've
if-
also got, and
if
you
an-
can see this in
I know
in
I do, but,
the documents
I
that
have
are
different
coming out from
intentions,
DOJ
but-
and all this. they've got people
Trying
in
to
Facebook chat
inform
rooms.
you.
They've got people in Telegrams. They've got informants all over the place. It just came out. BuzzFeed, of all people, BuzzFeed just said that the Michigan plot had 12 FBI informants involved.
What, 17 people?
Right, 12 FBI informants.
So here's what happens. A year from
And
now,
that's BuzzFeed. That's not like, you know.
a year from now, something happens and they'll be like, see?
Yeah, don't let me get famous. Don't let me get
Yeah,
famous.
right. Like a year.
Because I'll make
goes
fun
by,
of you
and
too.
They're just waiting like any one day, and these 365.
I'll call you out and make
It's
fun of
essentially,
you.
you know, I'll put it this way.
event
I'll put it this
relative.
way. Do you remember the Simpsons episode where Homer, it turns out he hasn't paid his
I think if
taxes?
these
so they
guys
ask him
debated
go
to a
undercover
Vosh or
on his
TYT,
friend.
and
then
pretty
so
much
they
publicly
put a
admit
wire
they
on him.
agree on
and
all
it's
the
like
Warhawk
Steve
stuff.
Box on his
Yes.
shirt, and he's walking around Moe's, and he says,
That happened at Bloomed. I know Destiny isn't. Is he? Is he affiliated with TYT? I don't know, but you might as well be, as far as you know, all the stories and shit that he'll fall on, you know, whatever side of. Him and Destiny had a conversation about the Syrian war, right, and the chemical attacks. And he's like, you're not like one of these crazy far leftists that blah 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 blah. That you know, conspiracy theory that Assad didn't gas those people, right? No, we're both in agreement on that. Destiny, we're both on the same team on that front. Like, I don't know, someone who knows Jimmy should probably send him that clip and see what Jimmy does about it. I'd be curious. You have a platform that's bigger than TYT. Let's be real. Tim Pool is bigger than TYT. The subscriber count is lower, but does TYT have 30,000 people watching them? Not even fucking close. So, the only time they'll have 30,000 people watching is when they do a farewell video. Like, okay, we're leaving YouTube, guys. We heard your voices. You guys don't like us. We're leaving YouTube, okay? Then they'll have fucking 50, 60,000 people fucking watching them. But their normal news show, no, they're not pulling these numbers. So there you go, Jimmy. You have every reason, every excuse to. You have a guy who's a flip flopper on ideas, who sells the Syria narrative, who ignored a story about Julian Assange. You've been complaining about that too, right? All the things you care, forced to vote. I don't even think they even really like care or cover that. I don't even think so. And he calls himself on the left. Center left. So you have all ducks in a row. No offense to the duck. You have all your ducks in a row right there, Jimmy. Here's your guy. Let the world know about him. Guess what? You guys have audience crossover too. You do. But wonder if he would approach it the same way. Would Jimmy approach Tim the same way he does TYT? Would he? Oh, he's got to insult him first. But Timmy's been on his knees for Jimmy. So, what does Jimmy do in that scenario? Does he rant and rave about someone selling CIA talking points about a war that your buzzsaw friend covered? Locks versus Dipset, who you got August 3rd? Oh, they're doing one of those music battle things? For me, it's Dipset. As a fan, I'm going Dipset. I like the Locks too. Wait, does D-Block count with that? Or they're just going... D-Block, like their songs as D-Block does not count? If their songs as D-Block doesn't count, then it's Dipset all fucking day. Huh? Fox is Fox basically, if you add a couple guys. So, I don't know. If they count them the same, then it'd be a lot closer, but. This is D-Block, the mighty, mighty. What's up, Donald Duck? Speak of the duck, and he shall appear. Red suit.
I'm the duck. I'm the duck. It was me.
All right, here we go.
He says, "So, you guys committing any crimes right now?"
I could have made 8
they're
videos out of
they're
this.
like, Homer, do you mean
section
like
we
the
watched.
time that you were counterfeit, trying to counterfeit money? And
Yeah.
Boo's like, no, I mean like stuff that involves you. You know,
That
you know.
time, like, and then they give more examples.
Yeah, and,
like
and,
that
and
time
it
you
is,
went-
and I think Mo has like a killer whale in the back room or something, and all these Japanese guys, and he's like, get rid of it, get out of here, guys, get out of here. Right?
That's what the Democrats.
What's up, Mariana?
Right, so that's I mean it you know, and I laugh, but it's that's kind of what's going on right now.
You know-
is that you have a solution in search of a problem. By the way, this is something that I saw in the intelligence community when I was in there, that as the war on terror was wound down, you had all of these, you know, they would say capacities, right? You had all of these teams, you had all of these special operations forces, you had all of these super high-powered intelligence programs, collection programs, all designed to what? Protect America from terrorism, right? But as the war on terror is winding down, you have all of these capacities, right? You had all of these teams, you had all of these special operations forces, you had all of these super high-powered intelligence programs, collection programs, all designed to what? Protect America from terrorism, right? But as the war on terror is winding down, you have all of these toys, right? And yet you don't have any authority to use them anywhere. So you have to say, well, and you have all these people who have joined saying, hey, I need to defend the country. I've been told we have all this Gucci hardware, these Gucci programs. I've gone to this training, I've gone to that training. What do you mean I can't go kick down some doors? What do you mean I can't go after somebody? I've got to go after someone. There's got to be somebody out there, right? When you are a hammer, you view everyone as a nail, right? And so you have a supply and demand problem when it came to what? Terrorism. And now they are trying to...
Or you accidentally leave the weapons in Iraq as you're exiting Iraq, and ISIS picks them up. You accidentally leave brand new Toyota trucks for ISIS to take over and mount guns on and make music videos with them. Bosch versus Tim Pool, they both talk fast while spewing nonsense. Who do you think could do a better job debating us to hate China and spread war propaganda? Bosch. This is not even close. Tim Pool will be ended in 5 minutes. Tops. Tops. Bosch knows how to wiggle around and do things. He can verbally debate and shit. He can't do that. Pool can't do that. He's fucked in the first 5 minutes. I don't even have to talk. Like, he could be like, this is about China? I could just turn it into a different topic in seconds. Like, immediately. Like, if I... You got this entire story wrong over here, so why should I trust you on this? Bosch stands behind his, whatever you want to call it, neocon, CIA talking point content. He stands behind it and will find a way to argue for it. Like he did with Jimmy's Dick Rider. Yeah. Jason Danny Boy Tinkle. Here we go.
Go after someone. There's got to be somebody out there, right? When you are a hammer, you view everyone as a nail, right? And so you have a supply.
That's what
and
it was. It
demand
was a mistake.
when it came to what? Terrorism. And now they are trying to turn that on its head and say the biggest terrorism threat is not overseas anymore. It's right here behind every blade of grass.
But I think that has a lot to do.
Yes, it is. And they've been doing that. Especially, like, what do you think the Patriot Act was? You think that was for the Middle East? That was for domestic people. Let's be real about this. Journalists being spied on. Remember fucking Amy Goodman, just randomly arrested. Just like clear journalist on her shirt, not even in the crowd anywhere, like standing from the crowd, watching the crowd, getting arrested for shit like that. Also, like I used to watch a lot of Democracy Now! Back then. Right, her not being lit into countries, or being like severely like patted down, all that shit at the fucking airports. Like, we need to go to this back room, and I need to really pat you down. Okay, take off this, and this. Come on, bro. See, they had all this extra technology laying around. They didn't know what to do with it. So once the war on terror, winding down, it's still going on, by the way, kind of strongly going on. But it's not in the news as much. So I guess it wound it down. Right. There's nothing going on more in the Middle East or Africa or anything like that. There's nothing going on, Yeah. It's like, or the mainstream media just doesn't cover that anymore, so we say it wound it down. And these guys, since it wound it down, they had nothing to do, so they're like, everything's a nail because they're hammers and stuff, and we'll use it on our own people. And that's what and they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it by using it on Trump supporters. They're gonna use it on Trump supporters. Because the left are in control of these things. Trump wouldn't do that, though. He would never do that. Or any other of these right-wing fucking goons. None of these right-wing goons would ever do anything like that. My God. He's like, what the fuck? That fucking Soleimani thing happened. Like, he's saying it's winding down. It's unreal. And to say we weren't being surveilled and all this shit, all these, things they were doing against people, that they were doing domestically. To say that wasn't happening, oh my God. To say, like, they got bored. They didn't know what to do. Like, who am I supposed to fight now? What doors do I kick in? I know what we'll do. How about Timothy fucking McVeigh, bro? Are you kidding me? This is unreal. Because someone heard that and just said, yep, I agree. Unreal.
When it came to what?
Terrorism. Every time I watch this
now
show,
they are trying to
my mind is wrecked. My
that
mind is
on its
wrecked
head
every
and say
time.
the biggest terrorism threat is not overseas anymore. It's right here.
Yeah,
behind
he's a real
every
one.
blade of grass.
But I think that has a lot to do with the midterms and with Donald Trump running again. They will by any means necessary stop Republicans and Trump from winning.
That's a lot of collateral damage.
Yeah.
Overseas anymore. It's right here behind every blade of grass.
But I think that has a lot to do with the.
Remember, what was it, San Bernardino? Remember all that shit? Terrorists are here domestically. Remember Bill O'Reilly? Protesters get out of the streets. Get out of the streets because a terrorist attack could happen again. And if they're busy worrying about you damn lefty protesters, they won't even be able to stop the terrorist. They're already here. I'm sure I could. My God. Exactly. Both Red Sea and Winky Dinks. Alternative media doesn't even cover war. They cover themselves. Fucking annoying. The killing of the Iranian general should have been the waking point for the Trump supporters. Sadly, it wasn't. And a lot of young people, well, a lot of them could have been fake accounts on Twitter. Hashtag World War III. Here's me when World War III happens. I'm like drinking a fucking smoothie or something. Or them like looking at the window, or them tripping downstairs or whatever. Random gifs and shit. Like, wow. That's where we're at. Boy, I hope those are a lot of bot accounts. That was for, yeah. I forgot what it was about, but instead they just posted pictures of their pets. Probably stock footage. Here we go.
To turn that on its head and say the biggest terrorism threat is not overseas anymore. It's right here behind every blade of grass.
But I think that has a lot to do with the midterms and with Donald Trump.
Essentially saying
they will by any means necessary stop Republicans and Trump from winning.
That's a lot of collateral damage.
Yep. To do with the midterms and with Donald Trump running again. They will by any means necessary stop Republicans and Trump from winning.
That's a lot of collateral damage.
Now, for me, with Jack Puss, like, I would question if he heard that statement and didn't push back on it. That would already be question enough for me. Like, okay, get him the fuck out of here. There's no way you just heard that. Yeah, it's a Democrat problem. Like, what? By the way, Tim has had a guy on blatantly telling him that Trump is following the Bush plan in regards to the Middle East. The Middle East in general. Of counterterrorism instead of counterinsurgency. Unreal.
Yep.
You think that they would do that?
Right now, they're hanging on to power by a hair. They have the Senate only by the tiebreaker.
We need to get
vote,
the Republicans
and
back
they
on
have,
to stop
11 votes
war.
in the House, I think. So
It's close, yeah.
It's close. So 2022 comes up. I mean, look, we saw Republicans win safe Democrat districts in 2020. This could be
He
the
always puts a
Republicans taking
smile
back
on
the
his
House.
face
And as
when
I
he
said,
does
the
it.
Republicans, they won't, but they shouldn't
Swagway.
impeach Joe Biden for all of
Now I don't know how to say your name, but I'm
Look,
saying it that way from
if
now
they
on.
could impeach Trump over
Swagway.
a phone call with Ukraine, we got way more than that about Joe Biden
Are these
with
states
Ukraine
really united?
and Mexico and all the other garbage he did with his son Hunter. But the Republicans get that House. They can start filing subpoenas. They can do what the Democrats did. Now, the Democrats aren't
You
going
mean
to
the government? Yeah.
Not to mention the Republicans
Mostly.
probably wouldn't do it anyway because they're really
Creepers we
really
see all the time,
weak.
these politicians.
But the
Yeah, they're
Democrats don't
united.
want
Well,
to
that
lose
kind
power.
of that all
Like against
depends
you
on
and shit.
which Republicans end up winning these primaries. That's why
That's
the
true.
primary
Seems that way.
fight is so big right now. And you look at some of these states, not only in the House races but in the Senate races, where because Republicans know they have a very good chance of taking back the Senate. That's why you've got stuff that's heating up in Missouri, in Arizona, in
What's up, Gray
Ohio.
Walker?
These are all places where people.
Matt,
either
I don't
look
even
at it
think
as a
you know what
potential
you're hearing.
Republican
I
pickup
don't even think
or
you know
a
what you're
government.
hearing here. Like, you were the guy sleeping while Bill O'Reilly was on at 9 o'clock every fucking night, selling the Iraq war. You were the guy sleeping, not understanding why this is important at all. Why these statements are like, what the fuck? Oh my God. Matt has no idea that these guys hire psychologists to sell narratives to get the populace into wars and like to get them to be okay with wars happening and shit like that. Like, Matt has no fucking clue about that apparently, which is why he would be duped by random without any critical thought about it. He heard the thing he wants to hear and he just goes with it.
Republican that's leaving. Wisconsin may or may not with Portman. We're not sure. I know he said that he's not going to run
All right.
again, but actually.
How about you do this, Matt Hunter? Tell me what I was saying.
That he may actually.
Tell me what I was trying to say.
In Wisconsin, but and you've got strong candidates, right? You know, and people are. I'm constantly getting people to say, "Hey, Jack, you should take a side with this guy and take a side with that guy." And I said, "Look, I think there's a lot of strong candidates." And I think I hear a lot of people saying the right things, just like you're saying, that you've got younger Republicans now who are stepping up saying, look, I don't want to just win to say that I won the race. I want to be in charge. In the Texas governor's primary, that's why Abbott is facing some of this stuff, because they're saying, and Abbott, I actually, I not a Texan, but I never thought of Abbott as some kind of rhino. But now you've got people going up against him saying, how come you didn't pass an election law a decade ago? How come you didn't pass this law back then?
If in the midterms enough right populists win and displace neocon and establishment Republicans, then they might actually
Republican breaking Portman. We're not of taking back the Senate. That's why you've got stuff that's heating up in Missouri, in Arizona, in Ohio. These are all places where people either look at it as a potential Republican pickup or you've got a Republican that's leaving. Wisconsin may or may not with Portman. We're not sure. I know he said that he's not going to run again, but actually, I don't know if I'm like breaking news here, but he may actually run for re-election in Wisconsin. But and you've got strong candidates, right? And people are. I'm constantly getting people to say, "Hey, Jack, you should take a side with this guy and take a side with that guy." And I said, "Look, I think there's a lot of strong candidates." And I think I hear a lot of people saying the right things, just like you're saying, that you've got younger Republicans now who are stepping up saying, look, I don't want to just win to say that I won the race. I want to be in charge. In the Texas governor's primary, that's why Abbott is facing some of this stuff, because they're saying, and Abbott, I actually, not a Texan, but I never thought of Abbott as some kind of rhino. But now you've got people going up against him saying, how come you didn't pass an election law a decade ago? How come you didn't pass this law back then?
If in the midterms enough right populists win and displace neocon and establishment Republicans, then they might actually start doing stuff. Imagine if every seat taken is by a Marjorie Taylor Greene or a Lauren Boebert or a Matt Gaetz.
Right. So this
then
is
they
something.
freak out.
This is something where I've got to give credit where credit's due. You look at the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, And the way the squad kind of rose up out of the DSA and rose up out of their sort of talking points, it's almost like what they did is they created kind of like how Major League Baseball has the minor leagues, right? It's sort of like a farm team where people can compete, people can move up their way up in the ranks, and then as they get up into Congress, they then are beholden to all of that stuff that they had to go through when they came up through the DSA. Well, the right doesn't have anything like that. The right has no organizations like that whatsoever. That may be changing, but from this point on, it's just more like it's kind of more of a free for all. But I do see that as a potential model for people on the right or for just people who are populists in general to say, look, we are going to have our own organizations that
follow the Trump rubric.
Maybe have a tenuous affiliation with one side or the other, but what they really serve to do is to credential people, is to bring them up through the ranks, is to give kind of like put them through the ringer, here and there, and then when it comes to actually running, we are going to say, okay, I know who this person is because I knew them from all those years.
So let's go back to.
So premeditatedly, just like these other organizations do, premeditatedly create an organization. You're essentially, out of that group, picking out people that you think should run for whatever office. It's like, then you hear the narratives these guys sell and spin. Like, boy, that's scary. Just like what's happening on the other team. All the narratives you hear about MPP and all that shit. It's like, huh. Do we want them putting out candidates for us? I'm not political, guys, but I'm just saying. Just saying, guys. Please.
Trust that plan.
Here we go.
What the Democrats are doing, or the Biden administration specifically, targeting people with this terrorism, I think it's because that's the point. If it's specifically targeting years. So let's go back to what the Democrats are doing, or the Biden administration specifically, targeting people with this terrorism. I think it's because that's the point. If enough strong Republicans, young, energetic, and
please, Matt Hunter, please tell me you hear that. Please tell me you hear that. And you tell me that it only applies to Joe Biden, Democrats and Joe Biden's administration. Please tell me this has never happened. I beg you. I will replay it for you. Please listen to that and you tell me if that is not a huckster fucking statement.
Say, okay, I know who this person is because I knew them from, all those years.
So let's go back to, what the Democrats are doing, or the Biden administration specifically, targeting people with this terrorism. I think it's because that's the point. If enough strong Republicans, young, energetic,
like the BDS movement, terrorists,
they're going to have tremendous power in the House that could be very, very disruptive to the very flimsy amount of power the Democrats
because Tim Pool didn't report on
threat
it.
They're holding on by. So how do you stop it? Well, you continually say that the Republicans are insurrectionists. They're the problem. They support Trump. This proves it. And they try and do everything.
Once again, Matt Hunter, please. I will replay this. I will replay it. How do you get this to be like for people to be okay with this? Oh, you mention them over and over again, right? Tell them why they're bad and all that stuff. You keep repeating it. Let's hear it. Let's hear this.
Flimsy amount of power the Democrats are, or flimsy thread they're holding on by. So how do you stop it? Well, you continually say that the Republicans are insurrectionists. They're the problem. They support Trump. This proves it.
How do you stop, the Chinese Communist Party from taking over? Constantly talk about them. Talk about the bad things they've done. They have concentration camps. And you repeat it over and over again. You'd have to be dumb. You'd have to be dumb as rocks to not just hear that. It's like really. I'm gonna play it one more time just in case that did not get through. This is the stuff that These are the things I focus on most. The psychology part. This is straight up. We call it reverse propaganda. This is what they're going to do to you, and then you do it to them 5 minutes later. Or you did it an hour earlier. Yeah. Oh, he's trash. There we go.
To the very flimsy amount of power the Democrats are, or flimsy thread they're holding on by. So how do you stop it? Well, you continually say that the Republicans are insurrectionists. They're the problem. They support Trump. This proves it. And they try and do everything in their power to use the government to go after those who might actually upset their power. They want to solidify their power and control. They need one more Senate seat to actually firmly have the Senate. So they're going to demonize in every possible way. And there's a lot of people I know, and you guys probably know people like this, who are just really dumb, don't care about politics, hear it in the background on CNN, believe it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
And they vote.
It is sad to me. So you think that the Democrats are going at this politically, like if we can suppress this insurrection, then we'll stay in office and retain power, but that there's also like a global organization that wants to buy your stuff so that it can rent it back to you, that's using this opportunity?
Well, there's international
like
interests,
culture.
certainly, who want to own things and make money off it. I think of it more like a fire, or rot. It's not like there's one guy who's twirling his mustache going, yeah, like Klaus Schwab. Everyone assumes he's influential for sure. And a lot of these wealthy people, George Soros, are influential, but it's applied pressure. Enough powerful people want a similar thing, and they're applying pressure in a similar direction. And so the fires of that elitism keep burning. So if you have, it's like if you have 10 people.
Please tell me you can start a movement with these two fucking creepy crawlers walking around.
Well,
bro.
they're going to keep funding communists.
Fuck out of here, bro.
Not together as a conspiracy, just because
Freak
7
my
of them
life.
are communists. Eventually, then, the people who have food and money and are reproducing are communists. And then the 3 who support the capitalists or the free market, free enterprise people, they don't have as much success. So then the culture becomes dominated by communism.
It's part of the problem of doing nothing. They say if good men do nothing, that's like worse than evil itself. It's because when you do nothing, then kids are born and they're raised in an environment where psychosis is the norm, like occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan. And so they think it's okay. Like they're twisted. No offense if you were born after the year 2000, but if you didn't see what happened on 9/11, and if you didn't read the evidence about that in the years afterwards and the weapons of mass destruction, and watch the slow
lies.
decline into occupation that the United States has become, it was terrifying. It was it was revolting, and it still is.
Let's talk about where we're at externally, right? So it's not just that the Democrats are terrible with domestic policy. Let me show you the story we got right here from Newsweek. Russia, China, Iran warn U.S. must not intervene in Cuba. That's right. Don't you dare, United States, intervene in Cuba because Russia and China and Iran have said so.
Because Russia would never intervene in Cuba.
Oh, for sure,
There's no history of that.
Remember when the U.S. surrendered to Iran? About 2 years ago? Some small ships were forced to surrender.
Oh,
So-
man, you don't even understand,
Yeah,
bro. You're a baby in this
I was
world.
in the Navy the day
You're a
that
baby
happened,
in the realm of politics.
and seeing that
You are a
image
fucking,
of
like,
my
toddler.
fellow sailors in the same uniform
Go.
that I
Maybe
was
Jared will
in,
cover it one day.
in the Pacific when that happened.
When it's against white
or in the
people, he'll
Gulf,
cover a narrative spinning.
and
The ones you
were
cry
serving
about so
some of the
much?
communities,
Why-
by the way,
why-
so
why is
like,
that any different?
I was like 1 degree moved from some of those guys.
Why is that okay?
And at that time, we were still on edge with North Korea. We're certainly always on edge with China. It would not have taken much to see people I knew or various missions to kind of see myself in that position and thinking that
This is marvelous.
that image, right, of American sailors on their knees with their hands behind their head
To Iran, of all countries.
to Iran, and to not have a Secretary of State and a president who are immediately getting on television or picking up the phone and saying,
Well, this was Trump.
No, that was Obama. That was Obama.
2019 was when we had the surrender.
Which surrender are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure it was 2 years ago.
I'm talking about the one in 2016.
What happened in that one that you're talking about?
2016, that was the one where they were held for a couple of days in the Gulf, and they actually were on their knees, hands behind their heads.
And is the one where you were in the Mediterranean, Tim?
Oh, no, you're right.
Look
right,
at him
2016.
grit his
Yeah,
teeth.
that was
Okay.
January
Yeah.
16.
You're right. Wow.
What was the story, by the way? Were they sailing too close out of international waters?
Dangerous to
Iranian
Americans.
waters?
So there is an island called Farsi Island that's essentially in the middle of the Gulf which so the
Seem to
Gulf is
force
split
a
right now,
negative
right? So
moral value,
there's
telling
international
narratives.
waters, but then
No,
when we get
you're
into,
you're
what
putting it
countries
into a
call their
vacuum, bro.
economic exclusion zone.
Without
That would essentially be considered.
like I said, you're a baby in this realm.
Iranian waters. However, this island,
Go study this thing we call
which is in
context.
the middle,
man.
is an Iranian island, so they have sovereignty over that. So there is an EEZ around that island as well. And their ship, I believe, in the official report, it came out they actually ran out of fuel because the junior officer on there didn't actually calculate the fuel that they would need for the journey. They were going from the northern Gulf all the way down to Bahrain. And they didn't compute it correctly, et cetera, right? It's supposed to be the swing, and then you go around the island, run out of fuel, drift into the waters, get picked up. They say, hey, you're invading our waters. And they say, oh, excuse me, this is just, it's a big mistake. It's huge understanding. Nope, this is U.S.
All right, guys, we're almost done with this.
But you look at the response.
It's fucking hilarious to me, though.
This is why when you said it was Trump, I said, no. If this was, imagine Trump on Twitter, right? If the IRGC, if the Iranian Revolutionary Guard had picked up some of our sailors and even considered getting close, right? This is Trump, by the way, who actually did just straight up murk an Iranian general, like the leader of their force, the Quds force, which is like it's kind of like their SEAL Team 6.
Yeah.
But far beyond that because they're terrorists as well. Obama. I mean, it was we're so sorry. We're so sorry.
What do you think the response from this administration?
Trump was like, yeah, bitch, what? Obama's like, oh, Iran, please. Fucking my God, bro. Worrying. Is that not worrying? You hear that? There you go in a vacuum again.
Beyond that because they're terrorists as well.
Please go tell Franco that.
Obama. I mean, it was we're so sorry. We're so sorry.
What do you think the response from this administration has been following these threats from communists? I mean, Iran, Russia and China, sure. But
you are
what
a
Jen Psaki
baby
said,
in regards to political
Jen
context,
Psaki
Matt Hunter.
refuses to admit communism is the reason behind Cuba's freedom protests. And Joe Biden, others in his administration said it was about COVID. They won't actually confront the issue. They won't actually speak to the
It's
public
communism that
honestly
did
about
it.
What's going on in Cuba?
So this is actually
scared. They're
this is
scared of
actually a
Russia and China.
situation where Biden, who and I'll give him some advice. I don't think he'll take it, but if he wanted to be smart, this is a chance where you could stand up for.
Retzi, he's a good guy
this is
underneath
Monroe
all this.
Doctrine. This is, excuse me, this is the Caribbean. Right, this is nowhere near China. This is nowhere near Russia.
He's just very
this
religious
is our
about
backyard.
Israel.
You don't tell us what we're going to do here, right? That's not how this works.
For some reason, that's
right?
about Cuba.
And that, by the way, that used to be U.S. policy going back. Democrats, Republicans. That was not a partisan issue. That was we are going to pay attention to what's going on in our backyard because it is in our national strategic interest to do so. Right, because that actually matters. That's why Guantanamo Bay
Helps with understanding
is our
abusers.
oldest overseas.
That's for Matt Hunter.
Military installation.
Something tells me he'll ignore it, but I'll put it up here.
Right, I've actually walked those trails where the Rough Riders went in. A lot of that base, you can actually see, kind of walk through the battles that took place during the Spanish-American War. It's kind of amazing just to be able to walk in those footsteps. But for him to not just stand up for being
this is the one we didn't get
the
to
United
play,
States
right?
and act like a great power, right? It really goes to show you that how much that it's almost like the Biden's personal decline almost parallels the way that he's putting America on the path to decline.
Here's the analogy I use. It's like the dad who gets bossed around at work and is feeble, so he goes home.
Talking about this guy's brilliant, bro.
Because she
You
can't
talk
do
about
anything about it, right? Not strong enough to stand up to those who are actually causing us problems. The Biden administration has a really easy.
I know what's funny? Other YouTubers can reach these guys that have decent platforms. They can reach these guys. But they won't do it. These guys are going to float by, bro. You can see it. They're going to fucking float by. You can fucking see it. And other YouTubers, they can get in reach of these guys. These guys are going to float, though. They're going to make it through. They're going to be... Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Easy time of condemning its own citizens. The 75 million people voted for Trump. They're the bad guys. But Russia, China, and Iran, better,
Right,
hold your tongue.
right. If you were walking around the wrong place of the Capitol at the wrong time, and I say this as somebody who was physically there on Constitution Avenue watching as this all took place, right? I knew, and I said this on air on One American News at the time. I said there are going to be people showing up a quarter of the way back or a third of the way back.
Slide a credit card
No
down.
idea. They're just going to walk up and see an open door and say, "Oh, I guess this is open." Or someone's holding the door open.
Cops were holding it open.
I guess I can just walk in, right? You can be held without charge. You can be held, and by the way, held for peacefully, and it's essentially trespassing. What it was doing, right? None
Say
of
you're
the
trying to
rhetoric
play
actually
like
matches
logics against each
in many
other, but
cases with
you
the
are
charges that are going
politically
on.
like a
But
child
held
and
without
don't
bail,
even understand
which
what's
is
being
complete
said.
Gross violation of the Constitution.
Matt, I'm being
You
serious.
can
Like,
be-
you
can
really
have
have
your-
no idea what you're
fired
talking.
From work, you can have your personal funds and your banking or debanked. All that stuff's going on. Entire family in Texas was just arrested.
To say
And
communism
I was
did
looking through the
it
charges. There's not
versus
even a
CIA
including
did
a
it.
minor.
Here's the
A
date.
minor
Here's the
member of
numbers.
family was
Here's the
arrested.
fucking story.
No
Here's all
violent
this.
acts
I
whatsoever.
don't believe you.
So that's Joe Biden when it
Okay.
comes to his own citizens, right? His own constituents.
All right,
and
then you're just saying
we
the
have a
same thing
really
then.
Interesting situation right now where it almost
child.
feels like he doesn't treat those
Peace
people
out,
as
Oz.
if they are citizens of the United States, and he is.
They
their
won't reach
president,
out to
right?
them
It's
and
almost like he
debate
kind of
because
thinks, well,
those
guys are
YouTubers
Trump
have the
supporters,
same
so
audience.
I can treat them differently than I would treat.
Oh,
a
we're gonna do a
regular
crossover
US citizen who don't.
special.
This is what people need to understand in this country. Joe Biden has not been speaking to you this entire time. That's what's
Now,
really
Jack Puss
fascinating.
isn't really
You
like
get
a
these
content
conservatives
creator,
who are
right?
like,
He's
"Oh, I can't
more
believe
of
Joe Biden said that. It's
seemingly
crazy." It's
more
like,
of
"Who's not talking to you?"
Not talking to you.
When Joe Biden came out,
Had
and
the
was
guest
like, "We might need
influencer?"
another lockdown in this country. Texas and Florida
Like
had
he's
already
a
reopened.
expert
He wasn't
guest to
talking
influence
to
the
you, red
audience.
states. When he comes out and says all of these things,
Don't
he
be
is not
surprised if
talking
he ends
to
up
you, he's
on.
talking
Has he been
about
on
you.
Rogan's?
They don't like you. They hate you. And Republicans, conservatives,
He hasn't been.
respected
Don't be
liberals,
surprised if he
political
does end up on
homeless, IDW, whatever you are, you better recognize that
And I was going to say
they
a
look
goddamn
at
thing
themselves as
because they need
the,
Rogan.
the correct,
I need to get on
the
Rogan one day,
mainstream,
so I can't
the
criticize.
appropriate, and anyone who deviates from that
Joe
group
doesn't
is
like
an outside
conflict.
other extremist. So you could be. I mean, this is really what cults and authoritarianism is made of.
I have a great example of this.
Yeah.
And it's not Biden, and this is why what makes it so perfect. It was Lina Wen, who is that
Liana Wen.
I was on to Wen Lina. 就是的呢. And so she's a CNN. I think she's
Leave her alone.
medical,
Your
medical
basketball
analyst,
American
right? She's
body
actually the
hurts
former
Matt's
president of
critical
Planned
thinking
Parenthood. He
skills.
never mentioned that, right?
Yeah.
But she has this comment, and it's so illustrative of this mentality, and it's so perfectly
Fight them commies. Ben Franklin.
defines what you're talking about, because she says, we
Oh,
need to
Jesus.
make life harder for the unvaccinated. We need to make there be penalties for them going through this. We need to, and I'm not even talking about necessarily focusing on her vaccine comments.
That's my
but-
bold prediction.
and,
He
which
will
of
end up
course
on
a lot of
Rogan
people talked
one day.
about. They've gone over and again. But when she says we, who is she talking about? When she says we need to do this, I said you're not a member of government. You're not elected to anything. You're a CNN contributor, and yet you're acting as if you have state
What's that other dude's
power
name?
over, and that is why
Dan
I
Crenshaw.
use
He's
this
gonna
term
recommend this
that
guy.
I've
He's
started
gonna get on
putting
Rogan.
into, the colloquial parlance, and eventually I call it the overstate, right? And this it
Kyle
sort of
from South Park.
combines this idea of the sovereignty of the U.S. government, right, and state governments, but also the connection with the media, with academia, with social media, et cetera,
Yeah.
Silicon Valley, Wall Street. This idea that there is. So when she's saying we, like who is she talking about?
The
We?
party.
Right, the party, right, exactly.
Party members.
Anyone
Right.
that will allow
Communist Party.
themselves to be brainwashed in the moment.
Right, who's
It's
we? Who's we,
the
Lena?
American Shadow Communist Party. We'll call it that.
We is a very powerful word, and that it's a cult building mechanism.
Yeah, and I noticed that nobody is bringing that. Who's the party? Right, exactly.
Party members.
Anyone
Right.
that will allow
Communist Party.
themselves to be brainwashed in the moment.
Right, who's
It's
we? Who's we,
the
Lena?
American Shadow Communist Party. We'll call it that.
We is a very powerful word, and that it's a cult building mechanism.
Yeah. And I noticed that nobody is bringing up the fact that she just keeps using it over and over. We need to do this. We need to set these in place.
know,
we need to have these.
when,
why are you saying we? Right, and it's also otherizing because it's we versus you. Right, it's us versus them.
When I listened, when I see the things that Joe Biden is posting, let me see if I can pull up something specific. There's a video I tweeted. Here we go. Biden said, actually, I'm going to play it. I'm just going to play the video. Is it not working? We can't Oh, I muted it. That's the problem. I'm like, why is there no sound coming out? Oh, I turned the sound off.
We do a little technology around here.
Here we go. You ready?
It's no longer just about who gets to vote or making it easier for eligible voters to vote. It's about who gets to count the vote. Who gets to count whether or not your vote counted at
Jewish
all.
deplorable.
So that's only 16 seconds. I don't know the full context, but assuming that is...
I didn't even hear it, really.
It's about who gets to count the vote. Easier.
Here we go. You ready?
It's no longer just about who gets to vote or making it easier for eligible voters to vote. It's about who gets to count the vote. Who gets to count whether or not your vote counted at all.
So that's only 16 seconds. I don't know the full context, but
that didn't even
assuming
make
that
sense
is
as a statement.
Close enough to the context. You know, he's talking about voting laws in Georgia.
The new laws, right?
The new laws. This country is already in divorce. I mean, seriously, when that woman on CNN says we need to do X, she's not calling you we. She's not referring to you, the people who are watching the show. She's saying you're outside this. When Joe Biden says it's no longer about who gets to vote, it's about who gets to count the vote or something to that effect.
What's up, Shro?
He's basically saying it doesn't matter.
Bread
What
and
is he talking
economics?
about?
Oh my
Where's the
goodness.
context of that?
They're claiming Republicans are trying to strip away the right to vote when in actuality it's the Democrats who are doing it.
Okay.
And so he's saying it's
That
not
prop.
just about, paraphrasing,
Well, I
the
gotta
vote.
say,
It's who gets to count it because he's arguing that the Republicans will count it incorrectly.
Can I just say though, I gotta say this, I gotta be clear. We're gonna do a little fact checking around here.
Thank you, Jack.
As I was driving up here, and we're not gonna dox, but we are in a somewhat rural area. I did not see a single FedEx Kinko's on my entire drive here. And Kamala Harris,
Yeah.
I gotta say, I think she's right on this one. No Kinko's, even though they went out of business 15 years ago. Not a single Kinko's.
I'm gonna get food and then we're gonna move on with these videos. I think
She actually said
this
Kinko's.
has been
15 years.
Yeah, well, they were. It's
obvious
FedEx.
enough.
Yeah, so FedEx bought them out. But even still, like she said,
Kinko's.
Kinko's.
Right.
That's like
I think
that's
2 hours was enough time to
We've
notice
had
something.
a lot of people.
So I'm gonna
talk
let this
about
play,
peaceful
and I'm gonna go
divorce in
get
this
food
country,
'cause I'm hungry.
And I'm not a fan because I don't
Then we're
wanna
gonna
see China
move
go
on to
broke.
other videos.
Like, we
Yes.
need American
All right,
unity.
be right
American
back.
Culture. We need to have a strong comeback. But a lot of people have said peaceful divorce.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many presidents do we have right now?
How many
presidents of the United States do we have right now?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, obviously, we have one. We have Joe Biden.
Right, we have Joe Biden. But do you think that there are people who, at this point, just see him so illegitimate that they
Yes.
just don't view him as the president, and they would view someone else?
This is not Biden or Trump. This is 2016 when people said Trump is not my president.
Right.
You
That's
had
exactly where
that
it started.
schism where there were
and
tens
Russia
of millions.
And you can go. By the way, Joe Biden, you have the clip he said there, but there was another clip where he said, that's not how we do things in America. You win, you lose, and then you go on. You don't keep whining about it. And then I'm like, Joe, I'd take 2 seconds and run a Twitter search on his own account, and he says, the 2016 election was interfered with by Russia. They've undermined our democracy.
Yep.
Right?
Pelosi said it.
Right. But it's right in your own words. In your own words, you said essentially that Donald Trump didn't win because of Russia. So you were saying he was an illegitimate president, just months ago.
When Joe Biden, Democrat pundits, CNN begin referring to themselves as we, which excludes you, you need to recognize what that means is happening in this country. Already, it is very obvious that there are two clearly distinct groups. One currently has the power of federal law enforcement, and they are using it to crush dissidents. Like little old ladies. There's that video where the cop opens the door for the little old lady, arrested, charged. Some of these people in solitary. Antifa, free to go. It's very obvious where we're at right now. When Joe Biden comes out and he says, they're basically saying repeatedly, we, not us. And the we is a reference to Democrats and the party members and not anybody who opposes them or any Americans. He is not a president for this country. He is a president for a faction.
You can use the word we for everybody. Like, I think we need decentralized free software social media. And I'm not talking about a group of us. I mean, all humans.
Of course. But when she said we need to make life hard for the people who aren't vaccinated.
Yeah, it's abusive.
Right. In her context, she's referring to we as a select group of people, how they are going to control and punish. She specifically is talking about punitive measures
Yeah.
for, and not even to get into that issue, but punitive measures for people who have decided not to opt into your preferred preference. We are going to take
it's not even that. It's
punitive
that
measures
people,
against them.
There are people who are pro-vaccine who have danced and sang at the advent of mRNA vaccines, who are told by their doctors for pregnancy reasons, for allergy reasons, you are not recommended to get this, and they're saying make their lives harder.
Or as we're now hearing, autoimmune disease that apparently some people have. This FDA announcement.
That's right. That's why I'm so offended by like door-to-door vaccination, because you go to a doctor, they give you a list, you check off. Do you have all? They give you a huge list of ailments, and they're like, check off what you have. Because the doctor looks at it and goes, oh man, we can't prescribe you this antibiotic because you have X syndrome. But a guy going to your doorstep, they're not going through at 7-Eleven, at bars. I don't want to get into that whole debate. The point is, they're not talking about, when she said we, she was referring to a group of people who are ex-governmental or extra-governmental, who somehow have the ability to implement policies and enforcement over everybody else. Who is she or the people on CNN to assert that they have the ability to even enforce non-laws over people who are not part of that group?
Here's the essential truth. They do have that power.
Right.
They do.
They know it.
They do, and when she says that and doesn't get any pushback from any of the, and you can see there's 3 people on at that point, no pushback whatsoever, because they all have that power, because they know they're in the driver's seat, and they know that they are part of, and there isn't a name for it, and that's why I'm coming up with I'm giving this title the overstate, because they know that they are a part of that influence network, right, of those competing interests of these, in many cases, CNN's owned by a multinational company, right? So we know that they are part of that group that is in power, and they know that they can wield that power over others. And in this moment, there's no check. There's no check on that power.
Republicans aren't even involved in the culture war. Who was it? Jesse Kelly, I think, said Democrats won the culture war because they were the only ones fighting it.
So this is I know I'm not supposed to do this, but this is William F. Buckley. This is the problem with his famous phrase. So his famous phrase was, a conservative is someone who stands athwart history yelling stop, right? Well, if you're just someone who's standing athwart history yelling stop, and yet other people are going to say, hey, let's try this, let's go here,
was he insulting conservatives?
No, that was his. That is like his. This is like his most famous quote that's attributed to him.
Who would want to be a conservative,
right? And he's not actually. Now, if you are a conservative, you can say, well, I see what he's saying. We need to preserve institutions and social norms and culture and morality that have sustained us for all these years, et cetera, et cetera. But if that's your tactic, to just sit there and say, stop, we're not going to do any of this anymore, it's like, no one's going to come to your party, man.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to show up.
He's right.
You're not offering anyone
involved in culture war.
He is right. That's exactly what conservatives are, and always have been.
These people that call themselves conservatives.
But he's identified the group.
YellBRo tapped out. He didn't want to hear this bullshit anymore.
A group of people that
just made me hungry.
We're good here, and that's it. They're not fighting. So I don't know.
Right, standing. So you just stand there and
it's just addicting, right? It's hard not to watch this.
I think there's a lot of things in this country that need to change, but I think there's a lot of things that are good. We want to keep the good. It's imagine what these communists are, the overstate, these
like
the party
seeing
members.
something really
They
gross, but
represent
you
a group
just
that
can't
says,
turn away from it.
We got this amazing skyscraper. Let's tear the whole thing down and then live amongst the rubble as we rebuild. Then you have conservatives who are like, the building's fine as it is, stop. And then you've got other people who are saying, we can probably improve this building quite a bit. Let's keep it and get rid of the broken parts and put in good parts.
I like those people. That's how I identify.
That makes the most sense. So I don't identify with those who are like.
But those people that want to,
I just want to, take the bad parts, get rid of them, and replace them with something better.
Like those are just mainstream Republicans now.
But Trump, Trump's an outsider.
So he had to sell the narrative that he's an outsider in the first place, not some fucking neocon. I had to sell him as an outsider. So that now I can tell you, like, we're the outsiders trying to get into we're trying to change the system from the inside. It's working too. And you have the other people, Democrats. Look what the populist right's doing. How'd they do this? We got to do things by getting into the system and trying to infiltrate it from the inside. And like, these are not. Trump is not an accident, bro. Yeah, I understood the context. Redsa. I'm bred to take on those goons, YellBRo. You're buttering me up. Oh my god, now it's gonna be bread jokes.
Like,
this,
burn it
this
down.
is my problem with the way that a lot of people have been going against the CRT debate, the critical race theory debate, which, and don't get me
You know what? I'm gonna stop it there, and we're gonna move on. Oh, it's fucking brilliant, though. Now let's play 9/11, boy. See if he's evolved since
9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job.
Let's see the evolution.
What just happened here?
Congresswoman, I would never lie to you fools. I mean humans. I mean fellow Earthlings.
Are you flirting with me, Mr. Zuckerberg?
I can see why you like her, Benefit.
Oh, it's data, sir.
She's a beautiful woman. I can imagine her running along a beach, waves crashing behind her. The tropical sun gently browning her firm, toned rump. Her nipples hardening in the breeze as her bosom heaves. Her rump.
That's supposed to be Shapiro?
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Alexa, pick up. Hey, it's TV's Ken Jeong.
Sir, that's the president of China, Xi Jinping.
Hey, watch the racial slurs, pal. Hey, there he is, Mr. President. Nice outfit, by the way. Yeah, there's a ghost in here. Took all my clothes.
No.
So when are you gonna pay me the rest?
That is absolutely inappropriate and probably has some basis in reality. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. This is Luke Radowski of WeAreChange.org. A lot of very important news to get into, especially with the populist uprising in France that no one is hearing about, while there's a lot of concerning information surrounding our southern neighbor, Cuba, as violence is becoming more prevalent in that country, and there potentially could be a sinister motive to why we're hearing this protest promoted so much
the same article as Tim. It's weird.
Media. We're going to get into that plus a lot more, but before we do, the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast is part 2 of the Fresh Prez of DC by Kyle Dunningham. He definitely deserves a lot more subscribers than he has right now. The link to the full video will be down in the description below, and his videos are just as masterful as they are ridiculous, and of course not as ridiculous as the US mainstream media that is running headlines like this from The Economist that is criticizing the Italian team for being Italian, with the official Twitter page of The Economist writing that the, quote, most striking aspect of Italy's 26-man squad was that it did not include a single player considered as being of color. Actually, there's one which The Economist missed. They can't even get their basic facts straight, but just wait. Just wait until The Economist finds out about the NBA. I'm going to be waiting patiently for that very important update from The Economist. And we're reaching such an absurd level of reporting. I'm surprised that the color of lightning wasn't blamed for the destruction of a George Floyd mural in Toledo, which was hit by a lightning strike. Now, as the mainstream media focuses on just how absolutely horrible people are because of the way that they were born, and other more actual important news that's relevant to our existence on this planet, we are soon going to be dealing with a huge financial reckoning, as gas prices have already hit record highs, with demand surging and supply chains still being interrupted. All of this as there's the national employee shortage, as inflation is starting to rear its ugly government Federal Reserve created head, as inflation surged at its fastest rate in 13 years, hitting 5.4% in June. Not only the price of gas is skyrocketing, it's also everyday items like bacon, milk, oranges, all of them up dramatically, and all of them will continue to rise dramatically as the federal government plans on more direct intervention, which created this problem in the first place. Now, if you remember, from the early onset of the sickness last year, what I started to talk about was the larger economic consequences that will be a result of the larger government intervention in our economies. I said that this impact will be felt later down the line. It won't be imminent, but it will be profound. And
You are toast
especially
if
when
you
it comes
try
to
to mess
grocery
around
shopping, I
ish.
believe that profound impact is
It must be
here,
prop.
and it will only continue to escalate from here. Now, when the federal government is not busy hyperinflating the dollar, they're also very busy protecting, aiding, and abetting international traffickers of children, as of course they did with Jeffrey Epstein since the 1990s. Today, we are also finding out from the Miami Herald that it was government-connected lawyer Ken Starr that was one of the main actors behind the scenes that was, quote, launching a scorched earth campaign to persuade federal prosecutors to drop charges against Jeffrey Epstein, which they previously did before, and they gave him a sweetheart deal of a lifetime in a secret
Well, they killed him anyways, right?
2008 deal that essentially allowed Epstein to leave jail, continue to hurt children in unspeakable ways, and then
William
go
Barr's
back
still on
to
the
just
case, right? He's
sleep
still
there. Thank you,
doing
Ken
it.
Starr, for being the fixer of a deal
Nothing will
that
probably happen
ended up
because
with more children
not
getting
officer.
hurt, who
That's
of
why-
course used his
why I
political
won't- yeah, he tried.
connections as well as connections at the Justice Department to create such a travesty of injustice. In related travesty of injustice news, we have the latest announcement
any
by
doubt
the
about
French
bro?
President Emmanuel
Not really.
Macron, a former Rothschild banker, that he is essentially creating a form of martial law in his country if people
Rothschild
wouldn't
banker.
do a medical procedure that he wanted them to take and is essentially making mandatory in France. In response to that, French citizens have hit to the streets in massive numbers as they are protesting what is essentially a mandatory medical policy for everyone in that country. There was also massive rioting, a lot of civil unrest. Of course, tear gas, clashes with police, highlighting
Allegedly
a
dead.
significant portion of the population that hit the streets in response
I do not know.
to this draconian totalitarian measures by the French government. Now, I have a lot more to say about this and exactly what the French people are fighting against, but I'm going to have to talk about that on LukeUncensored.com. 50 cents a day. Helps and keeps an independent media journalist alive and well. And if you want exclusive videos with hidden information that actually play without buffering, LukeUncensored.com is the place to go. Also, another reminder for everyone attending our Survival Apocalypse Self-Defense Training course in real life in Manchester, New Hampshire. Make sure to check your emails. There are still few tickets available. It is not too late to sign up. Sign up now, especially if you want to have some fun and an adventure this coming Saturday in New England. Now, the situation in Cuba is absolutely perplexing on many levels. It's also very confusing, and we touched on it lightly just yesterday and had a lot of people responding. Now, again, we're not jumping on any kind of bandwagon here. It's important to understand here that this is an ongoing story and that there's many different layers to this. And even though we predominantly hear two different sides of the stories here, just like most of these stories, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Now, it is very interesting to see the U.S. mainstream media establishment kind of push against the Cuban government over atrocities that they themselves are committing in the United States, as major mainstream media elements have been pushing for censorship in the United States. And now those similar same
realizing
media
you're turning your hand in
organizations
different
are
directions.
crying about how Cuba has blocked social media access to people in that country. It is absolutely ironic to see the mainstream media do this. It is duplicitous. It is hypocritical, especially with the severe amount of political speech that has been censored and blocked here in the United States. Some U.S. politicians' response to what's happening in Cuba has also been very perplexing,
Yeah, I know,
like
Uncle
the
Drew.
mainstream media's response to it, as we had the mayor of Miami suggest that the Biden administration should launch a military bombing campaign on Cuba, saying specifically that this was an option that needs to be discussed as a form of direct intervention to overthrow the current leadership. The Miami mayor specifically talked about the events in Kosovo in 1999, used it as an example of what the United States should be doing, and that is absolutely absurd and ridiculous. The Biden's administration to this has been also very duplicitous, as the head of Biden's Department of Homeland Security just issued a statement warning both Cubans and Haitians that they will not be allowed into the United States, and they will be stopped by American Coast Guard members if they try to flee the upheaval that is currently going on in that country. The Biden administration also announced that they're going to be setting up patrols looking out for, quote, would-be migrants coming from Cuba and Haiti. This is very interesting from the same administration that has essentially kept the southern border pretty much open, but is telling Cubans fleeing a socialistic government that they're not allowed in. There's a possibility that this policy is instituted because many Cubans fleeing from socialism usually don't like socialism. And the Biden administration is a more socialistic government. But also, very interestingly, the Biden administration also issued statements warning the Cuban government to, quote, refrain from using any kind of violence against protesters who have been accused of rioting. The communist state has responded with, now, as we're getting reports of police officers opening fire on, quote, peaceful protesters. There's also news of, quote, anti-government reporters being arrested, people being shot, people being beat, people being dragged away, and obviously top-down centralized governments always have been and will be totalitarian larger police states that by and large always try to squash any form of dissent. And there's allegations that this is happening right now. Always have been and will be totalitarian larger police states that by and large always try to squash any form of totalitarian. Arrested, people being shot, people being beat, people being dragged away, and obviously top-down centralized governments always have been and will be totalitarian larger police states that by and large always try to squash any form of dissent. And there's allegations that this is happening right now in Cuba and also in France. And, you know, legitimately, you do kind of have to ask yourself, why don't the protests and upheavals and civil unrest get as much attention in France as it is right now in Cuba? Well, obviously, the U.S. intel agencies have had a hard-on for Cuba for a very long time. There's a lot of history there. But some people are speculating that this could be a response to Cuba just announcing that they developed their first ever kind of medical procedure for the sickness last year. A medical procedure that is not financed and run by Big Pharma, but their own medical procedure with plans to sell it to Central and South America as a, quote, cheap alternative. Is this the reason that we're hearing about such upheaval right now in Cuba? Well, that right now is still unclear. We don't know for sure, but I think it's very fair to say that the mainstream media narrative that the people are protesting for a medical procedure is absolutely absurd and ridiculous, but this has been what the mainstream media has been running as a narrative, which shows you just how deceitful, controlling, manipulative liars that they could be. And with such lies espoused by the mainstream media, it really makes you wonder if there's an agenda happening here, especially now with 3 world leaders who have died in the last year who refused this Western medical procedure and didn't want to buy it from Big Pharma. The latest of which, of course, being the Haitian president that was just assassinated, with even some Colombian military command calling it a conspiracy. And what happened to the Haitian president is still a wider mystery, which points to, again, a larger conspiracy that happened here. Why did this happen? Why was he taken out? Well, let me know what you think down in the comment section below. I'm going to be talking about this issue a little bit more on Luke Uncensored, where I could talk about this a lot more freely, and I could get into topics that, of course, are too hot for YouTube to even have a...
You just say, what is this? Did he just ask, what does this mean? Tell me in the comment section. I thought he's a journalist guy. What happened? Oh, that was interesting, I guess. I guess that was interesting. I don't know. Leave him a comment. Maybe we'll find Oh, God, Jared Joey. You look at people, you can tell their faces harden. I have no idea what this is about. I'll fucking watch it. Here we go.
the animals all gathered. Now, the animals are also id representations from the Freudian perspective, and the id is the part of your psyche from the Freudian perspective that's animalistic and full of implicit drives, sexual and aggressive in particular, as far as Freud was concerned. And that's because those two drives, say unlike thirst or hunger, are much more difficult to integrate into proper social being and tend to be excluded and left unconscious. And so a lot of Freudian psychology, and I would say psychology in general, is focused on the integration of sexual impulses and aggressive impulses into the psyche. I would also add to that anxiety, because anxiety is also a major problem. Anxiety and negative emotion that's pain-like is also a major problem for people. And so the animals represent those id-like impulses that have to be organized hierarchically before you can become an integrated being in precisely the Piagetian manner, right? Because Piaget would say, well, the child comes into the world with reflexes, and maybe a more modern psychologist would also concentrate on the implicit motivations, and those have to be organized inside the child into some kind of hierarchy of unity before the child can organize him or herself into the broader unity of the state. And that's basically what's being represented here. And so Zazu, the eyes of the king, comes to check out the king, and that's what's his name? What's the king's name? Mufasa, yeah, and he's a very regal-looking person, lion, and he stands up straight and tall, and that means that he's high in serotonin, because serotonin governs postural flexion, and if you're dominant and near the top of hierarchies, you tend to expand so that you look bigger than you could if you shrunk down. And so if you're a low dominant person, you wander around like this so that you look small and weak, and you don't pose a threat to anybody. But if you're at the top, you expand yourself so that you can command the space, and that's why he has that particular kind of regal posture. And if you look at his facial expression, you see that it's quite severe. He's capable of kindness, but he's also harsh and judgmental, and that's what society is like. That's what the superego is like. And what that means is that he's integrated his aggression.
These things are all malleable, by the way. For me, I look at these ideas as malleable. They are not set rules of up and this way is well, nah. Being real with you. It's like typical social conditioning, sure, but that could easily be changed as time goes by. Just replaced with a different form of conditioning. Just saying.
And I've seen this happen in my clinical clients when they come in and they're too agreeable. They look like Simba looks later in the movie when he's an adolescent, and he's sort of like a deer in the headlights. Everything is coming in and nothing is coming out. But when the person integrates their shadow and gets the aggressive part of themselves integrated into their personality, their faces harden. And if you look at people, you can tell, because the people who are too agreeable look childlike and innocent, and the people who, well, a hyper-aggressive person will look, mean and cruel. But
once again, that's part of his sense of the psyche reflecting itself externally, but there's no rules for that. They'd be make-believe rules. They really are malleable. They're not set rules of tougher means this. You look like this when you're tougher because your psyche's tougher. Like, no set rule. That's his fatal flaw that fucks up the rest of his fucking thing. He starts attaching content to this archetypal concept. She's confident. That's why she's skinny. It's like, what? Like, why are you attaching this to, like, those things are malleable.
IMO.
Let's see if that's good. That's still working. So, but I've seen people's face change in the course of therapy, men and women. So, and what happens is they start to look more mature, and it's more like they're judging the world as well as interacting with it properly. Once they
facial expressions, even that's malleable
part of it. It's very, very necessary, and that's part of the incorporation of the Jungian shadow, or the incorporation of the unconscious from a Freudian perspective. But old Musafa there, he's already got that. He's already got that covered. So, and he's capable, like, obviously.
You ever think maybe the Lion King portraying it a certain way condition the person to then reflect this onto their physical attributes? Just saying.
Obviously, he can smile, and he's capable of the full range of expressions, but he's a tough-looking character.
Why is there Will Smith? Aliens. That's an interesting video. Anthony, what have you been doing? Why'd you recommend this? It's interesting, definitely interesting concept, but that definitely exemplifies what I said before about, you know, his whole notion about the Jesus resurrecting thing. Like, oh, and if you achieve some sort of internal blah, 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 maybe you can reflect it physically. And of course, that would mean resurrecting from the dead. Or physical miracles or something. Like, possibly, but it's up to the eyes of the person with that achieved it, right? I would say. And then there's Jared. Some crazy myths we are supposed to believe about blacks. See, Matt, this is why you have no political context for anything, really. He said we were lying about the CIA selling drugs in the United States. That's on, like, mainstream that we were wrong, or that it's a lie or something. Yes. Yeah. Expect him to explain that? He talks a lot more in detail in his latest book about how people's looks change after therapy of learning out of childhood traumas. Sure, that could be hard, but that's not the... Hear that? That's not the, it made a weird noise. I think it was. Tower? I think there's definitely physical reflections. 100%, but, you know, chooser's choice of what these things mean. Like, oh, I've learned this, so now I'm a darker person. Well, how you express that is going to be up to you. Or at least your idea of it already. Usually it's already conditioned, and then later on you make your choices. Right? It could be like, I watched whatever comic book dark hero. I watched Blade when I was younger, and then I'm adopting this as meaning dark. Now I'm in a dark mood, so I look this way. Right? For sure. But how you want to express things, not up to the society. All right. Jared's woofing. I understand Lion King better than you. So much meat. Alright, here we go. Here's more Jared Taylor. Some crazy myths we are supposed to believe about blacks. I'm just going to let it play without critiquing it at all. Just let it play. So I think that might be the only point, is I just play it.
Jared, I'm getting Jared a platform, see?
Here we go. Say some harsh shit, too. I know.
Hello,
I'm sure
Jared Taylor with American Renaissance. Today in America, we're supposed to believe astonishing things about black people. One is that it's only thanks to them that the United States became rich and powerful. Let's try to figure this out. This book The half has never been told. Slavery and the making of American
He fucking looks them out, bro.
calls
He
itself
searches
a groundbreaking history demonstrating
Up,
that
Shadow
America's
Band.
economic
This dude
supremacy
fucking just-
was built on the backs of slaves. The author teaches at Cornell, so he's got to be right, right? And this is the stuff that prompted the New York Times 1619 Project. It aims to reframe the country's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of black Americans at the very center of our national narrative. 1619 was the year the first blacks were brought to Virginia, and they were so crucially important that 1619 should be thought of as the year of our founding, not 1776. Here are the articles from the series, with the one right at the top called America Wasn't a Democracy Until Black Americans Made It One. I bet you didn't know that. We also have cruel prisons, no universal health care, brutal capitalism, and even traffic jams because of slavery. I'm not sure how those things made America rich and powerful, but somehow, I guess they did. Blacks were never more than 20% of the population, and from the 1920s to the 40s, they were less than 10%. But the whole time, they were sweating away, making America rich and powerful. They're now 13% of the population, but I see no evidence that they are making us economically supreme. If slavery made us all rich, here are the people who did it. But look at this. It's a map of the slave trade that shows where the slaves went from 1500 onward. What became the United States imported just 400,000 slaves, about 3% of all of the slaves that crossed the Atlantic. The British Caribbean islands alone imported 11 times as many. And look at Brazil, stuffed with slaves. If black slavery was such a bonanza, why didn't those places become superpowers? Did white Southerners have some kind of unique genius for making slaves productive? No. In fact, American slaves were just about the least productive because they were looked after from the time they were babies and then kept into old age. Most of those millions of slaves that went to the Caribbean and Brazil were grown men who were worked to death. The owners didn't have the expense of children or old folks. And what about black countries? If Africans are so immensely productive, why is every black country a mess? Are black people immensely productive only when white people are around to tell them what to do? And another little problem. There are half a dozen countries in Europe that have a higher per capita income than the United States.
This is where you get your
And
lot.
Australia
Are
and
you
Canada
Jared?
aren't far behind.
I wonder if
They
Matt
didn't have
Hunter's
black
actually
slaves.
Jared Taylor.
However did they manage?
Oh, get my video scene.
The truth is, slavery tied the American South
the
to
same type of
agriculture and
logic,
kept
though.
it from industrializing. And even today, the blackest places in the United States are always the poorest. The United States became rich and powerful despite slavery. There's another crazy thing we're supposed to think about blacks. Even though they are wonderful, hardworking, productive people, they are strangely vulnerable to whatever is meant by racism. It's not good enough for whites to stop discriminating. That's what people thought back in the 1960s. Back then, the solution was to be
On
colorful
average,
and
right-handers
treat
go harder
everyone
than
the same.
left-handers.
How silly they were. Now we
That
know,
means right-handers
as the
go
Atlantic
harder.
explains,
Like
that
now.
colorblindness is counterproductive. There's a whole book called Colorblind Racism, which explains that it can perpetuate inequality and violence. Just trying to treat people the same was good enough for Asians, but for blacks, it perpetuates inequality and violence. We now know that even silence is violence to blacks. It's like sicking police dogs on them. Or is it that black people shoot each other because whites are silent? I forget. But it's clear that terrible things happen if we aren't constantly trying to change the world for their benefit. Here, a white woman writing for Forbes explains, white women, 3 ways to sustain anti-racism as a lifelong commitment. A lifelong commitment is more than a lot of women give their husbands these days. She writes that being anti-racist
What did I just hear? I have to
requires
rewind
a lifetime of confronting. She writes that being is more than anti-racism as a lifelong commitment. A lifelong commitment is more than a lot of women give their husbands these days. She writes that being anti-racist requires a lifetime. 3 ways to sustain anti-racism as a lifelong commitment. A lifelong commitment is more than a lot of women give their husbands these days. She writes that being anti-racist requires a lifetime of confronting our privilege,
divorced and just set him off the rails.
interrogating our whiteness, and following the leadership of BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. And here is a genuine BIPOC lady herself, Tatiana Mack, telling white people, we need you to do all you're doing today, tomorrow, and until the end of time. Black people need us until the end of time. The people who made America rich and powerful will never make it on their own. I tell you, this stuff is profound. We have made other remarkable discoveries. You may have heard that black people commit crime at higher rates than anyone else. Now we finally know why. It's right here in the New York Times. Police can't solve the problem.
Big town too.
They are the problem. The authors, both black, write, the reality is this: the police fill prisons. Stop investing money, power, and legitimacy.
I can't even describe my level of entertainment.
And here's another lady who's got it figured out. Ash Lee Woodward Henderson. She says, when we say defund the police, we really mean it. She says the police criminalize blacks and their culture. So the solution is simple. Fire all the police officers and give the money that you've saved to black people. People are wondering why people in my neighborhood do harmful things to each other. It's because they're desperate. It's because we're not actually investing in the things that would give them what they needed, so they didn't need to break the law to get it. Well, I wonder what they were breaking the law in order to get in Chicago just last week to produce this headline. Chicago's most violent weekend of 2021. 104 shot, 19 of them killed, 13 kids among the wounded. I guess they were so desperate that they had to shoot children in order to get food and shelter.
He's such a dishonest
some
little
of the crazy
bro.
things we were
It's
once
so funny.
supposed to believe have finally
He's absolutely
been
dishonest.
Do you remember when it was all the rage to claim that the ancient Egyptians were
Okay. Oh wait, I'm not positive.
black, and that Napoleon's men blew the nose off the Sphinx because they couldn't stand a black face looking down at them? In 2017, scientists were able to extract and study the ancient DNA of Egyptian mummies from 1300 BC to 30 BC. The result? Instead of finding that ancient Egyptians were more African, we actually found them to be almost zero, or much less sub-Saharan African than the population that live in Egypt today. But don't worry, the myth lives on. There's something larger than life
Why do
about
you need
black
this to
people,
be?
isn't there? A mythic quality.
Hey, what's your point?
That must be
It's
why
all
there
true.
are 2 national holidays just for black people. MLK Day and now Juneteenth. Nobody else gets that treatment. Well, is it to thank them for making our country so rich and powerful? Or is it because they gave us democracy? Or is it to boost their self-esteem so they'll try to get off welfare? As I say, this stuff is profound.
He
Thank
calls
you very
that
much.
science.
Please be sure to
He
subscribe
calls
to
it
this media
science.
channel.
Is
Also,
that
I invite you to
Hunter?
visit
He calls it science.
amren.com.
Unreal.
You find
He calls it
videos,
science.
podcasts, articles,
What's up,
discussions,
Alec?
I think a lot of things that will
He
interest you.
calls it science.
But especially, thanks again. for
Unfucking real. That was it? Alright. Oh my god. Airballs. What do we got here? Dave's comp. Yep, not playing that. Sorry. Shorter one. I'll play this. Walden 2.
Rogers and Jamnik, two young men returning from service at the end of World War II, stopped by the office of their university professor called Professor Burris to ask if he knows anything about a man named Fraser and the new society Fraser is trying to build. Burris remembers that Fraser was a classmate of his in graduate school, one with radical ideas and a distaste for the establishment. Burris sends a letter to Fraser to inquire and immediately receives an invitation from Fraser to visit the community. Burris agrees to take time off from his academic duties to accompany Rogers and Jamnik on a visit to Walden 2, the new experimental community developed by Fraser. Upon their arrival at Walden 2, they are greeted by Fraser. Over the course of their 3-day visit, they are given a tour of Walden 2 and a taste of what it's like to live and work there, as well as listening to some lectures from Fraser about the planning that lays behind the community. The population of Walden 2 is about 1,000 people, all of whom seem to be healthy and happy. They live in communal dwellings, eat in common dining spaces, raise their children in a communal nursery, and grow and build much of what they need. The standard workday lasts only 4 hours or less, and no one is paid wages, because nothing at Walden 2 costs money. How does Walden 2 achieve its survival? Through a science of behaviour. The idea put into action is that human behaviour can be positively reinforced through changing and arranging different kinds of behavioural reinforcers in the environment, and doing away with the punishment of behaviour. From an early age,
Matt,
members of
I'm
Walden 2
smarter
are
than you.
reinforced to lead
Now what?
productive, healthy lives in a communal
Now
environment
what?
where everyone's basic needs are met and natural curiosities are satisfied through the encouragement of developing art, learning new things,
on average,
socialising
so.
with others,
Yeah, but I'm smarter
and
than you.
developing new
But on
ideas
average.
that positively contribute to the
Me, Jordan, is
community's
smarter than you.
success. In line with its basis in science and technology,
smart, street
Walden 2
smart,
is
all
an
of it.
inherently
You
experimental
lose.
community.
Have better
If there is
information than
evidence
you.
that a new
Like, you're
social
losing
practice will
everywhere.
increase happiness and health, it is immediately
Triggered.
implemented and
All
its
you have?
consequences are carefully
Yeah.
monitored. If a piece of technology reduces labour time and alleviates
Tutankhamun
boring,
wasn't black.
repetitive tasks, it is also
I'm not
implemented
Tutankhamun, so what does that
and the
do with me?
results are monitored. Each of the visitors responds to the community differently. Castle, a lecturer on philosophy who visited the community at the same time as Burris, Jamnik and Rogers, finds it abhorrent. He spends the duration of the visit arguing with Fraser about the feasibility and desirability of a community like Walden 2. Burris, on the other hand,
I have no idea. This
finds
is about a
himself
book,
somewhere
right?
in the middle. He is
Walden
skeptical
2.
that such a social system could work, but he finds
Heard it
Fraser's
mentioned.
arguments compelling, and he cannot discount the evidence of success in what he has witnessed during his visit to Walden 2. Jamnik and his partner Mary are both convinced that this is the life for them. They decide to stay at Walden 2. Rogers too is convinced, but his partner Barbara is not.
His
and he
video is about
grudgingly leaves
paradise.
Walden 2 with her
Don't you
at
see
the end
Emerald
of their
City right
visit.
there?
Burris is torn, but decides to return to his academic life. However, at the train station, he suddenly realizes that he would rather try
So
life
Larry
at Walden
Bird
2
proves that whites
for
are
whatever
just
it's
as
worth
good on
than go
average
back
as
to the
black.
university. So he walks back to Walden 2 and begins his new life there.
Good is like a different connotation, bro. The judgment call. Everybody plays different roles, what they're good at. Basketball. Some are high IQ guys, some are athletic beasts, some are heavy balance. He's okay. Chris Paul's a higher IQ player than Larry Bird. So is Magic. But Larry could fucking shoot the basketball. Better than both of them. That accuracy, but get over. And obviously you gotta have intelligence too. Not be as athletic, but also put up fucking 25 points a game. Oh, it's almost like I broke him down as an individual in his own individual game. You know, meanwhile, you have a dude like Patrick Connaughton, athletic freak, who's a white guy on the Milwaukee Bucks right now. He can also shoot threes, but he's not as high of an IQ player as Larry Bird. He's also smaller than Larry Bird. Larry Bird was like 6'8" or some shit. So, damn, even when you bring up basketball, I'm smarter than you. What are you smarter than me at, Matt Hunter? Besides Jared Taylor content. We'll see how many things I know versus Make it a contest, and we will be the deciding factor for our races. Anthony, you want to jump in as a Latino? Allie, you can jump in as half Ashanti. Shadow, you can jump in as Orale. Prop, I've never read that book. There's a movie, I've never seen it. Don't really know. I've heard it mentioned by Tessarian many times. B.F. Skinner. But as you guys know, I don't read books. So.
Ashanti.
Well, I guess you can ask the question about
Utopia. Is utopia possible? Is it? Of course it is. We're living in it, you know.
Big claw, clever duck, a wisecracker. What was he? A behaviorist, right? F. Skinner, a behaviorist. I don't know. Is utopia possible? Maybe I'll ask that in the Discord. Try to keep it like condensed. I know how chaotic it gets, but I'll give you guys a free heads up. Utopia is possible. That's what I'm going with. But it might not mean what you think. It may not be might not be Pleasantville with everything in black and white. Might be a lot more messy. Beautiful messy. What was my next video? I'll play this. TR3B. I think that's the triangle looking thing. Triangle or pyramid looking spacecraft.
Real footage.
Oh, what the fuck? There's no way that's real. This dude would have been black bagged and put in a cell for the rest of his existence. Thank you, Caitlin. Cancel Nelson Mandela. Now listen up, kids. Yeah. Bro. That's just hilarious. If you've never seen Chappelle, Nelson Mandela skit, please go watch it. Fucking hilarious. Woman protests outside of Texas brewery. Accuses it of being satanic cult in viral video. Looks like she's smiling the entire time, so I don't know. Nightwave? Nightwave. Check it out. Here we go. I'm gonna get to that valuetainment video. I'm curious about it.
The word lolcow loses its fucking meaning. I just want you to know that. We live in the age of revenge porn and pedophile YouTubers and literal rapists making Twitch streams for kids and gamers, like, and fat people that are eating themselves to death, and retards, and, you know, autistic people, you know, and all this other shit. I feel like you don't know what lolcow means.
Somebody super chat me, pot awful's coming at me. Don't wanna get a face full of bread. I was looking like a louse with the pointer of his mouse, drawing trails of the hair, leaving my head. Well, the Spurs start chatting and they don't stop chatting. Mods try to ban them, but then they just at me. Didn't make sense not to buy a gun. I can't shoot straight when I'm having fun. So much to vape, so much to drink, so what's wrong with taking a selfie? I'll never know cause I'm not aware. I'll never regrow all this hair. Hey now, you're a law cow, turn your stream on, get paid. Hey now, you're a fat goon, your wife left you, get played. And all my listeners are old, all of them will die from Chinese cold. It's a mean place.
Oh, what
and
the
they say
fuck
it
am I
gets there.
watching?
Andy used magic but sounded like a beaner. But trolls online saw my dinner. Plate of chicken tenders in my Twitter picture. This nice fat steaks not making me thin. My pasta's getting cold so I better hit the gym. My globe's on fire, info wars. Alex didn't like it and now he's fucking bored. Hey now, you're a law cow, turn your stream on, get paid. Hey now, you're a fat goon, your wife left you, get played. And all my listeners are old.
Jesus
All of them will
Christ.
die from Chinese cold.
They're cyberbullying me to death. They're cyberbullying me to death. Bada bing, bada boom, baby.
I'm guessing there's guys that don't like this dude.
Hey now, you're a law cow, turn your stream on, get paid. Hey now, you're a fat goon, your wife left you, get played. And all my listeners are old, all of them will die. Somebody once laughed at my fat ass getting gas. I nearly shit myself when he filmed my face.
Jesus
I said
Christ.
shit, I don't look fit. I could use another Big Mac meal and bring a gun into Ronald's play place. Well, Spurs start spamming and they don't stop spamming. Running gay ops calling me a ham planet. Didn't make sense not to bring my gun. Enforcement shit with my burger bun. So much to smoke, so much to scream. So what's wrong with sleeping in back seats? I'll never know that I'm so slow. I'll never stop losing crypto. Hey now, you're a law cow, turn your stream on.
What
get
the fuck am I
paid.
listening
Hey now, you're a fat goon, your wife left you, get played. And all my listeners are old, all of them will die from Chinese cold. My udders are ready to blow. Only law cows don't get the joke.
Oh, it's Revenge of the Cis. Revenge of the Cis is ROTC. Yeah, those guys are losers, dude.
Someone's dedicated. He is very dedicated to this. This trash making stuff.
Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Hey now.
Those guys are millionaires off that song. It just plays amusement parks, movies. Apparently, hate fan type thing. Trying to run it back. So funny. What? What the fuck did I?
Well, no, we're talking about Wesley Snipes.
we did talk about
We're gonna
This
seg
was
into
funny.
that. He gets 3 years.
Yeah, you can't put Blade away though for 3 years.
Which I think
And
is
3 federal years.
that's a long time.
And where's he gonna hide? In the Congo?
Yeah, where's he going? Here's your first night in prison. You know you got 3 years to go. You're sitting on that nasty bed.
And some goofy ass asking you about, hey man, does Woody really smoke that much weed?
Yeah.
Do you really think white men can't jump? And is there a lot of money on that train for real?
And there he is in the joint.
Hey man, let me ask you something. You believe a man can live in the day and the other ones can't? Tell me you never really explained that. You never really explained that.
Explain every dumb movie he's ever been in.
Yo, you ain't so bad without your sword. Oh, damn. And he'd just be like, uh-oh, here it goes. Now I gotta fight. Yeah, you look like you kicked a lot of ass in that movie.
Hey, how come you didn't just get frozen? How come you just didn't get frozen like Demolition Man?
Well, it was a picture. It was a movie I was making. And
If I could get frozen like y'all, come back in the year 2322. Cars be flying. You stupid, Wesley. You and Stallone should got frozen like you did in that movie. Come out and beat up the cops because they don't know nothing about what you do.
I'd have waited till the statute of limitations was up on the tax crap, Wesley. He's right. You is stupid.
Why don't you just go to your blade lair and have Chris Christopherson hide you? Wait a minute. Nigga, you better not bite me when I'm asleep.
The sad part of this is the first 5 minutes of a 3-year sentence.
Yeah, a 3-year sentence.
The first 5 minutes.
Better not bite me in my sleep.
Oh, jeez. What else do we got here? Open it. Okay, last three, then I'm getting back to the other videos. I don't even know. Play this quick. Skeptical said this would be me.
So, to get your whole...
Action Man Battlefield Casualties. For PTSD Action Man, danger lurks at every turn. He never feels safe, not even in his own home. Do what you can to block out the memories.
Look.
With no support from HQ, it's up to you to find a way.
Looks like we're on our own.
PTSD Action Man now comes with 1,000-yard stare action. With time running out, only you can stop the pain.
Let's get out of here.
What is this from?
Here comes Paralyzed Action Man. Legs really don't work. His spine shattered by an enemy IED. Action Man is crippled by constant pain. With his bowels out of action, only a colostomy bag can save him from disaster.
Reloading.
But despite his injuries, there can be no rest.
That's work for me.
It's so fucked up.
Dad, late for school.
Oh, more. New cereal with a golden taste. Make the ultimate sacrifice with new Dead Action Man. Blown to bits by
Skip
bombs.
through it. It's fucking
up
2
to
minutes
you
long,
to
you
pick up the
fuck.
pieces.
We lost him.
Identify the body with dog tags.
Private Smith, 19 years old.
I think I've seen this before.
Reward
Actually.
him for valiant effort.
You've been promoted.
Can you dig the grave in time?
Let's do it.
Bury your Dead Action Man with full military honors. Present arms. Fire. Coffins sold separately.
Action Man. And we'll give you a free what?
Action Man Battlefield Casualties, each sold separately.
Jesus. I think he was joking. Play this.
Donde?
Rololo sing along. On. What is this? Only 27 seconds playing it. I'm too fast.
Crazy, it's crazy.
Pick a blanket up. She hides behind it. Jesus.
Crazy, it's crazy.
This guy. I should have Bo Burnham. Reviewing myself. Doing myself. This. YellK presents Vex. Oh, I'm not playing it. Sorry. I've been sent this by several people. I refuse to watch it. I refuse to watch it. No, I just refuse to watch it. No. 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 I'm taking a stand. I'm not watching it. The fuck is this? How's it with vampire? What the fuck is this? No. Taking a stand. The foot is down. I'm not playing it. You guys can watch it all on your own, Jesse. I refuse to. I will be the last person on earth that sees that goddamn video. Okay, is that a real song? Is this a real song? It's the troll song? I never heard it before. Alright, I am going with the, what's it called? Valuetainment. This is the joy of the Soviet Union. No lyrics, just oh. Alright, let's talk about some ideas now. New clue, why millennials are different from valuetainment. I'm sure this will disappoint me. Here we go.
So as a CEO, I've hired thousands of millennials over the years, and often I get my peers that say, Pat, stay away from them. Millennials are lazy.
I'll open Discord when James gets the microphone.
They're entitled. They're victims. You know, they don't like to talk to you on the phone. They only text you back. They're always on social media. So I said, listen, If I'm going to do a video on millennials, I'm going to take a completely different approach.
This the video that must not be named. What's up, gamer?
I came here to sing for Squid. Me. Yeah.
New clue why millennials are different.
So as a CEO, I've hired thousands of millennials over the years, and
Come on, bro, I wasn't even making fun of you.
Pat, stay away from them. Millennials are lazy. You don't want to recruit them. They always are entitled. They're victims. You know, they don't like to talk to you. So as a CEO, I've hired thousands of millennials over the years, and often I get my peers that say, Pat, stay away from.
I am fucking this up. Let me get this.
Often I get my peers that say, Pat, stay away from them. Millennials are lazy. You don't want to recruit them. They always are entitled. They're victims. You know, they don't like to talk to you on the phone. They only text you back. They're always on social media. So I said, listen, if I'm going to do a video on millennials, I'm going to take a completely different approach. To those that say they are lazy, let's say they are and you're right. I don't want to talk about the effect, which is them being lazy. I want to talk about the cause. And on top of that, I went a little bit deeper. I want to look at drugs and generations and what they have to do with the impact of millennials being the way they are today, according to you. So look, if you're a boomer or Gen X and a millennial share this video with you, I want you to watch it and let me make my argument to you and say, I agree, I disagree. But if you're a millennial and a boomer or a millennial shared it with you, the same as well, because no matter who you are and what generation you're from, there are going to be parts in this video you're not going to like and disagree with. And there's going to be parts you're going to watch and say, I love this part. He makes a lot of sense, because I don't want a one-sided message, which is what a lot of these articles and videos about millennials do. So let me get right into it. Listen, here's one thing I believe as a cyclical cycle that happens. Listen, tough times produce strong people. Strong people produce good times. Good times produce weak people. One more time. Tough times produce strong people produce good times produce weak people. Let me explain. In a startup, if you ever work in a startup, it is tough times. It is not easy. Every day you're about to go out of business. So
this is called people as widgets and gadgets instead of people. Let's continue.
So whoever makes it during the startup time, they become strong people. Then the strong people together bring the good times. The good times is when an assistant had a few shares, gets a
Go be a mom,
check.
Caitlin.
When one of the salespeople is
I hope
making
your kids are
$1.5
okay.
million your income. When one of the executives gets a $6.9 million check, because they were able to go through the tough times to the strong people to the good times. But the good times typically
Gonna teach us because he has a chalkboard.
Pain goes away, standard gets lower, everybody gets more casual. So guess what comes next? Weak people. And guess what weak people produce? Tough times. How many companies have you seen went out of business? Sears, Blockbuster, all these other companies went out of business. Tough times, they're great. Strong people, good times, then they went out of business. So now let's get right into it. If this is correct, and if boomers and Gen Xers say that millennials are lazy, that millennials are distracted, that millennials, all they do is they're on their phone all the time, who is the cause to the effect of them being lazy? So let's get right into it. Let's look at the 4 generations. First, we have the silent generation. These are folks that were born between 1928 to 1945, okay? Then we have the boomers. They're born between 46 to 64. Then we have Gen X, born 65 to 80. And then we have millennials, born 80 to 2000. So now I want to take a look at what were the toughest
That's me, baby.
experiences
80s, baby.
each generation went through as these kids are growing up, right? What impacted their lives? Obviously, if you look at the silent generation, they went through the Great Depression, which probably the most difficult time in America, last 100 years. You're talking about a time where everybody was trying to stretch the dollar. Literally, that saying is from that time where, hey, here, you eat a piece of this piece, bread, you eat a little bit of this. Honey, did you make money today? Did you find a way to make money? No, babe. Oh my gosh, how are we gonna make the rent? I don't know what to do with the kids. They're cold. Don't turn on the AC.
Who's a hater?
But it's cold. Don't turn on the heater. Those were tough times. So imagine you're a kid. You're growing up watching mommy and daddy trying to survive. That creates a certain level of
Only
toughness
haters
in
I
your
see
skin,
are
right?
YellBRo and Batman
World War
haters.
II is also what they experienced.
Because we keep
Boomers.
winning.
What did they experience? Vietnam War, sexual revolution, JFK, MLK, Robert Kennedy assassination, Cuban Missile Crisis, Civil Rights Act, moon landing. That's what boomers experienced. Now next, Gen X, Desert Storm, personal computers, Iranian hostage crisis, Rodney King, dual income families, both husband and wife, mom and dad were working, Watergate. That's Gen X. Millennials, they have social media, video games, schedules. For the first time ever, kids have a schedule. What do you mean? Well, on this day he does this practice, on that day he does this, on this day you take piano, on that day you do this, on this day you do this. That used to be something that royalty families and political powers and millionaires would do. Now the regular middle-income family has schedules for their kids. Why? Because it's what millennials are going through. So what kind of an impact has this had based on
Captain of the ship always gets the blame who raised them.
Things.
Early Gen X and boomers mostly, some exceptions of course.
Obviously a few other ones.
Fish rots from the head down.
Boomers experienced the microwave. The first time it came out, they were blown away. Gen X's experience anything handheld. Cell phone, smart, all of this stuff handheld. And for millennials today, technology, you know what's advancement for them? Anything. Everything is limitless. Oh, are you kidding me? We can do anything. They think anything is possible today because of the level of advancement. So now, if this argument of tough times, strong people,
that's me
times,
though. How come I don't think that way?
Is correct. We can say no one had a tougher.
Where's Jordan on here? I don't get it.
Time the silent generation, that's tough times. Boomers, strong people. Boomers produce Gen X, good times. Gen X produce millennials, weak people. If you say that they are lazy, that they are this, that they are that, well then maybe this formula is right, that you're saying that. But now, let me give you another part of this. So for the boomers and Gen Xers are saying, I told you.
You ever think that maybe people are like, hey, this is bullshit. And in fact, I have information to back up that this is bullshit. I don't like it. I don't want to participate in bullshit. You're being lazy. Listen. Your grandma and your grandpa put their fucking head down and just went to work and did it. They just did it. Put your fucking head down and do it. He's talking in a business sense. And now what is our business? What is our business in this world based on? Horseshit. It's horseshit. You know this. Come on, bro. Commodifying people. It's horseshit. Come on, bro. But, you know. I doubt this guy will ever complain about conditioning or but the other factors in the world. Just saying. Him interviewing mafia guys was pretty kind of interesting. But this shit, no fucking clue. Not a fucking clue. I could probably walk into his house, talk to him, and get him to quit his job and shit. That should not happen. Be doing something you like, you know, you're really into or whatever. Maybe he is really into it. Who knows? But there we go. Let's continue.
That was right. That's why they are the way they are. They're so sensitive. You can't tell them anything.
The only psychology I study is Tony Robbins.
Who's gonna tell them the truth? Perfect.
He told me to lift weights.
Remember the whole thing about cause and effect?
And always look a girl in her eyes.
Stay with me here. I remember back in 2006, 2007.
All right, it's my inner Gen X.
I was thinking about, one day I'd like to get married. So I was talking to this man who was very successful. I said, listen, how do you judge a great parent? He says, what do you think? I said, I think you judge a great parent based on great kids they raise. He says, I used to think that as well. He said, the way you judge.
Sorry, Ali, this guy's mediocre, though. I've heard his content.
If your grandkids do
mediocre.
Well, you did a good job as a parent. Wow, never thought about that before. Yeah, it has to be with your grandkids. Interesting. So, if you say anything bad about millennials.
I interviewed Alex Jones, but didn't know the right question to ask him.
Don't like that. Because maybe you were too soft here, and they became even softer. Why? Here's why. So this influenced me to go a little bit deeper and say, I'm curious to know which generation had which drug they kind of messed around with the most, okay? So I went to a website called drugabuse.com, and they had a research done by Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration looking at which generation use which drug the most and during what age. Because a lot of times you may participate with drugs when you're younger, and obviously as it gets older, you don't have a reason to do it anymore because your association changes. Watch this. When you look at the colors of generations, you'll notice millennials are red, Gen X is green, boomers are yellow, and the lucky few, which is called the silent generation, it's the same thing, they are blue. But let's take a look at this. Marijuana. A lot of times people say, well, marijuana's got to be the younger people smoking more weed than anybody else. Nope. Boomers smoked the most weed. Okay? Cocaine. Oh, cocaine's got to be right now. It's either right now or Gen X. Nope. Boomers used the most cocaine according to the study. Don't get upset at me. This is the study. Boomers partied.
And you think that happens because of this cycle thing. Come on, man. Go on. We could do more context. There's more nuance to this than any of that shit. I'm sure he has a point in regards to conditioning people falling in line with the culture around them over and over and over again. Sure. But, is he a victim of it too? Shouldn't it be someone standing on the outside, looking in, exploring this? Instead of a guy probably following business numbers and statistics on this or that and saying, this is the case. Doesn't it require a man instead of a man of the times to make these deductions? Silent Gen is the richest generation in America. Facts. I have no idea. I have no clue.
Very hard is what boomers did. But you know what's the one drug that concerns me the most? Here's what's the one drug that concerns me
Like,
the
I'm
most.
not going to buy the Viktor Frankl,
Painkiller.
you must
Look at
suffer
this
to
drug
find
here.
meaning.
Who's at the top? Who's even close?
Like, nah.
Who's even a close second? Nobody. Millennials are taking more painkillers than anybody else. Why? Because the generations prior to them want to remove any kind of pain that millennials are going through. Every time there's any kind of pain, take this, go do this. Oh, poor you, take this. No, baby, he needs to take this. Painkillers, painkillers, painkillers. It's become the painkiller generation. So, but you can say and point fingers to millennials.
Once again, no nuance, just... I'm sorry, but it's like, oh, you could do better, dude. You could do better, man.
But you can't blame it on the millennials. It's a cause and effect. We can't
What's
sit
up,
there and
Josh?
say it's all their fault.
Silent
The point
Gen
I'm trying to make is the
people
following. Watch
are
this.
hard as hell.
One of the greatest
Guy
things that
is
we
right on
need
that.
to win in
Everyone I
life
met
is
was
pain.
like that.
You need pain.
I'm a pretty
startup
hardened
needs
individual.
pain. Baby, I watched my wife
I would
have
say.
3 kids back. I mean, I'm like, I cannot tell you the pain this woman went through, but when the baby's on her chest, the tears coming down, the connection, the first time I held my daughter, I couldn't stop crying. But I saw what she went through. It was a completely different thing.
I know.
Businesses, all of it.
I know,
requires
Jesse,
pain. But
right?
This is what's happened over the years. Silent generation had the
Almost
most
like
pain.
companies purposely
Then
pushed
boomers,
out
then
pain-killing
Gen X,
drugs.
Then millennials. Lesser the pain.
People have always been getting
the
fucked
lesser the
up.
threshold of being
But
able to
this is
take pain,
like this happens to be this
sensitive,
generation's fucking drug because it's being pushed out
So now
and
watch
it's
this.
legal and on and
This
on
is
and
one
so
side of
forth.
the argument. The last side of the argument I'm going to make to you is the following. You know when people say
Every commercial's selling it to
I
you,
don't like the fact
on and
they're
on and
always
so
on their phone.
forth.
Every single time they're on their phone, social media, like, post, picture, all this other stuff, right? I don't like it. I don't think it's healthy. Fine, no problem.
Oh, people have always been trying to communicate with each other. When it was just in smaller circles, they'd be communicating with each other. Like, oh, we have a new avenue to communicate with other people. Oh, we're using that. This is just a repeat cycle of the same thing. But the elimination of the other social factors is kind of weird to me. Are you telling me there's not companies that are pushing that on people? Or pop culture pushing it on people? Are there other conditioning factors other than born in time period? I would hope so. So you believe white nationalists should be treated, viewed the same, better, or worse than black nationalists? As I've always said, Matt, but you, for some reason, Oh, you deleted it. Okay, gotcha. You knew to delete that, to retract it. Good job, buddy. You're learning. Like, wait, Jordan never actually said anything like that ever. In fact, he criticizes like people for doing these particular actions, not people just based on people. Yeah, I know. I accidentally retracted.
No matter who you are, what age you are, no matter what generation you're from, all
This
of
actually
us
tailors
like
perfectly
this
into the next
dopamine
topic, which
injection
I want
we
to
get,
open
and
up
we all
Discord
get it in many
for.
different ways. Some is through
Is
food, some
utopia
is through sex, some is through
possible?
TV,
That's the theme.
Some is through exercise, some is through drinking, some is through drugs, some is through social media, some is through travel, some is through a lot of different things, right? So watch. For the boomers and millennials that are watching this, let me ask you a question. Would you like to see millennials replace their form of dopamine, which is social media, replaced with
Their form of dopamine is obviously the basis of human happiness.
watching this? Let me ask you a question. Would you like to see millennials replace their form of dopamine, which is social media, replaced with the form of dopamine that boomers got when they were that age? You see, if you're going to make that argument, you kind of got.
It's weird because throughout my 20s, I was never on social media. My friends would actually make them for me. I was like, I need to I'm walking away from this to like learn some shit about myself. But for some reason, I don't know. But I'm a millennial. How come I'm not? What? Why? Did I have poor dopamine levels or something? What's going on here? Oh, lower testosterone. My friend didn't make a joke about me because I took soy protein. Oh, yeah, no wonder. Like, no wonder what? No wonder what?
Maybe I should take soy too.
I can force feed you soy, right? If I wanted to. Like literally just hold you down, funnel in your mouth, and just pour soy down it. If I wanted to. There's that testosterone I was looking for.
Replace their form of dopamine, which is social media. Replace.
But you in the VC? We're not even. I didn't even open up Discord yet, you mother freaker.
You see, if you're gonna make
Go
that
back to
argument, you kind of
Chicago.
gotta look at it all different ways. So now, I'm not trying to put the blame on boomers. I'm not trying to put the blame on millennials. I'm not trying to put the blame on Gen X. All I'm saying is, we cannot just make a blanket statement. And
Generally,
say
our
lazy.
generation
We
has
cannot
been
just
on
make a
social
blanket statement
media.
and say it's millennials'
Sure.
fault or boomers' fault or Gen.
I'm sure plenty of people of our generation has been on social media. But what do we attest that? Like, why does that happen? Is it because of the good times? Because of the good times that led to the weak people, according to this chart, or is it something else? If it's gonna be a rule, make it a goddamn rule. Don't let it have any wiggle room. It's gonna be a fucking law. Make it a law. If it's not a law, then you better account for the ones that don't follow the law. Okay. Like, oh, murder is against the law. We have these things to stop people from committing murder. It'll scare them away from it. That doesn't work over here. How come these guys are doing it? I was like, oh, so we just stop there, right? Stop there when we feel comfortable with our answer. Yes.
Gen X's fault. We have to look at the whole package. But here's the truth. Listen. Many times, if you're watching this and you're a millennial, millennials may say, I knew it. It was mommy's fault. It was daddy's fault. It was grandpa's fault. It's all your fault. Watch this. It's your fault. Listen, millennials, let me just simplify it for you. If this argument is right, I would be worried. Because whoever's generations are before you, they're going to die off. Our generation's going to die off. The world's going to be yours. The country's going to be yours. So if this is true, these times are coming for you and your kids. If it is true, right? So what does that mean? Pat, what are you trying to say to me? I went to a concert one time back in 2015. And this guy named Dariush, my brother-in-law, took me. I've told this story
Obama
many
campaign
times.
on Second
He
Life.
gets up at the end and says, I want to talk to all the younger
F6,
audience here.
not a millennial.
Here's what I want to tell you. He says, I see the eyes. I see your fire. I see you guys are so excited about life. He says, I remember when I was young and so ambitious and I had the wolf in me, right? He said, just remember this. Make sure the young wolf in you takes care of the old wolf that one day you will be. Again, make sure the young wolf in you takes care of the old wolf that you one day will be. So rather than sitting here and pointing fingers at anybody, it doesn't matter. It's too late. It's too late. You can't point fingers and do anything. The generation's already been done. But it's not too late for you to decide to be a leader of your generation. It's not too late to look at this and say, maybe some of this is right. Maybe I gotta be a little bit self-aware. Maybe I do need to make some adjustments. Maybe I do need to do something. Maybe I need to kind of change the part about.
In order for things to get better, you got to do a lot more work than this guy probably has ever done. Well, a lot more work on yourself. I'm sure he's done plenty of external things. External work stuff. But internally, I would question it. I'd be like, hey, are you a man of your times? You're as good as the world around you type thing. Or your understanding's only as good as the world around you. I'm going to ask those questions, but here we go.
I don't want to be a statistic. I don't want to be part of this. I want to be strong. So then the next time, every time you experience pain, don't just flight. Don't run away. So I don't want to deal with it. Another argument I don't want to do. Why are you calling me? I want to take a little bit of constructive criticism from the people. Be willing to hear some people out. That's for you. And boomers and Gen X's, the next time you're tempted to say millennials are lazy, study a little bit more. Everybody's got to do a little bit with this whole thing taking place. Educate, get deeper, encourage, inspire. Get someone, other millennial, to say, maybe I want to be the chosen one. Maybe I want to be a strong leader. Maybe I want to be that example for that generation. So having said that, look, pain is pain, but pain's a beautiful thing. Without pain,
I don't know him. I'm just making an educated guess, just like millennials and Gen X and the silent generation.
In life, to win, you're going to be rejected many
times. I have my own
times.
chart, and you might fall into it.
How to deal with rejection. Here's a link to go watch it. And anything I talked about today in the article.
How to deal with rejection. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to put the links below as well. And by the way, millennials, boomers, Gen X, I do want to hear from you. Any thoughts, comments, make sure you comment below. And if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, click on the sub button right here. Thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
Get 'em.
All right. Now I'm going to open up Discord. Not on my phone. Has the military gone woke? That's his next recommended. I can badger as good as anyone. I don't know him. I don't remember the year SpongeBob came out. My dad called him a yellow cheese. I never watched SpongeBob. For real. Never got into it. I probably stopped watching cartoons when I was like 14 or 15. Except for like South Park or Family Guy or something. Even that, the point I started falling out of TV, period. I don't care about it. Go to truffle prison. My computer slows down from this. I think I'm good. SpongeBob has adopted the house sponge. His parents are real sponges. In honor of basic bitch. Hey, Choosy.
Where's my mouse?
Where'd it go? There we go.
Subscribe to
Pumpkin spice latte. Wanted that way. Backstreet Boys parody. Oh God. Red Army Quad. Discord is open, fellow humans. Settings are good. It is not reading that microphone. Oh, it's reading this one. No, I should be reading. All right, Discord is open. I want to talk about utopia. Is it possible? Or are we stuck in a continuous loop of bad times, strong people, good times, weak people? I guess is my generation. Listen, you don't want to fall into the trap of being on your cell phone all day. Is that better than these guys that are bombing these countries? I don't talk about that. What kind of mood is Dad in? Oh, I'm in a killer mood. I want to talk utopia, and I say it's possible. Okay, no one's joining Discord. I'll talk about it then. I truly believe utopia is possible. Now, what would utopia actually look like? Well, that goes to the fundamental question of what does everybody want? Is there some sort of core thing that every single person wants? Now, I would metaphorically call that heaven, right? Your perfect place. Is there at least a shared version of that that we can experience on this planet? The entire planet. For all humans. Like, well, there's the initial part, right? Survival. In order to experience this utopian thing, would need to survive to do it, right? That would be our reason for survival. And what do we need to survive? Air, water, food, healthcare, things like that. So
just one.
What is this? Allison on the metaverse, frequency, weapons, social societal breakdown, power of the heart. I've heard this concept before. Be careful, Jordan's in wrecking mood. Is utopia when you're tripping on LSD? For some, maybe. I've never done it before, but time to play wrecking ball. So yeah, obviously the survival aspects, which I guess are considered universal, right? I'm sure there's wiggle room in either direction. Some people require less stuff, some people require more stuff in order to survive, right? So that would have to be taken care of. Is that possible, James? Is it possible for everyone on a survival basis to be taken care of? Yeah. That's just on like being able to replenish yourself and health concerns and okay. Then there's the other type of survival where it's like accidental. like cars hitting cars, rocks falling on heads, coconuts falling on heads, slipping and falling, cracking your head open, weird rare disease we never heard of before, it happens to kill a person, on and on and so forth, right? Okay, so those would probably require a universal, try the best you can type scenario, right? Is that possible? Sounds possible to me as well. Okay. Now, once we get through all those survival factors, what's after that? Oh, living, right? Yeah, you want to express. I would put I think it could be encompassed in the word express. Oh, there's one.
And Chicago's in the thingy. Discord. It's Chicago.
You ready to get wrecked? But yeah, after those survival things, you're going to want to live. Which I would just put in encompass with the word express. Now that's where it gets difficult. That's where the real argument for utopia truly begins, I think, with most people. Is can everyone truly express themselves and it be somehow be able to all simultaneously do it? Because I'm sure the argument will come, well, some are going to be serial killers. That's just what's going to happen. So how are they going to have their utopia at the same time? Someone who doesn't want to be killed also have their utopia at the same time. Well, that's where I'd be very sure that's where psychology comes. Right? Or even more woo-woo. Oh, know thyself. Now, if everyone knew themselves, James, is it possible for a utopia on Earth? So there wouldn't be serial killers that still want to just be serial killers. Their true selves, they want to be serial killers. Ah. Come on, guys, don't put Allie on the hot seat by herself. Other people can jump in the Discord.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, jeez.
Be alone.
I left my volume.
Why can I not be in the hot seat alone?
We'll find out.
Nothing.
What's up, D Nice?
But
So what do you think about utopia, Allie?
nah, doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't exist yet. Is it possible then?
Well, can everyone's utopia be different?
I guess. Well,
okay.
Right. I'll try to define it first. Say utopia on this planet would be everyone cohesively living together while also being themselves.
No. Well, wait. Yeah. If it stops there, if everyone's just being themselves and living cohesively together, sure. Why not?
So there's such thing as like a serial killer being themselves, being a serial killer? Wouldn't that mess up the cohesiveness?
Yes, I guess it would. Well, but you said utopia is everybody being themselves, so is the serial killer not being themselves?
Anything wrong with
that's the question.
Involved in my utopia.
I don't know. I don't think about utopia that much because I don't. That's a shitty argument as well. I don't know. What do you think?
I think I already laid it out from my end.
I didn't hear it. So sounds like a me problem. I mean, I don't know.
Well, start with that question, right? You said you asked the question: isn't a serial killer just being themselves when they're a serial killer? Right? That was your question?
Yeah.
Aging Miss Chicago.
Oh, she's glitching out.
One sec.
Or I'm glitching.
Everybody
Sounds like a you problem. Yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, no, I don't think utopia exists because that's only because like when I hear utopia, I think like perfection.
I
That's just me, though.
I like that word.
What?
Now, as a fellow Black Swan fan, in that movie, it kind of showcases her darker expressions are part of her overall perfection. When does dark get too dark? Serial killer. So I say, let's start there. Let's start there because that's where I'm gonna start picking at people. Pause. Is a serial killer being themselves? They're being a serial killer. Your time.
No, I was saying you were glitching out. I wasn't even like that. I wasn't pulling a Bosch where Bosch was like, "Oh hey."
It's Echo.
Yeah, but wait, what are you asking me? Can a serial killer be themselves?
Is a serial killer themselves when they're?
Yeah.
Find the self.
Oh, what the man? You're gonna go to that after?
Said they're being themselves. So what does being yourself mean?
Yourself is whatever you are. I did walk into this. Yourself is being who you are without any reservations, without maybe. Well, I don't know, because you could be worried about what other people think, and that could be your true self. So whatever it is that you are, if you're enacting that in the world, then I would say, yeah, a serial killer's gonna be a serial killer. They're gonna kill.
So they essentially are their mistakes that they're making, or that we would consider mistakes, but that's just them. That's just who they are. That's a part of their being to kill. That's not presupposed by anything, like a trauma.
No, well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. It depends on what they've gone through. Who knows? Not to justify it, because that's obviously not the right way to take out one's anger, but I mean, that's them being themselves, isn't it? I mean, because they went through some shit, and so that's them, like, you know, acting out their trauma, if that's the case. So if they weren't acting it out, would they be being themselves? If they had no other, like, help, or, like, you know, like, hey, don't kill people, that's not going to help you feel any better.
I would say they're expressing their trauma. They're expressing the psychological aspects attached to their trauma. For sure.
True, like, yeah.
But are there other aspects?
Trauma isn't, the trauma isn't you.
Are there other aspects? Hold on, Ed. Hold on, Ed. Are there other aspects of them that are not being expressed simultaneously alongside the trauma? Which I would say, like, hey, wouldn't that be you being your whole self?
Yeah.
So then are they actually being themselves? Or are they just expressing their trauma outwardly?
Depends. I mean, can a serial killer change? Can a serial killer realize what they've been doing and then realize, oh, hey, this isn't a good way to act this out or deal with my trauma, and then they never kill again? I don't know.
I think it's simplistic and incorrect.
But that'd be another aspect to carry with them, right? Because there are other aspects that they're not expressing, like something like feedback, remorse, guilt. if they contain those faculties, but they're not carrying it alongside their trauma, are they actually expressing their whole selves?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be trauma at all.
It doesn't have to be
Some
trauma
people
either.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be trauma at all.
I would say, for my diagnosis, I would say it is.
You know, people have people with pica, right? That's where people like eat like dirt and stuff like that. Sometimes people just have like obsessions or compulsions.
Yeah.
Well,
some may have traumas. Some people have other types of like schizophrenia, which may be not trauma, but maybe like a lack of serotonin that leads to certain when you know like those DMT, they have universal types of responses, like a tunnel or whatever path. And these people may also affect by pathological biases, because actually a lot of our nature past is violence, and some of the things get redirected, like phantom pains, things like that get redirected into these channels, even though violence might not be the road to solve it, right? We have our body and our mind is really kind of like designed in one way.
Are we talking about the feelings of old sketchy Mandungus or whatever his name is?
I'm just suggesting.
Ed, you're going with the material. Ed, you're going with the material sense, and the past thing I've heard sound very materialist. So you have no skin in this game. You're already of the sense of people will always do bad things. People will always be bad. So I already know your answer if you're coming from strictly materialist argument.
No problem.
There's really no reason.
Yeah, Ed, well, you would concede that what you're saying is true, but free will is at play too.
There would be
everything you said there was factually true in science, but we have free will. We don't have to be that way, I'm naturally a provocative asshole, but I don't have to be. There's times I can dial it back, but other times I'm just got the drive.
Is there a juxtaposition to be made between the self in the capital S and the lowercase s? There's two different selves, and there's always there's the dark wolf and there's the white wolf that you can feed within the self. And so if everyone would feed the white wolf all the time, it's possible, but
also you're choosing. You're choosing out of the two killers, right? The two mass murder killers, right? Yeah. The ones that you're choosing tend to be the serial killers versus spree killers. The spree killers are the ones who are usually angry with the world. Go ahead.
Ed, he was still going. Go ahead, Shadow.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Your mic is pretty bad right now, Shadow. Just so you try to turn you up.
Or now?
That sounds better.
So, if the juxtaposition to be made in the capital S and the lowercase s, I don't think that the real concern is utopia in the end. I would say that maybe the concern is the path forward to get there, right? Take this from my own experience and addiction recovery is that we always say that we're in recovery and that nobody gets to be recovered, right? You're not recovered, you're in recovery, right? So I think utopia in one sense, I think it's kind of a spook, right? It's a cool mental game to play, I guess as far as a direction, but I don't really think it serves the purpose of I don't know, if you can't see the fucking forest through the trees, I guess I think it's much more interesting to pay attention to the road to utopia, I guess. What are you doing to fucking better yourself and become that uppercase, that capital S self?
Well, maybe that is utopia. Well, let's say that's utopia for an individual. Can they experience that on this planet simultaneously as someone is quote unquote white wolf expression of utopia, where happy sunshiny days all the time? Could they live side by side? Someone's on that road, walking that road, developing. The other one's already there, yay! is it possible to be next to each other?
Yeah, I guess so. But like, there's also like a perspective shift that could need to happen. The happy, shiny, fucking the person that sees a sunny sky all the time can see a sunny sky through a rainy day, whereas the fucking stormy cloud, fucking why is everybody always picking on me, son of a bitch, can fucking see fucking rain clouds through a fucking crystal clear blue sky, right? So like, I don't know, like people are fucking assholes. Like when they want to operate in the lowercase s self, and I think it comes down to that fucking like I don't like. I guess my position is that utopia doesn't concern me. It's how you get there, and before like, and if you concern yourself with how you get there and how to better yourself into becoming more one with the self, as in like the royal we kind of self, like then you might find yourself in utopia and not even realize you're there.
My utopia, those can live side by side simultaneously. People walking the Siddhartha Road, the people that have already walked it are at the end of it. Rainbows. They can both live side by side, right? Because heaven isn't universal for everyone. Some people want to hear heavy metal, others want to hear classical music. So why can't this guy listen to classical music over here and this guy listen to heavy metal over here? Simultaneously, in the exact world. That sounds utopian to me.
Over your utopia. Yeah, I guess like there would have to be like a mutual respect, and I think the mutual respect comes from the realization of like the true self and like the capital S self, right? Like the lack of domination between each other, right? Like no longer seeing one's own material well-being as like a zero-sum game, but like understanding that we only succeed as individuals insofar as we succeed as a collective, and vice versa. We only succeed as a collective if we succeed as individuals. So, like, yeah, I guess symbiosis could bring utopia.
Okay, I'm just leaving the textbook, I guess, Google definition of utopia. Just leaving it on screen. People can reference that. So Ed, you were talking, right? So go ahead with what you were saying.
Sorry, man. I forgot.
Ah.
It's all good.
Sure is very brain oriented. It's okay. I'm just gonna disagree with you, and then say like, how would that even factor into this question? There's no possible utopia if we're driven by brain activity. Right? Because we like, oh, you are who you are, no matter what you do. You are like that. Your whole self, your genetics and environment making a symphony and behaving together. So
There's
there
this
would be
song
no
called
utopia with it.
"Your Body Is a Wonderland."
Would you like
and
to
that
go,
is a
Rob?
utopia.
Would you like
It's
to go?
a utopia. It's a place, state, or thing where everything is perfect.
But perfect is a weird word, right?
Yeah. What is?
I've referenced that in that movie Pleasantville, right? Where you see like a weird, what was it, Tobey Maguire and Reese Witherspoon, and it was based on like a 1950s
Spider-Man?
show. And there's a scene where all the kids playing basketball, all their shots go in. They all throw it up in the air, and every single shot goes in every single time. It's like, is that perfection? Or is that like, don't you want to be like, I willed myself to make this shot go in. I had a good day that day. That shot went in. The girl said yes. I played a game the next day, and I just fucking making everything. Then you want to have those days where you miss. That you know that you're the one in control of things. That you know you're expressing something. That reflective thing, rather than sunshines and rainbows.
Does perfect mean a whole sum, like 100%, like a whole sum or whatever?
That again?
Like, is perfect mean like a whole thing, you know? Or is it just a part of a thing or whatever?
The whole. Okay. That's kind of talking. That's kind of what I was asking Allie in regards to the serial killer. Like, they expressing themselves? They expressing just this dramatic aspect of.
I remember what I was going to say. Yeah. The thing is that I believe that you guys are using the term serial killer, but there's two types of mass murderers. One is going to be the serial killer. The other one's going to be the spree killer. And the thing is that a serial killer usually kills like one at a time versus a spree who kills like a whole bunch at one time.
Okay.
And yeah, so the thing is that I'm not even sure that the why that distinction is being made, or if that was made on purpose. And if I need to see more. Yeah.
I think they look at it, serial killer, as like someone who's quietly calculating kill one person.
Are we just grabbing based off of like things we've seen on TV and movies and stuff, or like, well, where is this really coming from?
From crime cases, bro.
All right, so
people
we
have,
get
like,
some
a
of it.
weird fetish or
I just
something,
talked a lot just around like the suppositions and the things being said.
Can we give this like an actual material basis? How about Night Stalker? That dude, Richie Ramirez.
Yeah.
Well, can it be utopia for the person being killed?
Some people are into like death fantasies and stuff. Like, not that I'm like for that, right? Some people are suicidal or
But is that like I'm looking up the definition of perfection, and it talks about nature. It says complete of its nature or kind.
Is perfection always getting what you want?
What did you say?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is nature perfection, or it says like an object like of its kind or nature, complete of its nature or kind.
If the world the way it is just like in your mind, like that's your idea of perfection, then you're already in utopia. You're already there. It's already playing out perfectly the way you would want it to play out.
I really like that example you gave earlier about the sunny day and the dark day, because really it's just a matter of perception. I would agree with that 100%. Some people will say that, perfection is what's sufficient and they're happy with that. Some people say perfection, they make up this thing in their mind where all of a sudden it's not good enough. And that's up to you to decide.
Yeah, sure.
Is it perfect or not? Yeah.
That's why I'm like, if you have a different definition of utopia. No.
That's what. Remember, I tried to show you guys that relationship video by Juji Mufu, and one thing that I liked what he said was some people they want the relationship to be like this fairy tale where it's like happily ever after, but he says he sees a relationship like working out, like it's something that you work towards every day and you make it into something, a super strong foundation that can't be rocked, and it's just I like that different way of looking at it.
I respect that. It's just like going back to the reference I made to Allie about serial killers, right?
Right.
Like, is that them being themselves? Is that their whole self? Is that an aspect of just their depression being expressed?
I would say
or their anger being expressed.
I'd say it's possible, right? Depending on those materialistic, right? Remember, we said it could be compulsion. It could be some other type of like hormonal imbalance or behavioral type of, these things do exist, I believe. Yeah,
they absolutely do. Like, so the term serial, the vocabulary for serial killing and the sort of psychological terminology didn't really like exist until the 70s and only exist because these character traits.
It's kind of a colloquial phrase. I agree with that.
Sure. But so like to just echo that, like you can like anything from having an imbalance in your liver so that your brain isn't processing out ammonia, or like any of those things can affect the brain and cause those impulses that were mentioned. That like all around us, people are existing in states of acute psychosis or just totally being in dissociative states where we're just not even willing to do the perceiving that's required to.
Well, once again, if you're strictly coming from a material sense, and there is no utopian argument, it's not gonna be there. It is what it is, essentially. Whatever their chemical makeup is, environmental makeup is, dictate they behave a certain. Which
Not unless we use eugenics.
I don't think that's the whole picture. I think is what I mean. I think that's a part in picture.
But like I said, if it's material based, it eliminates this whole argument about utopia. There's no choice. Right? Choice is very important for a utopian world. Anyone else want to chime in?
Yeah, Nathan J. Robinson.
Not you.
Current Affairs magazine.
I'm joking.
Glad to be here. To me, utopia is writing articles and getting paid millions of dollars.
Oh my god.
Nathan J. Robinson,
Here.
subscribe. Current Affairs magazine.
I looked at my TV.
Telling you what to think, but not changing your material conditions.
Sounds like Say it with a transatlantic accent next time.
Anyone else that isn't
I wanna say
strictly
something.
materialist?
Yeah.
With a utopian
Yeah.
notion?
I think the free will actually inhibits that utopia. Like you said, people expressing themselves, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that one person can express themselves and be free, but as soon as you have interactions among people, you start to crash with each other in certain ways. So so the only way to be harmonious there is you have to set up boundaries. And when you set those boundaries up, you start to restrict your degrees, like your freedom itself. And so that can be respectful, it could have harmony, but you stop expressing certain things. And so I think that among society, among multiple people, you kind of play this negotiation of harmony to be, in net it's better, but you do restrict your own freedom.
Sometimes you really can't have your cake and eat it too.
But hang on, let's
And it's sometimes
go on
about
this
that.
idea for a second. I thought that was interesting. Now, you're saying once people start to interact with each other, that's when people will self-restrict them, like put restrictions on themselves in regards to expression because of the interaction with other people. They're saying?
Well, you could either, it's probably the most harmonious when they set up those boundaries, because you could have one person that walks over the other consistently, which isn't utopia for that person. And then there's several ways it could play out, but there's always some kind of boundaries.
Well,
what
walks
if
over them now.
somebody likes to be really
Hold on.
what
Walks
do you call
over
that?
them now.
Yo, that thing that I showed you, Jordan,
we'll
the
get to you-
Walden
we'll
2
get to
thing,
you,
it was like a society that these people built. There's like a documentary where they go to the farm and stuff. But these are like some of the things that they're like the problems that they had.
Right.
Like all
Well,
these
what if-
societal problems.
Well,
how
what
to
if somebody
organize
wants
people.
to be submissive?
What if
Hang on,
somebody
guys,
wants to be
guys, hang on,
submissive
hang
and to
on.
defer?
Hang on, guys. I'll get to you. I promise. What do you mean by
I'm talking
walk
about him.
over, Jesse?
Can you repeat the question?
What do you mean by like someone will end up walking over another? That exact.
Walking over means the person dominating and just having more like influence over the other.
Having more influence. Well, that sounds like they don't know themselves.
Right. So that's what I mean. Well, if there's an imbalance, one person feels less bounded, but the other does not, right? And so that's why I said it's more harmonious when there are clear defined boundaries. Like you could have a better expectation of things, but then both people are bounded. Like that. But it's
So
that's how
people are compromising equally and like giving way sort of equally or like bending themselves equally or
Yeah, everything you always in some way negotiate with people. Usually it's
like
set up
people won't
point.
respect boundaries and they'll push and push and like then you don't have a limit or like they push over your line or I don't know how to say that.
Do you mean
Yeah,
leadership?
you could see it. You could see it
leadership, or do you mean
in
imposing?
animals and dogs, that they will always test their boundaries, right? And we do it
Right.
like a
Now you're
certain
saying
time.
human nature thing. Are you saying
And,
it's like
and like if you don't if you let
leaders?
them keep going like people will bully you as much as you let them or people will push you as
Yeah,
far
but-
as you'll let them. They'll take advantage of you.
They're all human. Those are human nature. You got to make a case for that.
Yeah,
There's many
and I'm
cases
not
that
saying
is a
that
part
it
of
has to
human-
be an evil thing. I'm not saying that. It like I'm not using the terms bully and those things. I mean, but they're but so when you're free, you explore your space, like your area around, and you can move around in your space through all of its boundaries. But as soon as you interact with somebody, there's another person, they explore their space, and at some point you get those interactions, you crash into each other.
Yeah. Why would that not be a part of utopia? Right? If you're saying it's not in some sort of heinous way, it's just like people just naturally being
It
themselves.
doesn't have to be heinous. It doesn't have to be heinous, but when you do, then if you're trying to express yourself in your freedom and your own expression, then those interactions will actually inhibit some freedom. Like unless you live by yourself, with no interactions, then you're gonna crash.
Well, can't we? Wouldn't as part of a whole person, part of their expression be stepping back or moving forward? They'd be able to express both of those. Wouldn't they want to express both of those? Like, oh, if someone's talking, I want to step back and listen. When I'm talking, I want to step forward while they step back and listen. Don't you want that? That be a part of your utopia?
I consider it a better state, but I do think so. I think we can all be better and better and better. But as far as utopia, well, when you mention people, expressing their own free will, I think you have to not express everything. Like
I would say
because of each other.
Choices is part of it, is just like the choice to step back or move forward. They're also choices.
I think when he first said that, what I thought was like he was saying is like everybody, you can't have everything the way you want.
You wouldn't want them that way. I just God.
You can't have everything the way you want it.
But what is that idea of want? I think we have a clouded idea of want because we live in a world where we have these even more boundaries, right? Why can't I just be good at this or good at that or whatever like that, right? We have those, and we take that notion of this world and we're trying to translate it into the next world in this utopian idea and saying, well, how come like utopia, all my shots would go in? Missing the fact that you experience missing so many shots. Leaving that out, as opposed to just being born making every single shot you fucking took.
I think we watch too much TV when you just expect good shit.
What was that, Ben? I couldn't hear you.
I think we watch too much TV when you expect to just be handed shit.
Watch too much
Handed
TV.
shit?
Yeah, like we just expect to just like life to just work out. We don't really have to think in between the scenes. It just kind of works out from one scene to another. It's like either this drama or kind of set things up for ourselves.
That wouldn't be
It's going to
utopia.
be this tragic romance or this kind of like super fast track yuppie life or I don't know, whatever the fuck Sex in the City kind of staying youthful forever.
Yeah.
And like just having endless romances and just time to fuck around.
In my mind, people wouldn't actually want that. Not like that.
Agreed.
Not where everything works out perfectly for, quote unquote, perfectly for. Everything's up and up. No, people want to step back too. Want to miss the shot so they can make the next one.
Like there has to be a thought process. It's not just this like picture.
So far, my utopia is still holding.
I don't think missing the shot is bad. But what about like why can't what if you want to keep practicing and improving yourself? Why can't you just keep playing and playing and playing forever? You can't. You have to do other things.
Yeah.
There's the stages of life.
Oh, you mean death?
you're gonna get arthritis.
No, you have to do anything. Like you have other things to do. You're restricted. You have limitations on your own, free will.
Are you
it's
talking
not all
about
pleasure.
a computer game or are you talking about piano?
You're talking about death. Something like death. It's essentially.
Oh,
No,
That's the big
well,
question.
no,
in the room,
death
right?
is the end.
Well,
I mean,
breakdown is
you
essentially.
have to go
Eating,
to
sleeping,
sleep.
going to
Yeah,
the bathroom.
eat, sleep. You have to go do something else, right? Like there's all these things that even society expects from you.
I mean, time when you're not doing the thing you love so much. Just like time when
Yeah,
you
you
Okay,
can't
so
keep
I
time when
think
you
Or when you're
what
not
I was
wallowing
trying
in
to
your
say,
self-pity.
if I may,
I don't know.
is
For me,
that
I spend time wallowing in self-pity,
Go-
so not just doing love.
Go ahead,
things I love.
Caitlin. Go ahead, Caitlin.
sure, is that sorry if I can sorry, I might have lost
Good.
it. That if we're talking about utopia, we at least have to stay within the boundaries of our physical limitations. And so I think we're trying to say that there are going to be some material restrictions. But you were talking about heaven earlier and things like coexisting in a way. And I like that analogy because I would always sit like in the pews and listen to this topic of heaven and think about like the way that it was described from them telling me about it sounded so awful to me. I was like, that does not sound cool. That sounds like, and they would tell me there will be no pain and there will be no suffering. I'm like, well, how the fuck, like what? I had all these questions and I thought I was a bad person because I disagreed with what, like I wasn't like enjoying this picture of their description of heaven, which was like mostly having riches and like all of these things that they seem to have wanted to gain on earth that they
Oh yeah. I mean, like.
I
funny
just found that
reference.
so
A
People
funny
who didn't have
reference would
fun
be
on Earth
Little
are gonna get
Nicky.
revenge in heaven.
You ever see Little Nicky with Adam Sandler? To where like
yeah
where hell's like a fucking party and shit. Like,
yeah
so, like,
no okay, so I'm this person that so I'm in like theology class, okay, and the teacher asks the class, okay, about if you, it's a hypothetical, would you trade your basically reward in heaven if it meant that somebody you loved went to hell? Like, would you make that trade? And right away I was like, fuck yeah. I didn't say that in class, but I was like, yes, absolutely. And so like I got chided, like instead of whatever lesson he was gonna say, he spent the class like basically like calling me out about how I'm wrong in this hypothetical because it just doesn't work like that. And I'm like, but you asked. Yeah. Oh man. So that's my example of like asking questions.
You
in
ruined
those
his
settings
his class, so he decided to just make you pay
Yeah.
for it. That
Yeah,
should be
I
a
have
lesson
never
in like
forgotten about
animosity.
that.
Animosity 101.
So there was a
It,
wrong
like,
answer to what you would do. There was a wrong answer.
yes, I had no idea. I learned to not answer those questions.
Aw, that's sad.
Children are wrong until they please the priest.
I was like, I feel like I was just trapped. Like I was definitely just, he was like, oh man, I was.
well, look at
Like,
their caveman notion of heaven and hell in the first place, right?
yeah.
Like,
So I've definitely.
Why not
I
note
really-
your superior honesty?
Clouds and harps and angels. Like, that's not everyone's fucking heaven. Like heaven.
It sounds like we're just compelled to do these things we resisted on Earth all the time. And this concept of like, okay, so if we have free will on Earth, suddenly we don't have free will in eternity anymore. That was really, I was like, that doesn't make sense to me.
I just want to point out that the moral of like so many goddamn millions of stories and every single fucking movie is like sacrifice yourself for others. It's like this person was so amazing in this movie or this show because they sacrificed themselves for the other person, and like it's actually like in everything. It's like the moral that's like subliminally brainwashed into everybody. Just like it's a self-righteous thing.
There's some shows where that's the characters. They kind of turn it on its head, like the TV show Angel. Where
It's the ultimate trope.
Well, in the TV show Angel, right? He's supposed to be the hero who will sacrifice himself to save the world type guy, but his partner says, "Hey, make them pay you for saving their lives." I'm the fucking hero. I'm not supposed to do that. But he's like, yeah, but they'll end up worshiping you if you don't fucking like make it somewhat grungier rather than straight up shiny hero who takes a fucking suicide dive into a pit of fire to save humanity. So that was an interesting. And it's yeah, for sure it's a cliche, but some writers that do it very.
It's like I think it's something to do with Christianity and Jesus and shit, like
yeah,
megalomaniac shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't help the me syndrome.
there's
It doesn't
something
help the self-importance.
Well, they write it.
Narcissism.
You have a good version of it, they'll write it to where that's the only thing that you can do. In which case, it's like, oh, you're making the quote-unquote ultimate sacrifice for whoever.
But it's super sensible.
It's like heroic and shit. Sorry, the fireman who runs into a fire, risking his life to save a kid. You're telling me you don't look at that like, oh, that's fucking crazy.
But it's patronizing because it's over and over. It's just like, well, it builds up your affection and attachment to like a couple characters, and then one of them dies saving the other one, and then the movie's over. And it's like every fucking movie you've ever seen has the same plot.
Yeah,
it's just really, really annoying.
There's corny versions
patronizing.
of that.
It's subliminal brainwashing because nobody says it out loud. It doesn't. Nobody like talks about that phenomenon.
It is a trope that does happen, and usually the good ones are when they define the characters first. If it's just some guy who's supposed to be a hero because he looks a certain way, it is what it is. Dark Knight, Batman doesn't actually sacrifice him. Seems that way. Right? I made a story about Angel.
Isn't there somebody that sacrifices himself for the fucking for the whole cause? There's got to be.
There's plenty
numerous.
Of movies. There's plenty of movies like that.
Well, we have to conform to the movies. Why otherwise have movies? You've got to conform to them.
The psyche is subliminally fucking implanted there. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Sort of, kind of noble, and beautiful, and good. But it's like it's just sort of weird and creepy the way that it's suggested so hard. And anybody suggestible is gonna like it's wired into people. Just like some kind of weird patriotism or like army commercials or something probably got us from some angle. And even if you deny it or you're like, I never like thought that was cool. Like probably that Godsmack song or something like made it seem cool to some part of you.
It could be influential, but so could a rock sitting on the fucking sidewalk. Now I know Now I know to look down when I walk because I could trip over.
Okay, so my landlord has this American flag in front of my house, and I never took it down because it's like I'm American, I guess. So I don't know. It's like I wouldn't necessarily put an American flag up, but it's like I don't know. I guess I'm American. What am I supposed to be? Cosmopolitan, I guess.
Where are you going with that?
I'm just saying like what it's somewhere in, you got to be like somehow patriotic. Or,
no, you don't.
How do you say like fuck my country?
No,
like
I all the time.
You got to be patriotic.
I literally say that shit every day. Fuck this country.
You don't even have to say fuck this country, but you don't have to fucking suck this country's dick either.
Fuck Canada. I did.
Yes, fuck America.
Yeah, Canada can go right the hell. Let's nuke them. Can we nuke them yet? Yeah, no.
Fuck toxic individualism.
So like everybody in the world must be like self-hating or something? Like self-hating, maybe that should be the party.
Wait, are you asking? Do most of us spend a lot of time in a like a cyclical inner darkness where we fucking hate? Like, because I do. You're not alone there. Like I.
But even if you do, like, isn't there somewhere in like when you were younger that like believed in that shit, and like if by not acknowledging that somehow somewhere there's like some sense of nationalism or patriotism or something that's like lurking there, like it was put there.
I actively have to fight against the ingrained nationalism of
yeah, that's
all
what
the
I'm saying.
things
Like,
yeah,
like I see that.
I'm the utopia.
I don't. I'm sorry.
To do anything?
I just don't. That's not something that's natural for me. Like I don't know why it would be for.
I mean, I remember singing the national anthem every day and looking at a flag. I remember.
Does that mean
a lot of fucking shit?
Does that mean I still love
No, but
it?
it's part of
Dude,
me. It's
I've
my
always thought it was
experience, and
shit.
I'm aware
I
of it.
always related it with sitting around in a fucking assembly, like wasting your time sitting on a gymnasium floor and all this stupid ass shit with school. And it was like, I just want to go outside, dude.
I've never had.
And
Fuck, dude.
most of my
Like even like a good
parenting,
example. A good example real quick would just be like if you like weren't religious for say 10, 15, 20 years, but somehow like you notice that like something in you thinks in those terms still, or in a crisis you say, oh my God, or you say, oh God, like or
What
some
the
shit.
fuck would it do? Thank God I
say
love my
Jesus
country.
Christ every day. Is that because I'm
Okay,
Catholic?
I'm just sharing my experience. Like I think
You
that,
guys are niched out.
how you're raised, like your religion, how you're raised, that like that stays there. It doesn't just go away because you decide like, okay, you decide you're not that anymore.
It was never there for me. I just don't love this
Oh, okay.
country. I'm sorry.
Well, then that's different experience.
I mean, it depends what country you're from, right? The problem with America is not that it's like, oh, I love my country. It's not like it's like that. No, I mean, it's that America is not a country, and they don't respect. They don't actually respect the, like sovereignty and patriotism. They don't. You know what I'm saying? Like they just don't. It's not.
America.
It's so people confuse that. People cede grounds to people who basically want to monopolize, like, what it means to be human. Or like
yes.
If I
Jesse, you don't like America being imperialist, but not saying it is imperialist.
No, it's not about being. No, it's not like it's not an adjective or a verb. It's a system. It's like finance capital. But like it's always been this way, and people don't make that argument. People don't make that argument enough that America was founded, as they call the Empire of Liberty, meaning privatization, globalization, financialization.
Correct.
So,
yeah,
that's how they founded it. It's not like America was a free country, and then the NSA came and ruined everything. Or it's like the Jews and the SJWs. They came and they ruined everything. The communists, Trotskyists, neocons. That's how the neocons came about, or whatever. It's just like there's elements of
for property owners by property owners. That's what the founding fathers are, and they had contempt for people that did it and people that weren't educated.
I'm sure you've heard the Madison quotes, right? Like we need the government. The purpose of government is what's it called? Is to protect the minority of the opulent from the majority and their leveling interests. Right? Just like straight up.
That's what he said. The Senate was for too. That the Senate is supposed to protect property.
Straight up quote. It's a straight up quote. I'm barely paraphrasing. Barely. Yeah.
Hey, Chai Nazi, what do you think of Utopia? Is that possible?
Well, my name is Ahmed. My name is not Chai Nazi.
Oh, you changed your name?
Ahmed's in the blood.
Well, that's my last name. It's generic enough. Yeah. It's
Ahmed.
generic enough that like no one will identify me. Go ahead, yeah.
What do you think about the prospects of Utopia? Is that possible?
Well, like the whole point of it is that it's not possible, right? I mean, that's like a very silly question. Is Utopia possible? Of course it's not.
Ahmed.
Well, how do you define it?
How
we can find out if it's possible or not.
I mean, it's just definitionally not, right?
I have it on. If you can see my screen there, all right. I'll read it to you.
You don't think perfection's
I'll read
possible?
It to you.
Is that what
An
you're
imagined
kinda
place.
saying?
An imagined place.
Well, we're constantly trying to. We're.
Let me define it. Give you a definition of it first. On an imagined place.
Utopia is just
or
like
state
an
of
imagined.
thing. Trying to define it for you.
Imagined perfection, right?
I'm trying to Google define it for you. Here you go. An imagined place or state of things in which everything is perfect.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
define
silly. That's
perfect,
silly.
right? We were
'Cause
there.
It's all
We were
in your
there.
head. It's all in your head. It's all how it revolves around you, and
It's a
the universe. You revolve around the universe.
It's like shadow. It's like
a
shadow
theory
ban
like
said earlier.
gravity or relativity. It's a theory. Is that theory
Perfection.
possible?
Perfection is an item or deed that is beyond the criticism of human knowledge.
I'll give you a
That
shot.
is-
I'll give you a shot. I want to hear Ahmed's first. What do you think?
Thank you for using my name. Okay. Yeah. I haven't given it out, but I figured because someone forced me to change my name, and some other server, so I was like, damn it, I'm just gonna have to use my regular name now. Oh, actually,
Perfection not possible. We gotta define perfection.
I have an idea. I'm gonna change this again. But yeah, you were saying?
Is that definite? Is there such thing or a possibility of a perfect world? This world we live in right now, is that possible? You know, collectively.
No, of course not.
Why not?
What? That's the whole point. The point is that you can't reach it.
Well, I'm saying it's reachable. I'm the one arguing that.
In your head, yeah, you're reaching it all the time, but it's a matter of chemicals in your brain.
Oh, so you're materialist.
And in the brains
That
of others.
eliminates you from the utopian argument. Congratulations. You've been eliminated.
More bass, more bass.
Finish him.
Well, people are always going to fall into these categories. It's under a denomination of human nature, which is based on our genetics and our environment. Those will always be repeatable over and over. Unless we can somehow clean up the gene pool through eugenics. Yeah.
The gene pool.
I think if people would just become
That's
disgusted
the materialist
with
argument.
murder, and people would just become disgusted with like a species becoming extinct and certain things, like we'd be all right.
Have to get rid of the gene. Yeah. There's that too. That's the existential aspect. The social, like if you're trying to make the world a certain way, you have to genetically program it towards that. Unless you go into epigenetics, right? It means you'd have to rechange the environment along with the
That sounds pretty
biological in order to achieve the world you want. That'd be the material.
Sounds nihilist.
Yeah. Yeah. Change the walls in order to change the genetics.
Just resign yourselves that the genetics are broken.
That's all they are.
Materialist sense, that would have to be the
In a pure defeatist sense.
I don't know if it's defeatist, but that's where
It's
that's where
nihilistic.
logically-
It's like predestination. It's like Calvinistic.
Determinist.
Calvinism.
Oz, what do you got? You agent of chaos.
We love you, agent of chaos.
What do you think about utopia? Is it possible on Earth?
Oh no, it's impossible within you. But it's not. Utopia is very silly because it denotes some kind of destination, and this world has no destination. You know, you can go in harmony, or you can go in friction. I mean, if you're going in harmony, then I suppose you have utopia. But where do you get that harmony from? I mean, that's the way I see it. These absolutes, you know, they're just linguistic boundaries. You know, like to create a structure so that we can talk. I mean, they're not. None of it's achievable, really. It's just like signposts. You sort of say, "Oh, this is the road to Damascus," you know. So you just walk to Damascus, and it's the road. You know, all the religious guys know that. They talk and talk and talk about it, but nobody ever fucking listens. Utopia to me is for me personally it's having people around me that I know have got my fucking back, who value what I give them and who I value, and you know, I spoke to Ben about this recently about you know how the social mechanism in humans work is that we keep models of the people around us in our heads. We get very specific models and we refine them until you might as well have that person actually living in your head. And there is a physical structure. They've shown that these maps are physical in your head. And because we give our predictions of other people, autonomy to be themselves. The people that we know actually do live in our heads. And there's a certain responsibility there, that you don't hurt them in your head. I mean, I think Jesus talked about that once. He said, if you think about adultery, you've committed adultery. And, I'm sort of going, nah, that can't be true. Yeah, it kind of is. And
is it like putting people in boxes?
Well, no.
Okay.
The box is your own head. It's a predictive and adaptive element in your head because you observe the people around you all the time, and your model of them is updating all the time, and it's extremely accurate. And you have to have it so you can predict what they're going to fucking do. That's called familiarity. And then you trust them. Say, this guy is not going to let me down. I know him. He's going to have me back.
You said like you don't hurt them. Have autonomy. So it's like hurting them would be putting them in boxes.
It's best not to hurt the people that you have in your mind. Best not to hurt them because they're modeled after you, and if you hurt them, there's actually physical connection to your endocrine system and your neurochemical. If you hurt someone in your mind, you're going to feel it in your own body, and it hurts your health. So it's best to not have bad people in your head. If someone's bad, you got to get them out of your head because they'll live there. And the best way to do that is to have a community that is based on nurture. The kind of people who will have your back, and you're going to have theirs. That's my idea of utopia. Well, you asked, and that's it. Okay, hope that helps.
Okay. So are you going? Sounds like you're going with the notion that there will always be like assholes. Yeah.
Well, that's a kind of a big blanket assumption.
Yeah, this is completely like self-centered, self-revolved around. Like it doesn't make any sense. It's not.
No, I was hearing it. I was hearing that like the reflections of people get basically burned into our brains, which they do. You have like an echo of them in you.
It's more than an echo. It's a really real model.
Right. I understand it physically does get burned into your brain, and the way you were saying that it's adaptive, yeah, because we feel every difference. Your brain subtracts what it thinks is going to happen from what actually it observes. And the bigger the difference, it always feels it and it remembers it.
Yeah, that's called confidence, the difference.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I was hearing say, that it really becomes basically a part of you. And if someone bad thoughts about somebody, that means that actually also becomes a part of you. Like if you're around things that are others that are kind of harmful, that in essence becomes you.
I kind of actually
that's awesome.
Max Stirner had this idea that objectivity is a spook, right? There's no such thing as objectivity. Everything is subjective. So yes.
Chokes.
Whoa! What did Max Stirner do to you?
He said that. Asshole. No, your senses hold your objectivity. Perception doesn't have it. Your senses have the objectivity. People make this mistake.
Yeah. I guess that's a thing. But like what I was kind of getting at is that other people don't necessarily exist, right? They only exist as how they exist to you, right? Like in a very abstract sense.
What's up, Captain?
But with that being said, maybe the idea of utopia is achievable if you understand that other person only exists in your head, and therefore you need to treat that other person as you would yourself, because that person only exists in your head. Maybe.
Yeah, look, it's a bifurcation because they exist both in objective reality and in your head. The big difference between senses
The
and
objectivity
perception.
is theoretical, though.
If you go from the
Like, it's
perceptive base,
theoretical
then
as
you
utopia.
lose the anchor of the senses. All observation is in the senses. It's not perception.
Isn't your objectivity
Perception.
theoretical in the first place? The notion of objectivity you just said is theoretical. That's not
Yes.
proven.
Well, it depends. It depends how you
Theoretical
balance
as
it.
utopia, right?
If you spend too much time in your narrative brain, in your perception, which is a narrative machine, then you can tell yourself any old bloody story. But it has to be corrected by the observation through the senses, because that's where the state of energy of this universe actually is right now, is being recorded by your senses.
Your
And I
senses
mean,
are
they're not
attached to your
perfect.
perception.
They've got gaps and stuff, but it's all we got.
But
Fuck,
there
but I've
still
been
must be
feeling cool air on
calculations
my
going
skin
on.
this entire time, but did not notice the entire time. Till now, till I just mentioned it. So it's almost like my perceptions are even running the senses themselves. Psyche's running your senses in the first place.
Well, they kind of do. They filter the senses. People, if they don't want to see something, they will not see it. No, I've seen this in action.
Okay, so
I've
there's
seen people physically run into things that they refuse to see.
there's something
It's really
preceding
funny.
the senses.
But that's their narrative brain at work.
Well,
Anyway, I've been called to attend to something. Hey, you guys rock. I love this stuff.
Good night, Zos.
I'll stay logged, but I just go off do some shit. Life,
All right, man.
Fucking love my Aussie fucking fellow.
Today on TikTok, I'll be talking about temporal reality and things that are temporal and real and things that are in the mind.
I don't know, man.
versus
Tempura is
temporal.
kind of for the plebs. You should really go for the actual sushi.
Hey, Steve, how about
It's
you?
tempura. It is delicious. It is of the mind.
Then? Utopia. Is it possible?
Did you guys hear like the song I was just playing? Like I don't know if you can hear it.
Don't play it, you son of a bitch. We're live streaming right now.
Now we will. Hey guys.
Trying to get him a copyright?
It's a really hot song. I think you'll really dig it.
Well, that'll get us copywritten for
Damn,
sure.
He mixed the 90s with like the 60s, right? It's a hot song. You really dig it. Or is that the 70s?
That song is banging.
Which time periods, bro? Anyway.
Did you hear any of it? Does it come through the
You
speaker?
can really bug out to it. It's rad.
Passion's bomb. This is the illest thing I've heard.
All right, Steve, Utopia. Yes? No? Possible? Impossible? What do you think?
I'm hesitant to say that anything is impossible, but I think that utopia, as we understand a utopia to be, is incredibly improbable.
Okay, and you mean like happy, sunshiny
You're
rainbows
saying I
everywhere,
got a chance.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't that's not to say that people can't live and work together in relative harmony, but you're always going to have tensions. You're always going, I think the closest thing you could get to it would be like smaller scale communities rather than large centralized government.
Well,
but you're always gonna have, that element that
conflict.
either wants more or wants different or wants something now or wants something that's, not theirs.
Well, we already established, utopia would be this quote-unquote perfect world, and then we already established that perfection. All right, I think everyone here would agree that perfection doesn't mean I make every jump shot I take. It means I miss sometimes. That makes the the feeling of when I do make it, awesome. So there would still be conflict in a quote unquote utopia, right?
Dude, I have an emergency tweet thread to show you guys. It's amazing. I was so surprised by seeing it. I just saw it. Let me just drop it in the chat thing.
Breaking news on Twitter. There has been new drama with the TYT front.
No,
Jake Huger
no,
has
nothing.
been caught with his pants down.
Holy shit!
The only thing
This
missing
is
is
amazing.
sex tape from Jenky that gets released. The only thing left. Yeah, man.
What?
Hey, beggars can't be choosers, man.
Choosers can't be beggars either. Jackson Palmer.
After years of studying it, yeah, I believe that cryptocurrency is an inherently. This is like basically my thoughts on it. Yeah, sorry.
Dude, there's a concerted PR campaign right now to like go after Twitter, and like the World Economic Forum and shit has publicly said it. Like that's a part of like their website. You can go on their website and it shows it. Same with Cyber Reason or whatever. That's on their website. Fucking yeah. I'm not the biggest cryptocurrency fan because I find it like a way of like gambling. Like it's like I can't even afford to fucking get into it. So it's like I don't see it a way as like liberation, but it's like it's still sketchy that they be like extra going after it like that. And I don't think it's right wing inherently.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I do think that they're trying like Musk and like Bezos, like they're trying to get on Mars so they can use like crypto to hide their money and shit.
Yeah.
Like they want to do stuff like that.
But is
Bezos
for
They're
crypto?
trying
I
to
think
get
Elon is like
onto Mars so they can
Yeah.
use crypto to hide their money.
their money, and they want their own planet that anything goes, and they're rich enough to be able to do that stuff.
And you don't think that they could just decide what new money is and have all of it? Why would they need to manipulate or hide their money through crypto?
Yeah, and I don't think
Here's your daily
Bezos is
When
into
they
crypto.
don't
I
have
think
to
he's
pay
against
capital
it.
gains or
I think
any of
Elon
that
is
shit
for
anyway.
sure though.
Isn't it kind of strange that they're doing this at the same time that they're coming out with CBDCs, and they're also trying to come out with their own fucking currencies for these fucking companies? Like Amazon wants its own fucking coin, and Facebook wants the Libra its own fucking coin, and like dog, it's so this whole fucking campaign of eat a fucking dick. Put your fucking lips around my asshole and stick your tongue in there. Like, I don't fucking hear that shit. Like, it's all, they just want to monopolize this shit as fast as humanly possible because they see it as a fucking threat. They see people operating outside of their fucking paradigm. That's it.
Today on
No, what do you mean
Jack
there's no
Turner-
central bank? If there's no central bank, we can't game this system. If we can't game the system, we're either going to have to figure out how, or we're going to have to shut it down. And until we can figure out how, let's go ahead and brutally devalue it. Because anyone who thought that they may be able to get some financial independence out of this will fuck them.
You're not getting financial independence. That doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing. You're constantly depending. Markets are always depending on you don't come out your mother and like just a lot like it doesn't make any sense. The markets are always intertwined, and they always not centralized. They always what's it called? Centralized is the word. They always built on they always what's the word? God, why the hell is it?
So this one wasn't attached to any historical market.
Huh?
That's it. Initially was counter economics, and some of it still is. Now, what most countries are trying to do, I think Shadowban just mentioned, was get their fucking central bank issued cryptocurrencies out. And
That's
have
really all
that
it is,
be-
dude.
Have that be its own
Concentrate. The word that I'm thinking of is
speculative,
concentrating power.
identical to other markets market. But just kind of hanging back and going, oh nope, sorry, not commie enough for me. Like
What?
That's not thinking about anything. That's just knee jerking.
It's useful.
Yeah,
I'm not
like-
saying it's not useful, but like what it is not. It's not a
Your
solution.
interpretation of what it is your interpretation.
Yeah. It's all, I mean, it's the same problem as any currency, but like the way it's used to kind of, you know, it doesn't solve the problems, and it is used to basically exacerbate
Just
them.
making a blanket statement like that doesn't make it so, though. You realize that,
What?
right?
No, you disagree with the statement. It's not because it's a blanket statement.
Avoid repeating myself.
Like there's a ton of different types of coins for different fucking use purposes. A lot of it has to do with building your own fucking networks. A lot of it, like for instance, Rockfin is governed by a fucking cryptocurrency. Odyssey is governed by a fucking cryptocurrency, and those are two totally different cryptocurrencies with different fucking codes and different fucking platforms. This isn't fucking, and there's also. And there's decentralized Internet of Things cryptocurrencies that I was looking into. There's also centralized Internet of Things cryptocurrencies that are out there. There's fucking Bitcoin, which is proof of work, and they're treating it like digital gold. There's Ethereum, which is an entire decentralized network. You're just saying cryptocurrency, like I seriously think you do not understand what cryptocurrency is. When you say that, right? Like, yes, cryptocurrency can be used for evil, but also, if you can use it to fucking do some type of counter-economics, operate outside of their paradigm, then why the fuck not try it, dude? You can't just fucking, like, poo-poo on everything, right?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not, dude. I'm not saying that you shouldn't use cryptocurrency or it's like bad or like regular currency is better. Like, I don't think why are you getting that from anything? I'm saying that cryptocurrency, just like, okay, that's like me saying NGOs are like a big or cooperatives are a big scam, right?
Or do we
and
normalize
I do believe that,
Or
but
did
that
we
doesn't mean like
normalize
you can't
screwing
use
people
them
over?
and direct
Normalize
them
it
and
You're
don't call it
totally
screwing people over anymore?
misunderstanding what he's saying.
Okay, what
And
am
you're
I know this will
demonstrating
probably
that
result
you're
in,
not
100
understanding
people going homeless, but I gotta
like the
do it
bulk
anyways 'cause
of
of the
this
system.
issue.
Oh, did I
Yeah,
I think
sure.
is the core problem that like
When maybe there's a time
I'm
period where
seeing.
that'd be like,
I
that's
don't know
bad,
about
isn't it?
anybody
Doing
else.
something quote-unquote
Like,
immoral.
I'm not saying that crypto is here to save the fucking world. I'm not saying that in the fucking slightest. But there are communities of people there are fucking communities of people in the crypto space that honestly do fucking have each other's fucking back. Now, as far as like Ethereum and shit, fuck no, dude. If you look at anything that has to do with grayscale trust, like those cryptocurrencies are fucking centralized by their fucking nature. You don't have people fucking betting derivatives on fucking cryptocurrencies without them fucking being centralized. But there's also other fucking types of fucking change, right? There's people that are honestly trying to operate outside the system. They're using this Trojan horse, saying the fucking crypto this and that and the other fucking thing, to crush anyone that's actually using it for that operating outside the system fucking use case to fucking legitimize probably Ethereum, XRP, Bitcoin, and like the digital yuan, which is supposed to set the digital shekel is already in beta test. Like these, like this isn't happening in a vacuum. This is a planned event. Okay, like this has all been planned out for fucking at least a year. Ever since people started using cryptocurrency as a way to get around the fucking hellacious shit that happened with the CARES Act.
An example of utopia.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
our
Yeah, I don't understand it
basis
enough.
reality.
Okay, maybe I don't.
How dare you?
That's for sure. Okay.
And you're basing it off of somebody said it's a right-wing op.
No, dude,
I might be
that's
done
not
for
what I
tonight,
said.
guys.
I don't
Very
care that
soon.
someone said it's right. You could.
Okay, because
Not
I
because-
mean, you quite literally
not
told
because they're going
everybody
off on
to
a
stop
tangent. I
what
don't-
they were doing
I do not
because
mind
this
that at all.
groundbreaking thread happened.
thought
and
it was-
it's
I don't
somebody
know.
saying cryptocurrency is a right-wing op.
I feel like it.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say it's right. I don't really care. Okay, you can ignore right. You can and just like the other stuff. I don't know. It just for me, it just really hit with me for some reason. It really hit with me for some. I don't. I've never seen a thread like this. Yeah, I've
Well,
never.
you
seen
said because it went along with what you were thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that's why.
anything else,
according
in my
to you,
opinion.
that's why it verified your own suspicion for it.
Yeah, sure. Fair enough. Yeah. Steve, I appreciate you being patient. You're a little bit curt earlier, so I appreciate you being.
I
much
start
more-
out that way, and I end that way, and that's just kind of
Let's
like
discuss the
what. Well, that
apocalypse?
doesn't
What?
mean that I'm angry.
It's already
That's
happened.
just that's where I'm at right now.
Fair enough. I hope you are well.
Cheers.
Hmm?
Getting ready to do a radio show.
I just said I hope you're well.
Oh no, I said cheers. I'm getting ready to do a radio
Thread was
show.
I swear to God, I thought
by
you said
someone
who
helped
cares.
create Dogecoin.
Okay, go ahead.
Bro. I don't know.
I mean, it could be used for good and it could be used for bad. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the people I know that are maybe not know, but the people that I hear that use it, yeah, there are some right wingers or like they just want to use it to privatize like their what they do with their money and to just I don't know, to privatize what they do with their money and to get as much property
I know
and
nothing
guns
about
as
this, guys,
possible.
just so
There's,
you know, so.
I know people like that. Also
I'm
good people
on.
too.
You would not consider me a right winger in any way, shape, or form. And
Yeah, that's
the
fine. Yeah.
Private fucking keeping the government out of my money and having property and guns sounds fucking just ducky, man.
Not at the expense
That
of everything
sounds
else.
lovely.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm
it's true.
down.
No, and no, but I know a lot of libertarians. I know a lot of libertarians that are just like the poor deserve to just like die out and shit. You know, like
Hey,
they
that's not
just
me.
get into capitalist bullshit.
Okay, and that's not me.
No, I'm not saying
And that's not a lot of other people that want to use crypto.
No, I'm not
people are trying to get around. Okay, hold on. Do you think that the U.S. empire exists?
Absolutely.
Me?
Okay, so if you believe truly that the U.S. empire exists, then give me a good fucking reason why I should pay federal fucking taxes to war criminals to build more fucking weapons of war to kill more innocent people across the fucking planet with it.
Because federal money also goes to Social Security and helping the elderly and disabled.
Not as much as you fucking think, man. The fucking Social Security lockbox was taken out a fucking long fucking time ago, dude. Like the fucking vast majority of fucking projects are fucking going to line fucking private projects and weapons contractors and fucking banks, man. Until that you fucking until that you get a handle on empire and you shut down the fucking military operations, I don't fucking see it as a moral act to pay taxes and operate inside of their fucking right. So I want to fucking move to crypto to get out of fucking contributing to their fucking war machine, man.
Yeah, that's fine. No. Yeah, I'm not saying.
I'm not saying anyone can't do that. I don't care. People can live their lives. I don't care if people just want guns, property, whatever. I don't give a fuck. But I give a fuck when we're a toxically individualistic society and you have 60,000 people overdosing on opioids to fucking cope with their lives. Okay, like that's what I don't like. I don't like the atomization. I don't like this. We're just in. There's no such thing as families, only individuals. I don't like that mindset. It's an evil mindset.
But I think that the argument that maybe like this buddy's making is
That was
that like
cannabis.
the barrier of entry, like a poor person in Africa can't get into
Shout out
crypto.
before that.
It's still leaving people behind or whatever. And I don't think it's necessarily right wing, but that's why I'm not
totally go
necessarily
for the
doing it. And I see it as like a form of gambling. It's like getting into the stock market. If you want to make money at the stock market and spend it on good shit, that's fucking cool.
It's not a
But
stock market. It's a currency market.
But it's still
not a stock market. It's a currency market.
It's a way of buying into something and getting a return. And like some people can't do that. Like I personally can't really do that. But it's like
it'll turn into.
Yeah, I don't know. That's my only criticism with it. It's not like a fix of society, but it's like I don't see it as necessarily a right wing thing. My thing that it pisses me off is when the celebrities like start banging on it, and it's like it becomes even more like a commodity and more like
that fucking mania that turns it into a fucking feeding frenzy. Like it's the fucking mania and the seeking of fucking of returns and shit, right? Like I don't. It's how you fucking use it. Like if you're using it strictly to buy low and sell high, then yeah, you're just using it to make bucks. But there is use case to try and get out of a fucking dollar that runs on fucking blood, dude. Like,
yeah, I've never.
Then there is a whole lot of fucking people that want to use that to get out of fucking contributing to the war machine. Now, on the fucking adverse side, like I fucking said before, Amazon's already looking into creating company towns in Nevada, and they're looking into buying their own or making their own fucking currency so that they can fucking. They're bringing back the fucking company towns and putting it on steroids, right? So yeah, cryptocurrency can also be used as an evil fucking thing by right-wing people, by monopoly people, by oligarchs, right?
Yes.
But if people want to fucking use it to get out of their system, then don't shut that down because other fucking dickheads are gonna do what they've already done with the dollar. Like whether or not Amazon fucking does that with their own fucking currency, or the digital shekel comes out, or the fucking digital yuan, or the digital euro, fucking matter. It really doesn't matter because the U.S. dollar has already done that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you have really noble intentions, and I appreciate that. That's not really what I'm talking about. I think it's just like the sort of the mentality that I've seen around Bitcoin is it's kind of like the similar mentality around cooperatives. Like you think, like people think that like they can just defeat like how things are by adopting crypto and like changing nothing about the market. Just continually.
Do you honestly believe that the totality of an issue is what you personally take in from what you see online?
No, but it's like pretty dominant. Is that people aren't,
because I find almost the opposite to be true.
Really? Okay.
That if you want, a thorough, intelligent, nuanced conversation about something, the last place you look for it is on social media.
I mean,
or in a fucking YouTube chat.
Sure.
Okay, so let me give you like a prime example of outside of the fucking internet for like how I really into cryptocurrency in general. I saw the fucking CARES Act.
Yeah.
Open source my
siphon every fucking penny that they could from the fucking bottom and the middle and just dump it to the top. Okay? I fucking changed my fucking W fucking 4. I'm not fucking paying federal taxes anymore.
You're ahead of everyone's
because my federal taxes are going to fucking pad the fucking pockets of the richest fucking people on the fucking planet, man. And that fucking pisses me the fuck off.
Yeah.
And I talk to dudes that I work with, and I don't know how much you go to the grocery store, but hyperinflation is upon us. People say inflation is a spook or whatever the fuck, and it's just fucking right-wing talking points. That's not correct. That is just objectively false.
The fucking prices of groceries have went up 30% over the course of fucking 16 months. I had fucking money saved in my bank account that was losing its fucking value. I see the fucking more and more fucking wars that are popping off all over the fucking place. I see more and more children fucking being murdered with my fucking tax dollars. Murdered. I see babies blown to fucking bits as a result of me paying fucking taxes and contributing to this fucking system.
Just leave abruptly.
So what do? I talk to the people that I work
I
with.
don't want to.
Our conclusion is that the only people that's gonna save us is us. If we keep the fucking money in the bank, it's just gonna lose value. If we put it in the fucking crypto market,
Guys,
it
do not
could lose
forget the
value,
videos.
but it could also gain value.
I can't do it.
And if it gains value, then we can get out of fucking working for this company, and we can go and the 4 or 5 of us go around and fucking flip houses in a fucking ethical manner. Because that's another thing is that I bought a lemon from someone who flips houses for a fucking living, and he fucked me out of he fucked me bad because I fucking bought a lemon. Like, I see these things, and I want to fucking take and people that aren't fucking left wing. I'm talking like actual right wing people, people that are like libertarian right wing, are agreeing. They are agreeing with me on using this avenue.
We got through a good amount
to change some things in our own community.
These ones I'm not sorry about missing.
So this whole cryptocurrency thing could be used for fucking revolutionary purposes, and it can't be the only thing. But for fuck's sake, don't buy into the propaganda of it needs to be regulated now, because the second it's regulated,
it shouldn't. I agree. Yeah, we shouldn't regulate it. Like I don't believe.
Video.
Yeah, I don't like Warren being like, "Oh, we need to regulate crypto." No, that's tyrannical as fuck.
That's a song thing. This one we didn't get to.
Yes, it's the second they regulate it is the second they regulate. Who's the winner and who's the loser? If you think that regulations aren't by the regulators or regulated, then you're high. Like
I see this all the time. Yeah. Like with cannabis, for example, like the MSOs, the multi-state, like the big cannabis companies are trying to make Delta 8 like so you can't buy it online anymore because it's undercutting them. Delta 8 THC, it's way cheaper. You can get an ounce for like $80 of distillate. $80. It's undercutting the dispensaries, and state by state they're trying to make it illegal. And a lot of states have already made it illegal. Vermont just did. Michigan, like you have to only buy it at dispensaries or whatever. It's undercutting the dispensaries. So yes, they're tattling to teacher so they can keep their profits. Yes, I see that happen all the time.
And so that being fucking said, like I think that it's a fucking avenue. Like, right, and like cannabis, the whole cannabis thing happened here. Like, one of the dirtiest things that I think can be fucking reported on in the cannabis legalization
once I go off YouTube, you won't
is
be able
that
to hear the conversation
the former
anymore, unless you're in
Republican
the Discord.
The former
basically talking to the
former
duck, 'cause
Republican Governors Association fucking head. My former fucking Republican governor,
I missed
Susanna
out on the
Martinez,
quartering.
her
Damn,
husband
bro.
bought a bunch of fucking dispensaries and fucking was running a medical business, and she fucking she vetoed the bill like 5 fucking times. And the former sheriff of Bernalillo County, where Albuquerque is, owns a shit ton of dispensaries, and he put people in fucking jail for selling the shit, but he was selling the shit on the same fucking at the same fucking time, and now all of a sudden it's legal because they monopolize the fucking market, right? So when you see fucking governments coming in and saying, "Yo, we gotta stop this because fucking reasons and things," like fear immediately, because the government is not on your side. It never was. It never fucking will be. You cannot capture this fucking state. That's all I got to say on crypto.
You guys know, I am signing off. You guys can keep talking now.
Best of nights.
I love you guys that you guys are fucking arguing. Awesome. All right, peace out, Discord.
Night, YellBRo.
Night.
Right.
All right, into YouTube. Thanks for hanging out, guys. It's kind of like an early ending. I know I wanted to. I didn't even realize it was a quartering video till I went here. I remember when I first clicked, I saw Vice, and I'm like, okay, it's probably Vice. And just now, I saw it like, no, it was the quartering the whole time. Don't forget it for Saturday, guys. Do not forget your videos for Saturday, so I can. We got a little lost, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'm ending the stream. Have some business to take care of. No, I'm just saying I'm ending the stream. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Don't forget to share, support, or if you're new, you can subscribe if you like. Don't forget that, if you feel like. Don't forget to share, support, and hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, victims of Africom, and also Stevie, Redneck Economics. Donate to her. We like to help each other out here. Fuck it. Do it. Do it now. Also, do not forget to... Freak you, Duck. Do not forget to give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, I know you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a castle, how will you wear your leisure? You zipper back and front on the fancy